the terrace. But no one answered him, and he did not repeat the question. "I'm sorry I've broken in on your feminine parliament," he said, looking round on everyone discontentedly, and perceiving that they had been talking of something which they would not talk about before him. For a second he felt that he was sharing the feeling of Agafea Mihalovna, vexation at their making jam without water, and altogether at the outside Shabbatskoy element. He smiled, however, and went up to Kitty. "Well, how are you?" he asked her, looking at her with the expression with which everyone looked at her now. "Oh, very well," said Kitty, smiling. "And how have things gone with you?" "The wagons held 3 times as much as the old carts did. Well, are we going for the children? I've ordered the horses to be put in." "What? You want to take Kitty in the wagonette?" her mother said reproachfully. "Yes, at a walking pace, princess." Levin never called the princess maman, as men often do call their mothers-in-law, and the princess disliked his not doing so. But though he liked and respected the princess, Levin could not call her so without a sense of profaning his feeling for his dead mother. "Come with us, maman," said Kitty. "I don't like to see such imprudence." "Well, I'll walk then, I'm so well." Kitty got up and went to her husband and took his hand. "You may be well, but everything in moderation," said the princess. "Well, Agafea Mihalovna, is the jam done?" said Levin, smiling to Agafea Mihalovna and trying to cheer her up. "Is it all right in the new way?" "I suppose it's all right. For our notions it's boiled too long." "It'll be all the better, Agafea Mihalovna. It won't mildew, even though our ice has begun to thaw already, so that we've no cool cellar to store it," said Kitty, at once divining her husband's motive, and addressing the old housekeeper with the same feeling. "But your pickle's so good that Mamma says she's never tasted any like it," she added, smiling and putting her kerchief straight. Agafea Mihalovna looked angrily at Kitty. "You needn't try to console me, mistress. I need only to look at you with him and I feel happy," she said, and something in the rough familiarity of that "with him" touched Kitty. "Come along with us to look for mushrooms. You will show us the best places." Agafea Mihalovna smiled and shook her head, as though to say, "I should like to be angry with you, but I can't." "Do it, please, by my receipt," said the princess. "Put some paper over the jam and moisten it with a little rum, and without even ice, it will never go mildewy." Chapter 3. Kitty was particularly glad of a chance of being alone with her husband, for she had noticed the shade of mortification that had passed over his face, always so quick to reflect every feeling, at the moment when he had come onto the terrace and asked what they were talking of, and had got no answer. When they had set off on foot ahead of the others, and had come out of sight of the house onto the beaten, dusty road, marked with rusty wheels and sprinkled with grains of corn, she clung faster to his arm and pressed it closer to her. He had quite forgotten the momentary unpleasant impression, and alone with her he felt, now that the thought of her approaching motherhood was never for a moment absent from his mind, a new and delicious bliss, quite pure from all alloy of sense, in the being near to the woman he loved. There was no need of speech, yet he longed to hear the sound of her voice, which, like her eyes, had changed since she had been with child. In her voice, as in her eyes, there was that softness and gravity which is found in people continually concentrating on some cherished pursuit. "So you're not tired? Lean more on me," he said. "No, I'm so glad of a chance of being alone with you, and I must own, though I am happy with them, I do regret our winter evenings alone." "That was good, but this is even better. Both are better," he said, squeezing her hand. "Do you know what we were talking about when you came in?" "About jam?" "Oh, yes, about jam too, but afterwards, about how men make offers." "Ah," said Levin, listening more to the sound of her voice than to the words she was saying, and all the while paying attention to the road, which passed now through the forest, and avoiding places where she might make a false step. "And about Sergei Ivanovitch and Varenka, you've noticed? I'm very anxious for it," she went on. "What do you think about it?" And she peeped into his face. "I don't know what to think," Levin answered, smiling. "Sergei seems very strange to me in that way. I told you, you know. Yes, that he was in love with that girl who died. That was when I was a child. I know about it from hearsay and tradition. I remember him then. He was wonderfully sweet. But I've watched him since with women. He is friendly. Some of them he likes. But one feels that to him they're simply people, not women. Yes, but now with Varenka, I fancy there's something. Perhaps there is. But one has to know him. He's a peculiar, wonderful person. He lives a spiritual life only. He's too pure, too exalted a nature. Why? Would this lower him then? No, but he's so used to a spiritual life that he can't reconcile himself with actual fact, and Varenka is, after all, fact. Levin had grown used by now to uttering his thought boldly, without taking the trouble of clothing it in exact language. He knew that his wife, in moments of loving tenderness as now, would understand what he meant to say from a hint, and she did understand him. Yes, but there's not so much of that actual fact about her as about me. I can see that he would never have cared for me. She is altogether spiritual. Oh, no, he is so fond of you, and I am always so glad when my people like you. Yes, he's very nice to me, but... It's not as it was with poor Nikolai. You really cared for each other, Levin finished. Why not speak of him? He added. I sometimes blame myself for not. It ends in one's forgetting. Ah, how terrible and dear he was. Yes, what were we talking about? Levin said after a pause. You think he can't fall in love, said Kitty, translating into her own language. It's not so much that he can't fall in love, said Levin, smiling, but he has not the weakness necessary. I've always envied him, and even now, when I'm so happy, I still envy him. You envy him for not being able to fall in love? I envy him for being better than I, said Levin. He does not live for himself. His whole life is subordinated to his duty. And that's why he can be calm and contented. And you? Kitty asked, with an ironical and loving smile. She could never have explained the chain of thought that made her smile, but the last link in it was that her husband, in exalting his brother and debasing himself, was not quite sincere. Kitty knew that this insincerity came from his love for his brother, from his sense of shame at being too happy, and above all from his unflagging craving to be better. She loved it in him, and so she smiled. In you? What are you dissatisfied with? She asked with the same smile. Her disbelief in his self-dissatisfaction delighted him, and unconsciously he tried to draw her into giving utterance to the grounds of her disbelief. I am happy, but dissatisfied with myself, he said. Why? How can you be dissatisfied with yourself if you are happy? Well, how shall I say? In my heart, I really care for nothing whatever but that you should not stumble. See? Oh, but really, you mustn't skip about like that, he cried, breaking off to scold her for too agile a movement in stepping over a branch that lay in the path. But when I think about myself, and compare myself with others, especially with my brother, I feel I'm a poor creature. But in what way? Kitty pursued with the same smile. Don't you too work for others? What about your cooperative settlement, and your work on the estate, and your book? Oh, but I feel, and particularly just now, it's your fault, he said, pressing her hand, that all that doesn't count. I do it in a way half-heartedly. If I could care for all that as I care for you. Instead of that, I do it in these days like a task that is set me. Well, what would you say about Papa? Asked Kitty. Is he a poor creature then, as he does nothing for the public good? He? No. But then one must have the simplicity, the straightforwardness, the goodness of your father, and I haven't got that. I do nothing and I fret about it. It's all your doing. Before there was you, and this too, he added with a glance towards her waist that she understood. I put all my energies into work. Now I can't, and I'm ashamed. I do it just as though it were a task set me. I'm pretending. Well, but would you like to change things this minute with Sergei Ivanovitch? Said Kitty. Would you like to do this work for the general good, and to love the task set you as he does and nothing else?" "Of course not," said Levin. "But I'm so happy that I don't understand anything. So you'll think you'll make her an offer today?" he added after a brief silence. "I think so, and I don't think so. Only I'm awfully anxious for it. Here, wait a minute." She stooped down and picked a wild chamomile at the edge of the path. "Come, Count. He does propose? He doesn't," she said, giving him the flower. "He does, he doesn't," said Levin, tearing off the white petals. "No, no!" Kitty, snatching at his hand, stopped him. She had been watching his fingers with interest. "You picked off too." "Oh, but see, this little one shan't count to make up," said Levin, tearing off a little half-grown petal. "Here's the wagonette overtaking us." "Aren't you tired, Kitty?" called the princess. "Not in the least. But if you are, you can get in, as the horses are quiet and walking." But it was not worth while to get in. They were quite near the place, and all walked on together. Chapter 4. Varenka, with her white kerchief on her black hair, surrounded by the children, gaily and good-humouredly looking after them, and at the same time visibly excited at the possibility of receiving a declaration from the man she cared for, was very attractive. Sergei Ivanovich walked beside her and never left off admiring her. Looking at her, he recalled all the delightful things he had heard from her lips, all the good he knew about her, and became more and more conscious that the feeling he had for her was something special that he had felt long, long ago and only once, in his early youth. The feeling of happiness in being near her continually grew, and at last reached such a point that as he put a huge, slender-stalked agaric fungus in her basket, he looked straight into her face, and noticing the flush of glad and alarmed excitement that overspread her face, he was confused himself, and smiled to her in silence, a smile that said too much. "If so," he said to himself, "I ought to think it over and make up my mind, and not give way like a boy to the impulse of a moment. I'm going to pick by myself apart from all the rest, or else my efforts will make no show," he said, and he left the edge of the forest where they were walking on low silky grass between old birch trees standing far apart, and went more into the heart of the wood, where between the white birch trunks there were grey trunks of aspen and dark bushes of hazel. Walking some 40 paces away, Sergei Ivanovich, knowing he was out of sight, stood still behind a bushy spindle tree in full flower with its rosy red catkins. It was perfectly still all round him. Only overhead in the birches under which he stood, the flies, like a swarm of bees, buzzed unceasingly, and from time to time the children's voices were floated across to him. All at once he heard, not far from the edge of the wood, the sound of Varenka's contralto voice calling Grisha, and a smile of delight passed over Sergei Ivanovitch's face. Conscious of this smile, he shook his head disapprovingly at his own condition, and taking out a cigar, he began lighting it. For a long while he could not get a match to light against the trunk of a birch tree. The soft scales of the white bark rubbed off the phosphorus, and the light went out. At last one of the matches burned, and the fragrant cigar smoke, hovering uncertainly in flat, wide coils, stretched away forwards and upwards over a bush under the overhanging branches of a birch tree. Watching the streak of smoke, Sergei Ivanovich walked gently on, deliberating on his position. "Why not?" he thought. "If it were only a passing fancy, or a passion, if it were only this attraction, this mutual attraction, I can call it a mutual attraction. But if I felt that it was in contradiction with the whole bent of my life, if I felt that in giving way to this attraction I should be false to my vocation and my duty, but it's not so. The only thing I can say against it is that, when I lost Marie, I said to myself that I would remain faithful to her memory. That's the only thing I can say against my feeling. That's a great thing," Sergei Ivanovich said to himself, feeling at the same time that this consideration had not the slightest importance for him personally, but would only perhaps detract from his romantic character in the eyes of others. But apart from that, however much I searched, I could never find anything to say against my feeling. If I were choosing by considerations of suitability alone, I could not have found anything better. However many women and girls he thought of whom he knew, he could not think of a girl who united to such a degree all, positively all, the qualities he would wish to see in his wife. She had all the charm and freshness of youth, but she was not a child. And if she loved him consciously, as a woman ought to love. That was one thing. Another point, she was not only far from being worldly, but had an unmistakable distaste for worldly society, and at the same time she knew the world, and had all the ways of a woman of the best society, which were absolutely essential to Sergei Ivanovitch's conception of the woman who was to share his life. Thirdly, she was religious, and not like a child, unconsciously religious and good, as Kitty, for example, was, but her life was founded on religious principles. Even in trifling matters, Sergei Ivanovitch found in her all that he wanted in his wife. She was poor and alone in the world, so she would not bring with her a mass of relations and their influence into her husband's house, as he saw now in Kitty's case. She would owe everything to her husband, which was what he had always desired too for his future family life. And this girl, who united all these qualities, loved him. He was a modest man, but he could not help seeing it. And he loved her. There was one consideration against it, his age. But he came of a long-lived family, he had not a single grey hair, no one would have taken him for 40, and he remembered Varenka's saying that it was only in Russia that men of 50 thought themselves old, and that in France a man of 50 considers himself dans la force de l'âge, while a man of 40 is un jeune homme. But what did the mere reckoning of years matter when he felt as young in heart as he had been 20 years ago? Was it not youth to feel as he felt now, when coming from the other side to the edge of the wood he saw in the glowing light of the slanting sunbeams the gracious figure of Varenka in her yellow gown with her basket, walking lightly by the trunk of an old birch tree? And when this impression of the sight of Varenka blended so harmoniously with the beauty of the view, of the yellow oat field lying bathed in the slanting sunshine, and beyond it the distant ancient forest flecked with yellow and melting into the blue of the distance, his heart throbbed joyously. A softened feeling came over him. He felt that he had made up his mind. Varenka, who had just crouched down to pick a mushroom, rose with a supple movement and looked round. Flinging away the cigar, Sergei Ivanovitch advanced with resolute steps towards her. Chapter 5. Varvara Andreevna, when I was very young, I set before myself the ideal of the woman I loved and should be happy to call my wife. I have lived through a long life, and now, for the first time, I have met what I sought. In you. I love you, and offer you my hand. Sergei Ivanovitch was saying this to himself, while he was 10 paces from Varvara. Kneeling down, with her hands over the mushrooms to guard them from Grisha, she was calling little Masha. "Come here, little ones, there are so many," she was saying in her sweet, deep voice. Seeing Sergei Ivanovitch approaching, she did not get up and did not change her position, but everything told him that she felt his presence and was glad of it. "Well, did you find some?" she asked from under the white kerchief, turning her handsome, gently smiling face to him. "Not one," said Sergei Ivanovitch. "Did you?" She did not answer, busy with the children who thronged about her. "That one, too, near the twig." She pointed out to little Masha a little fungus, split in half across its rosy cap by the dry grass from under which it thrust itself. Varenka got up while Masha picked the fungus, breaking it into 2 white halves. "This brings back my childhood," she added, moving apart from the children beside Sergei Ivanovitch. They walked on for some steps in silence. Varenka saw that he wanted to speak. She guessed of what, and felt faint with joy and panic. They had walked so far away that no one could hear them now, but still he did not begin to speak. It would have been better for Varenka to be silent. After a silence, it would have been easier for them to say what they wanted to say than after talking about mushrooms. But against her own will, as it were accidentally, Varenka said, "So you found nothing? In the middle of the wood there are always fewer, though." Sergei Ivanovich sighed and made no answer. He was annoyed that she had spoken about the mushrooms. He wanted to bring her back to the first words she had uttered about her childhood, but after a pause of some length, as though against his own will, he made an observation in response to her last words. "I have heard that the white, edible funguses are found principally at the edge of the wood, though I can't tell them apart." Some minutes more passed. They moved still further away from the children, and were quite alone. Varenka's heart throbbed so that she heard it beating, and felt that she was turning red and pale and red again. To be the wife of a man like Kozhnishev, after her position with Madame Stahl, was to her imagination the height of happiness. Besides, she was almost certain that she was in love with him. In this moment it would have to be decided. She felt frightened. She dreaded both his speaking and his not speaking. Now or never, it must be said, that Sergei Ivanovich felt too. Everything in the expression, the flushed cheeks and the downcast eyes of Varenka betrayed a painful suspense. Sergei Ivanovich saw it and felt sorry for her. He felt even that to say nothing now would be a slight to her. Rapidly in his own mind he ran over all the arguments in support of his decision. He even said over to himself the words in which he meant to put his offer. But instead of those words, some utterly unexpected reflection that occurred to him made him ask, "What is the difference between the birch mushroom and the white mushroom?" Varenka's lips quivered with emotion as she answered, "In the top part, there is scarcely any difference. It's in the stalk." And as soon as these words were uttered, both he and she felt that it was over, that what was to have been said would not be said, and their emotion, which had up to then been continually growing more intense, began to subside. "The birch mushroom stalk suggests a dark man's chin after 2 days without shaving," said Sergei Ivanovich, speaking quite calmly now. "Yes, that's true," answered Varenka, smiling, and unconsciously the direction of their walk changed. They began to turn towards the children. Varenka felt both sore and ashamed. At the same time, she had a sense of relief. When he had got home again and went over the whole subject, Sergei Ivanovich thought his previous decision had been a mistaken one. He could not be false to the memory of Marie. "Gently, children, gently," Levin shouted quite angrily to the children, standing before his wife to protect her when the crowd of children flew with shrieks of delight to meet them. Behind the children, Sergei Ivanovich and Varenka walked out of the wood. Kitty had no need to ask Varenka. She saw from the calm and somewhat crestfallen faces of both that her plans had not come off. "Well?" her husband questioned her as they were going home again. "It doesn't bite," said Kitty, her smile and manner of speaking recalling her father, a likeness Levin often noticed with pleasure. "How doesn't bite?" "I'll show you," she said, taking her husband's hand, lifting it to her mouth, and just faintly brushing it with closed lips. Like a kiss on a priest's hand. "Which didn't it bite with?" he said, laughing. "Both, but it should have been like this." "There are some peasants coming." "Oh, they didn't see." Chapter 6. During the time of the children's tea, the grown-up people sat in the balcony and talked as though nothing had happened, though they all, especially Sergei Ivanovich and Varenka, were very well aware that there had happened an event which, though negative, was of very great importance. They both had the same feeling, rather like that of a schoolboy after an examination, which has left him in the same class or shut him out of the school forever. Everyone present, feeling too that something had happened, talked eagerly about extraneous subjects. Levin and Kitty were particularly happy and conscious of their love that evening, and their happiness in their love seemed to imply a disagreeable slur on those who would have liked to feel the same and could not, and they felt a prick of conscience. "Mark my words, Alexander will not come," said the old princess. That evening they were expecting Stefan Arkadyevitch to come down by train, and the old prince had written that possibly he might come too. "And I know why," the princess went on. "He says that young people ought to be left alone for a while at first." "But Papa has left us alone. We've never seen him," said Kitty. "Besides, we're not young people. We're old married people by now." "Only if he doesn't come, I shall say goodbye to you children," said the princess, sighing mournfully. "What nonsense, Mamma!" Both the daughters fell upon her at once. "How do you suppose he is feeling? Why, now—" And suddenly there was an unexpected quiver in the princess's voice. Her daughters were silent and looked at one another. "Maman always finds something to be miserable about," they said in that glance. They did not know that happy as the princess was in her daughter's house, and useful as she felt herself to be there, she had been extremely miserable, both on her own account and her husband's. Ever since they had married their last and favourite daughter, and the old home had been left empty. "What is it, Agafea Mihalovna?" Kitty asked suddenly of Agafea Mihalovna, who was standing with a mysterious air and a face full of meaning. "About supper." "Oh, that's right," said Dolly. "You go and arrange about it, and I'll go and hear Grisha repeat his lesson, or else he will have done nothing all day." "That's my lesson. No, Dolly, I'm going," said Levin, jumping up. Grisha, who was by now at a high school, had to go over the lessons of the term in the summer holidays. Darya Alexandrovna, who had been studying Latin with her son in Moscow before, had made it a rule on coming to the Levins to go over with him at least once a day the most difficult lessons of Latin and arithmetic. Levin had offered to take her place, but the mother, having once overheard Levin's lesson, and noticing that it was not given exactly as the teacher in Moscow had given it, said resolutely, though with much embarrassment and anxiety not to mortify Levin, that they must keep strictly to the book as the teacher had done, and that she had better undertake it again herself. Levin was amazed both at Stefan Arkadyevitch, who, by neglecting his duty, threw upon the mother the supervision of studies of which she had no comprehension, and at the teachers for teaching the children so badly. But he promised his sister-in-law to give the lessons exactly as she wished, and he went on teaching Grisha, not in his own way, but by the book, and so took little interest in it, and often forgot the hour of the lesson. So it had been today. "No, I'm going, Dolly. You sit still," he said. "We'll do it all properly, like the book. Only when Stiva comes and we go out shooting, then we shall have to miss it." And Levin went to Grisha. Varenka was saying the same thing to Kitty. Even in the happy, well-ordered household of the Levins, Varenka had succeeded in making herself useful. "I'll see to the supper if you sit still," she said, and got up to go to Agafea Mihalovna. Yes, most likely they've not been able to get chickens. If so, ours. Agafea Mihalovna and I will see about it." And Varenka vanished with her. "What a nice girl," said the princess. "Not nice, Maman. She's an exquisite girl. There's no one else like her." "So, you're expecting Stefan Arkadyevitch today?" said Sergei Ivanovitch, evidently not disposed to pursue the conversation about Varenka. "It would be difficult to find two sons-in-law more unlike than yours," he said with a subtle smile. "One all movement, only living in society like a fish in water. The other our Kostya, lively, alert, quick in everything. But as soon as he is in society, he either sinks into apathy or struggles helplessly like a fish on land." "Yes, he's very heedless," said the princess, addressing Sergei Ivanovitch. "I've been meaning, indeed, to ask you to tell him that it's out of the question for her," she indicated Kitty, "to stay here, that she positively must come to Moscow. He talks of getting a doctor down." "Maman, he'll do everything. He has agreed to everything," Kitty said, angry with her mother for appealing to Sergei Ivanovitch to judge in such a matter. In the middle of their conversation, they heard the snorting of horses and the sound of wheels on the gravel. Dolly had not had time to get up to go and meet her husband, when from the window of the room below, where Grisha was having his lesson, Levin leaped out and helped Grisha out after him. "It's Stiva!" Levin shouted from under the balcony. "We've finished, Dolly, don't be afraid," he added, and started running like a boy to meet the carriage. Idus, shouted Grisha, skipping along the avenue. "And someone else too, Papa, of course," cried Levin, stopping at the entrance of the avenue. "Kitty, don't come down the steep staircase, go round." But Levin had been mistaken in taking the person sitting in the carriage for the old prince. As he got nearer to the carriage, he saw beside Stepan Arkadyevitch, not the prince, but a handsome, stout young man in a Scotch cap, with long ends of ribbon behind. This was Varenka Veslovsky, a distant cousin of the Shabbatskoys, a brilliant young gentleman in Petersburg and Moscow society. "A capital fellow and a keen sportsman," as Stepan Arkadyevitch said, introducing him. Not a whit abashed by the disappointment caused by his having come in place of the old prince, Veslovsky greeted Levin gaily, claiming acquaintance with him in the past, and snatching up Grisha into the carriage, lifted him over the pointer that Stepan Arkadyevitch had brought with him. Levin did not get into the carriage, but walked behind. He was rather vexed at the non-arrival of the old prince, whom he liked more and more the more he saw of him, and also at the arrival of this Varenka Veslovsky, a quite uncongenial and superfluous person. He seemed to him still more uncongenial and superfluous when, on approaching the steps where the whole party, children and grown-up, were gathered together in much excitement, Levin saw Varenka Veslovsky, with a particularly warm and gallant air, kissing Kitty's hand. "Your wife and I are cousins, and very old friends," said Varenka Veslovsky, once more shaking Levin's hand with great warmth. "Well, are there plenty of birds?" Stepan Arkadyevitch said to Levin, hardly leaving time for everyone to utter their greetings. "We've come with the most savage intentions. Why, Maman, they've not been in Moscow since. Look, Tanya, here's something for you. Get it, please, it's in the carriage behind." He talked in all directions. "How pretty you've grown, Dolly," he said to his wife, once more kissing her hand, holding it in one of his and patting it with the other. Levin, who a minute before had been in the happiest frame of mind, now looked darkly at everyone, and everything displeased him. "Who was it he kissed yesterday with those lips?" he thought, looking at Stepan Arkadyevitch's tender demonstrations to his wife. He looked at Dolly, and he did not like her either. "She doesn't believe in his love. So what is she so pleased about? Revolting," thought Levin. He looked at the princess, who had been so dear to him a minute before, and he did not like the manner in which she welcomed this Varenka, with his ribbons, just as though she were in her own house. Even Sergei Ivanovitch, who had come out too onto the steps, seemed to him unpleasant with the show of cordiality with which he met Stepan Arkadyevitch, though Levin knew that his brother neither liked nor respected Oblonsky. And Varenka, even she seemed hateful, with her air sans nitouche, making the acquaintance of this gentleman, while all the while she was thinking of nothing but getting married. And more hateful than anyone was Kitty, for falling in with the tone of gaiety with which this gentleman regarded his visit in the country, as though it were a holiday for himself and everyone else. And above all, unpleasant was that particular smile with which she responded to his smile. Noisily talking, they all went into the house, but as soon as they were all seated, Levin turned and went out. Kitty saw something was wrong with her husband. She tried to seize a moment to speak to him alone, but he made haste to get away from her, saying he was wanted at the counting-house. It was long since his own work on the estate had seemed to him so important as at that moment. "It's all a holiday for them," he thought, "but these are no holiday matters. They won't wait, and there's no living without them." Chapter 7. Levin came back to the house only when they sent to summon him to supper. On the stairs were standing Kitty and Agafea Mihailovna, consulting about wines for supper. "But why are you making all this fuss? Have what we usually do." "No, Steva doesn't drink. Kostya, stop. What's the matter?" Kitty began, hurrying after him, but he strode ruthlessly away to the dining room without waiting for her, and at once joined in the lively general conversation which was being maintained there by Varenka Veslovsky and Stefan Arkadyevitch. "Well, what do you say? Are we going shooting tomorrow?" said Stefan Arkadyevitch. "Please do, let's go," said Veslovsky, moving to another chair, where he sat down sideways with one fat leg crossed under him. "I shall be delighted. We will go. And have you had any shooting yet this year?" said Levin to Veslovsky, looking intently at his leg, but speaking with that forced amiability that Kitty knew so well in him, and that was so out of keeping with him. "I can't answer for our finding grouse, but there are plenty of snipe. Only we ought to start early. You're not tired? Aren't you tired, Steva?" "Me? Tired? I've never been tired yet. Suppose we stay up all night. Let's go for a walk." "Yes, really, let's not go to bed at all. Capital," Veslovsky chimed in. "Oh, we all know you can do without sleep, and keep other people up too," Dolly said to her husband, with that faint note of irony in her voice, which she almost always had now with her husband. "But to my thinking, it's time for bed now. I'm going. I don't want supper." "No, do stay a little, Dolly," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, going round to her side behind the table where they were having supper. "I've so much to tell you." "Nothing really, I suppose." "Do you know, Veslovsky has been at Anna's, and he's going to them again. You know, they're hardly 15 miles from you, and I too must certainly go over there. Veslovsky, come here." Varenka crossed over to the ladies and sat down beside Kitty. "Ah, do tell me, please. You have stayed with her? How was she?" Darya Alexandrovna appealed to him. Levin was left at the other end of the table, and though never pausing in his conversation with the princess and Varenka, he saw that there was an eager and mysterious conversation going on between Stefan Arkadyevitch, Dolly, Kitty, and Veslovsky. And that was not all. He saw in his wife's face an expression of real feeling as she gazed with fixed eyes on the handsome face of Varenka, who was telling them something with great animation. "It's exceedingly nice at their place," Veslovsky was telling them about Vronsky and Anna. "I can't, of course, take it upon myself to judge, but in their home you feel the real feeling of home." "What do they intend doing?" "I believe they think of going to Moscow." "How jolly it would be for all of us to go over to them together. When are you going there?" Stefan Arkadyevitch asked Varenka. "I'm spending July there." "Will you go?" Stefan Arkadyevitch said to his wife. "I've been waiting to a long while. I shall certainly go," said Dolly. "I am sorry for her, and I know her. She's a splendid woman. I will go alone when you go back, and then I shall be in no one's way, and it will be better indeed without you." "To be sure," said Stefan Arkadyevitch. "And you, Kitty?" "I? Why should I go?" Kitty said, flushing all over, and she glanced round at her husband. "Do you know Anna Arkadyevna, then?" Veslovsky asked her. "She's a very fascinating woman." "Yes," she answered Veslovsky, crimsoning still more. She got up and walked across to her husband. "Are you going shooting, then, tomorrow?" she said. His jealousy had, in these few moments, especially at the flush that had overspread her cheeks while she was talking to Veslovsky, gone far indeed. Now, as he heard her words, he construed them in his own fashion. Strange as it was to him afterwards to recall it, it seemed to him at the moment clear that in asking whether he was going shooting, all she cared to know was whether he would give that pleasure to Varenka Veslovsky, with whom, as he fancied, she was in love. "Yes, I'm going," he answered her in an unnatural voice disagreeable to himself. "No, better spend the day here tomorrow, or Dolly won't see anything of her husband, and set off the day after," said Kitty. The motive of Kitty's words was interpreted by Levin thus: "Don't separate me from him. I don't care about your going, but do let me enjoy the society of this delightful young man." "Oh, If you wish, we'll stay here tomorrow, Levin answered, with peculiar amiability. Varenka, meanwhile, utterly unsuspecting the misery his presence had occasioned, got up from the table after Kitty, and watching her with smiling and admiring eyes, he followed her. Levin saw that look. He turned white, and for a minute he could hardly breathe. How dare he look at my wife like that? Was the feeling that boiled within him. Tomorrow, then, do please let us go, said Varenka, sitting down on a chair and again crossing his leg as his habit was. Levin's jealousy went further still. Already he saw himself a deceived husband, looked upon by his wife and her lover simply as necessary to provide them with the conveniences and pleasures of life. But in spite of that, he made polite and hospitable inquiries of Varenka about his shooting, his gun and his boots, and agreed to go shooting next day. Happily for Levin, the old princess cut short his agonies by getting up herself and advising Kitty to go to bed. But even at this point, Levin could not escape another agony. As he said good night to his hostess, Varenka would again have kissed her hand, but Kitty, reddening, drew back her hand and said with a naive bluntness, for which the old princess scolded her afterwards, "We don't like that fashion." In Levin's eyes, she was to blame for having allowed such relations to arise, and still more to blame for showing so awkwardly that she did not like them. "Why, how can one go to bed?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, who, after drinking several glasses of wine at supper, was now at his most charming and sentimental humour. "Look, Kitty," he said, pointing to the moon, which had just risen behind the lime trees. "How exquisite! Veslovsky, this is the time for a serenade. You know, he has a splendid voice. We practised songs together along the road. He has brought some lovely songs with him, 2 new ones. Varvara Andreevna and he must sing some duets." When the party had broken up, Stepan Arkadyevitch walked a long while about the avenue with Veslovsky. Their voices could be heard singing one of the new songs. Levin, hearing these voices, sat scowling in an easy chair in his wife's bedroom, and maintained an obstinate silence when she asked him what was wrong. When at last, with a timid glance, she hazarded the question, "Was there perhaps something you disliked about Veslovsky?" It all burst out, and he told her all. He was humiliated at himself for what he was saying, and that exasperated him all the more. He stood facing her with his eyes glittering menacingly under his scowling brows, and he squeezed his strong arms across his chest as though he were straining every nerve to hold himself in. The expression of his face would have been grim and even cruel if it had not at the same time had a look of suffering which touched her. His jaws were twitching and his voice kept breaking. "You must understand that I'm not jealous. That's a nasty word. I can't be jealous. And believe that. I can't say what I feel, but this is awful. I'm not jealous, but I'm wounded, humiliated that anybody dare think, that anybody dare look at you with eyes like that." "Eyes like what?" said Kitty, trying as conscientiously as possible to recall every word and gesture of that evening and every shade implied in them. At the very bottom of her heart, she did think there had been something precisely at the moment when he had crossed over after her to the other end of the table, but she dared not own it even to herself, and would have been even more unable to bring herself to say so to him, and so increase his suffering. "And what can there possibly be more attractive about me as I am now?" "Ugh!" he cried, clutching at his head. "You shouldn't say that. If you had been more attractive, then—" "Oh, no, Kostya. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, do listen," she said, looking at him with an expression of pained commiseration. "Why, what can you be thinking about? When for me, there's no one in the world. No one. No one. Would you like me never to see anyone?" For the first minute she had been offended at his jealousy. She was angry that the slightest amusement, even the most innocent, should be forbidden to her. But now she would readily have sacrificed not merely such trifles, but everything for his peace of mind, to save him from the agony he was suffering. "You must understand the horror and comedy of my position," he went on in a desperate whisper. "That he's in my house, that he's done nothing improper, positively, except his free and easy airs, and from the way he sits on his legs. He thinks it's the best possible form, and so I'm obliged to be civil to him." "But, Kostya, you're exaggerating," said Kitty, at the bottom of her heart rejoicing at the depth of his love for her, shown now in his jealousy. "The most awful part of it all is that you're just as you always are, and especially now, and to me you're something sacred, and we're so happy, so particularly happy, and all of a sudden a little wretch. He's not a little wretch, why should I abuse him? I have nothing to do with him. But why should my and your happiness—" "Do you know, I understand now what it's all from," Kitty was beginning. "Well, what? What?" "I saw how you looked while we were talking at supper." Well, Levin said in dismay. She told him what they had been talking about, and as she told him, she was breathless with emotion. Levin was silent for a space. Then he scanned her pale and distressed face, and suddenly he clutched at his head. "Katya, I've been worrying you. Darling, forgive me. It's madness. Katya, I'm a criminal. How could you be so distressed at such idiocy?" "Oh, I was sorry for you." For me, how mad I am. But why make you miserable? It's awful to think that any outsider can shatter our happiness." "It's humiliating too, of course." "Oh, then I'll keep him here all the summer, and will overwhelm him with civility," said Levin, kissing her hands. "You shall see. Tomorrow. Oh, yes, we are going tomorrow." Chapter 8. Next day, before the ladies were up, the wagonette and a trap for the shooting party were at the door, and Laska, aware since early morning that they were going shooting, after much whining and darting to and fro, had sat herself down in the wagonette beside the coachman and, disapproving of the delay, was excitedly watching the door from which the Sportsman still did not come out. The first to come out was Varenka Veslovsky, in new high boots that reached halfway up his thick thighs, in a green blouse, with a new Russian leather cartridge belt, and in his Scotch cap with ribbons, with a brand new English gun without a sling. Laska flew up to him, welcomed him, and jumped up, asking him in her own way whether the others were coming soon, but getting no answer from him, she returned to her post of observing and sank into repose again, her head on one side and one ear pricked up to listen. At last the door opened with a creak, and Stefan Arkadyevich's spot and tan pointer Crack flew out, running round and turning over in the air. Stefan Arkadyevich himself followed with a gun in his hand and a cigar in his mouth. Good dog, Crack," he cried encouragingly to the dog, who put his paws up on his chest, catching at his game bag. Stefan Arkadyevich was dressed in rough leggings and spats, in torn trousers and a short coat. On his head there was a wreck of a hat of indefinite form, but his gun of a new patent was a perfect gem, and his game bag and cartridge belt, though worn, were of the very best quality. Varenka Veslovsky had had no notion before that it was truly chic for a sportsman to be in tatters, but to have his shooting outfit of the best quality. He saw it now as he looked at Stefan Arkadyevich, radiant in his rags, graceful, well-fed and joyous, a typical Russian nobleman, and he made up his mind that next time he went shooting he would certainly adopt the same get-up. "Well, and what about our host?" he added. "A young wife," said Stefan Arkadyevich, smiling. "Yes, and such a charming one. He came down dressed. No doubt he's run up to her again." Stefan Arkadyevich guessed right. Levin had run up again to his wife, to ask her once more if she forgave him for his idiocy yesterday, and, moreover, to beg her for Christ's sake to be more careful. The great thing was for her to keep away from the children. They might any minute push against her. Then he had once more to hear her declare that she was not angry with him for going away for 2 days, and to beg her to be sure to send him a note next morning by a servant on horseback, to write him, if it were but 2 words only, to let him know that all was well with her. Kitty was distressed, as she always was, at parting for a couple of days from her husband, but when she saw his eager figure, looking big and strong in his shooting boots and his white blouse, and a sort of sportsman elation and excitement incomprehensible to her, she forgot her own chagrin for the sake of his pleasure, and said goodbye to him cheerfully. "Pardon, gentlemen," he said, running out onto the steps. "Have you put the lunch in? Why is the chestnut on the right? Well, it doesn't matter. Laska, down. Go and lie down." "Put it with the herd of oxen," he said to the herdsman, who was waiting for him at the steps with some question. "Excuse me, here comes another villain." Levin jumped out of the wagonette, in which he had already taken his seat, to meet the carpenter, who came towards the steps with a rule in his hand. "You didn't come to the counting-house yesterday, and now you're detaining me. Well, what is it?" "Would your honour let me make another turn-in? It's only 3 steps to add, and we make it just fit at the same time. It'll be much more convenient." "You should have listened to me," Levin answered with annoyance. "I said, put the lines and then fit the steps, and now there's no setting it right. Do as I told you, and make a new staircase." The point was that in the lodge that was being built, the carpenter had spoiled the staircase, fitting it together without calculating the space it was to fill, so that the steps were all sloping when it was put in place. Now the carpenter wanted, keeping the same staircase, to add 3 steps. "It will be much better." "But where's your staircase coming out with its 3 steps?" "Why, upon my word, sir," the carpenter said with a contemptuous smile, "it comes right out at the very spot. It starts, so to speak," he said with a persuasive gesture. "It comes down and comes down and comes out." "But 3 steps will add to the length too. Where is it to come out?" "Why, to be sure, it'll start from the bottom and go up and come out so," the carpenter said obstinately and convincingly. "It'll reach the ceiling and the wall." "Upon my word, why, it'll go up and come out like this." Levin took out a ramrod and began sketching him the staircase in the dust. "There, do you see?" "As your honour likes," said the carpenter with a sudden gleam in his eyes, obviously understanding the thing at last. "It seems it'll be best to make a new one." "Well then, do it as you're told," Levin shouted, seating himself in the wagonette. "Down! Hold the dogs, Philip." Levin felt now at leaving behind all his family and household cares such an eager sense of joy in life and expectation that he was not disposed to talk. Besides that, he had that feeling of concentrated excitement that every sportsman experiences as he approaches the scene of action. If he had anything on his mind at that moment, it was only the doubt whether they would start anything in the Kolpensky marsh, whether Laska would show to advantage in comparison with Crack, and whether he would shoot well that day himself. Not to disgrace himself before a new spectator, not to be outdone by Oblonsky. That too was a thought that crossed his brain. Oblonsky was feeling the same, and he too was not talkative. Varenka Veslovsky kept up alone a ceaseless flow of cheerful chatter. As he listened to him now, Levin felt ashamed to think how unfair he had been to him the day before. Varenka was really a nice fellow, simple, good-hearted, and very good-humoured. If Levin had met him before he was married, he would have made friends with him. Levin rather disliked his holiday attitude to life and a sort of free and easy assumption of elegance. It was as though he assumed a high degree of importance in himself that could not be disputed, because he had long nails and a stylish cap, and everything else to correspond, but this could be forgiven for the sake of his good nature and good breeding. Levin liked him for his good education, for speaking French and English with such an excellent accent, and for being a man of his world. Varenka was extremely delighted with the left horse, a horse of the Don steppes. He kept praising him enthusiastically. "How fine it must be galloping over the steppes on a steppe horse, isn't it?" he said. He had imagined riding on a steppe horse as something wild and romantic, and it turned out nothing of the sort. But his simplicity, particularly in conjunction with his good looks, his amiable smile, and the grace of his movements, was very attractive. Either because his nature was sympathetic to Levin, or because Levin was trying to atone for his sins of the previous evening by seeing nothing but what was good in him. Anyway, he liked his society. After they had driven over 2 miles from home, Veslovsky all at once felt for a cigar and his pocketbook, and did not know whether he had lost them or left them on the table. In the pocketbook there were £37, and so the matter could not be left in uncertainty. "Do you know what, Levin? I'll gallop home on that left trace-horse. That'll be splendid, eh?" he said, preparing to get out. "No, why should you?" answered Levin, calculating that Varenka could hardly weigh less than 17 stone. "I'll send the coachman." The coachman rode back on the trace-horse, and Levin himself drove the remaining pair. Chapter 9. "Well, now, what's our plan of campaign? Tell us all about it," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Our plan is this. Now we're driving to Gvozdyov. In Gvozdyov, there's a grouse marsh on this side, and beyond Gvozdyov come some magnificent snipe marshes, where there are grouse too. It's hot now, and we'll get there, it's 15 miles or so, towards evening, and have some evening shooting. We'll spend the night there, and go on tomorrow to the bigger moors." "And is there nothing on the way?" "Yes, but we'll reserve ourselves. Besides, it's hot. There are 2 nice little places, but I doubt there being anything to shoot." Levin would himself have liked to go into these little places, but they were near home. He could shoot them over any time, and they were only little places. There would hardly be room for 3 to shoot. And so, with some insincerity, he said that he doubted there would be anything to shoot. When they reached a little marsh, Levin would have driven by, but Stepan Arkadyevitch, with the experienced eye of a sportsman, at once detected reeds visible from the road. "Should we try that?" he said, pointing to the little marsh. "Levin, do, please, how delightful!" Varenka Veslovsky began begging, and Levin could but consent. Before they had time to stop, the dogs had flown one before the other into the marsh. "Crack! Laska!" The dogs came back. "There won't be room for 3. I'll stay here," said Levin, hoping they would find nothing but peewits, who had been startled by the dogs and turning over in their flight were plaintively wailing over the marsh. "No, come along, Levin, let's go together," Veslovsky called. "Really, there's not room. Laska, back. Laska, you won't want another dog, will you?" Levin remained with the wagonette and looked enviously at the sportsman. They walked right across the marsh. Except little birds and peewits, of which Varenka killed one, there was nothing in the marsh. "Come, you see now that it was not that I grudged the marsh," said Levin, "only it's wasting time." "Oh, no, it was jolly all the time. Did you see us?" said Varenka Veslovsky, clambering awkwardly into the wagonette with his gun and his peewit in his hands. "How splendidly I shot this bird, didn't I? Well, shall we soon be getting to the real place?" The horses started off suddenly. Levin knocked his head against the stock of someone's gun, and there was the report of a shot. The gun did actually go off first, but that was how it seemed to Levin. It appeared that Varenka Veslovsky had pulled only one trigger, and had left the other hammer still cocked. The charge flew into the ground without doing harm to anyone. Stepan Arkadyevitch shook his head and laughed reprovingly at Veslovsky. But Levin had not the heart to reprove him. In the first place, any reproach would have seemed to be called forth by the danger he had incurred and the bump that had come up on Levin's forehead. And besides, Veslovsky was at first so naively distressed, and then laughed so good-humouredly and infectiously at their general dismay, that one could not but laugh with him. When they reached the second marsh, which was fairly large, and would inevitably take some time to shoot over, Levin tried to persuade them to pass it by. But Veslovsky again over-persuaded him. Again, as the marsh was narrow, Levin, like a good host, remained with the carriage. Crack made straight for some clumps of sedge. Varenka Veslovsky was the first to run after the dog. Before Stepan Arkadyevitch had time to come up, a grouse flew out. Veslovsky missed it, and it flew into an unmown meadow. This grouse was left for Veslovsky to follow up. Crack found it again and pointed, and Veslovsky shot it and went back to the carriage. "Now, you go, and I'll stay with the horses," he said. Levin had begun to feel the pangs of a sportsman's envy. He handed the reins to Veslovsky and walked into the marsh. Laska, who had been plaintively whining and fretting against the injustice of her treatment, flew straight ahead to a hopeful place that Levin knew well and that Krak had not yet come upon. "Why don't you stop her?" shouted Stefan Arkadyevitch. "She won't scare them," answered Levin, sympathizing with his bitch's pleasure and hurrying after her. As she came nearer and nearer to the familiar breeding places, there was more and more alertness in Laska's exploration. A little marsh bird did not divert her attention for more than an instant. She made one circuit round the clump of reeds and was beginning a second, and suddenly quivered all over with excitement and became motionless. "Come, come, Stiva!" shouted Levin, feeling his heart beginning to beat more violently, and all of a sudden, as though some sort of shutter had been drawn back from his straining ears, all sounds, confused but loud, began to beat on his hearing, losing all sense of distance. He heard the steps of Stefan Arkadyevitch, mistaking them for the tramp of the horses in the distance. He heard the brittle sound of the twigs on which he had trodden, taking this sound for the flying of a grouse. He heard, too, not far behind him, a splashing in the water, which he could not explain to himself. Picking his steps, he moved up to the dog. "Fetch it." Not a grouse, but a snipe flew up from beside the dog. Levin had lifted his gun, but at the very instant when he was taking aim, the sound of splashing grew louder, came closer, and was joined with the sound of Veslovsky's voice, shouting something with strange loudness. Levin saw he had his gun pointed behind the snipe, but still he fired. When he had made sure he had missed, Levin looked round and saw the horses and the wagonette not on the road, but in the marsh. Veslovsky, eager to join the shooting, had driven into the marsh and got the horses stuck in the mud. "Damn the fellow," Levin said to himself, as he went back to the carriage that had sunk in the mire. "What did you drive in for?" he said to him dryly, and calling the coachman, he began pulling the horses out. Levin was vexed, both at being hindered from shooting and at his horses getting stuck in the mud, and still more at the fact that neither Stefan Arkadyevitch nor Veslovsky helped him and the coachman to unharness the horses and get them out, since neither of them had the slightest notion of harnessing. Without vouchsafing a syllable in reply to Varenka's protestations that it had been quite dry there, Levin worked in silence with the coachman at extricating the horses. But then, as he got warm at the work, and saw how assiduously Veslovsky was tugging at the wagonette by one of the mudguards, so that he broke it indeed, Levin blamed himself for having, under the influence of yesterday's feelings, been too cold to Veslovsky, and tried to be particularly genial, so as to smooth over his chilliness. When everything had been put right, and the carriage had been brought back to the road, Levin had the lunch served. "Bon appétit! Bonne conscience, ce poulet va tomber jusqu'au fond de mes bottes." Varenka, who had recovered his spirits, quoted the French saying as he finished his second chicken. "Well, now our troubles are over, now everything's going so well. Only to atone for my sins, I'm bound to sit on the box. That's so, eh? No, I'll be your automaton. You shall see how I'll get you along," he answered, not letting go the rein, when Levin begged him to let the coachman drive. "No, I must atone for my sins, and I'm very comfortable on the box." And he drove. Levin was a little afraid he would exhaust the horses, especially the chestnut, whom he did not know how to hold in, but unconsciously he fell under the influence of his gaiety and listened to the songs he sang all the way on the box, or the descriptions and representations he gave of driving in the English fashion, four in hand, and it was in the very best of spirits that after lunch they drove to the Gvozdyov marsh. Chapter 10. Varenka drove the horses so smartly that they reached the marsh too early, while it was still hot. As they drew near this more important marsh, the chief aim of their expedition, Levin could not help considering how he could get rid of Varenka and be free in his movements. Stefan Arkadyevitch evidently had the same desire, and on his face Levin saw the look of anxiety always present in a true sportsman when beginning shooting, together with a certain good-humoured slyness peculiar to him. "How shall we go? It's a splendid marsh, I see, and there are hawks," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, pointing to 2 great birds hovering over the reeds. "Where there are hawks, there is sure to be game." "Now, gentlemen," said Levin, pulling up his boots and examining the lock of his gun with a rather gloomy expression. "Do you see those reeds?" He pointed to an oasis of blackish green in the huge half-mown wet meadow that stretched along the right bank of the river. "The marsh begins there, straight in front of us. Do you see where it is greener? From here it runs to the right, where the horses are. There are breeding places there, and grouse, and all round those reeds as far as that alder, and right up to the mill. Over there, do you see where the pools are? That's the best place. There I once shot 17 snipe. We'll separate with the dogs and go in different directions, and then meet over there at the mill." "Well, which shall go to the left and which to the right?" asked Stefan Arkadyevitch. "It's wider to the right. You 2 go that way, and I'll take the left," he said with apparent carelessness. "Capital! We'll make the bigger bag. Yes, come along, Varenka exclaimed. Levin could do nothing but agree, and they divided. As soon as they entered the marsh, the 2 dogs began hunting about together and made towards the green, slime-covered pool. Levin knew Laska's method, wary and indefinite. He knew the place too, and expected a whole covey of snipe. "Veslovsky, beside me, walk beside me," he said in a faint voice to his companions splashing in the water behind him. Levin could not help feel an interest in the direction his gun was pointed after that casual shot near the Kolpensky marsh. "Oh, I won't be in your way. Don't trouble about me." But Levin could not help troubling, and recalled Kitty's words at parting. "Mind you don't shoot one another." The dogs came nearer and nearer, past each other, each pursuing its own scent. The expectation of snipe was so intense that to Levin the squelching sound of his own heel, as he drew it up out of the mire, seemed to be the call of a snipe, and he clutched and pressed the lock of his gun. Bang! Bang! Sounded almost in his ear. Varenka had fired at a flock of ducks which was hovering over the marsh and flying at that moment towards the Sportsman, far out of range. Before Levin had time to look round, there was the whir of one snipe, another, a third, and some 8 more rose one after another. Stefan Arkadyevitch hit one at the very moment when it was beginning its zigzag movements, and the snipe fell in a heap into the mud. Oblonsky aimed deliberately at another, still flying low in the reeds, and together with the report of the shot, that snipe too fell, and it could be seen fluttering out where the sedge had been cut, its unhurt wings showing white beneath. Levin was not so lucky. He aimed at his first bird too low, and missed. He aimed at it again, just as it was rising, but at that instant another snipe flew at his very feet, distracting him so that he missed again. While they were loading their guns, another snipe rose, and Veslovsky, who had had time to load again, sent 2 charges of small shot into the water. Stefan Arkadyevitch picked up his snipe, and with sparkling eyes looked at Levin. "Well now, let us separate," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, and limping on his left foot, holding his gun in readiness and whistling to his dog, he walked off in one direction. Levin and Veslovsky walked in the other. It always happened with Levin that when his first 2 shots were a failure, he got hot and out of temper and shot badly the whole day. So it was that day. The snipe showed themselves in numbers. They kept flying up from just under the dogs, from under the Sportsman's legs, and Levin might have retrieved his ill luck. But the more he shot, the more he felt disgraced in the eyes of Veslovsky, who kept popping away merrily and indiscriminately, killing nothing, and not in the slightest abashed by his ill success. Levin, in a feverish haste, could not restrain himself, got more and more out of temper, and ended by shooting almost without a hope of hitting. Laska, indeed, seemed to understand this. She began looking more languidly and gazed back at the Sportsman, as it were with perplexity or reproach in her eyes. Shots followed shots in rapid succession. The smoke of the powder hung about the Sportsman, while in the great roomy net of the game bag there were only 3 light little snipe, and of these, one had been killed by Veslovsky alone, and one by both of them together. Meanwhile, from the other side of the marsh came the sound of Stefan Arkadyevich's shots, not frequent, but, as Levin fancied, well directed, for almost after each they heard crack, crack, a porte! This excited Levin still more. The snipe were floating continually in the air over the reeds, their whirring wings close to the earth, and their harsh cries high in the air, could be heard on all sides. The snipe that had risen first and flown up into the air settled again before the Sportsman. Instead of 2 hawks, there were now dozens of them hovering with shrill cries over the marsh. After walking through the larger half of the marsh, Levin and Veslovsky reached the place where the peasants' mowing grass was divided into long strips reaching to the reeds, marked off in one place by the trampled grass, in another by a path mown through it. Half of these strips had already been mown. Though there was not so much hope of finding birds in the uncut part as the cut part, Levin had promised Stefan Arkadyevitch to meet him, so he walked on with his companion through the cut and uncut patches. "Hi, Sportsman!" shouted one of a group of peasants, sitting on an unharnessed cart. "Come and have some lunch with us. Have a drop of wine." Levin looked round. "Come along, it's all right," shouted a good-humoured-looking bearded peasant with a red face, showing his white teeth in a grin, and holding up a greenish bottle that flashed in the sunlight. "Qu'est-ce qu'ils disent?" asked Veslovsky. "They invite you to have some vodka. Most likely they've been dividing the meadow into lots. I should have some," said Levin, not without some guile, hoping Veslovsky would be tempted by the vodka and would go away to them. "Why do they offer it?" "Oh, they're merrymaking. Really, you should join them. You'd be interested." "Alors, c'est curieux." You go, you'll find the way to the mill," cried Levin, and looking round he perceived with satisfaction that Veslovsky, bent and stumbling with weariness, holding his gun out at arm's length, was making his way out of the marsh towards the peasants. "You come too," the peasant shouted to Levin. "Never fear, you taste our cake." Levin felt a strong inclination to drink a little vodka and to eat some bread. He was exhausted, and felt it a great effort to drag his staggering legs out of the mire, and for a minute he hesitated. But Laska was setting, and immediately all his weariness vanished, and he walked lightly through the swamp towards the dog. A snipe flew up at his feet. He fired and killed it. Laska still pointed. "Fetch it." Another bird flew up close to the dog. Levin fired, but it was an unlucky day for him. He missed it, and when he went to look for the one he had shot, he could not find that either. He wandered all about the reeds, but Laska did not believe he had shot it, and when he sent her to find it, she pretended to hunt for it, but not really. And in the absence of Varenka, on whom Levin threw the blame of his failure, things went no better. There were plenty of snipe still, but Levin made one miss after another. The slanting rays of the sun were still hot. His clothes, soaked through with perspiration, stuck to his body. His left boot, full of water, weighed heavily on his leg and squeaked at every step. The sweat ran in drops down his powder-grimed face. His mouth was full of the bitter taste, his nose of the smell of powder and stagnant water. His ears were ringing with the incessant whir of the snipe. He could not touch the stock of his gun, it was so hot. His heart beat with short, rapid throbs. His hands shook with excitement, and his weary legs stumbled and staggered over the hillocks and in the swamp. But still he walked on, and still he shot. At last, after a disgraceful miss, he flung his gun and his hat on the ground. "No, I must control myself," he said to himself. Picking up his gun and his hat, he called Laska and went out of the swamp. When he got on to dry ground, he sat down, pulled off his boot and emptied it, then walked to the marsh, drank some stagnant-tasting water, moistened his burning hot gun, and washed his face and hands. Feeling refreshed, he went back to the spot where a snipe had settled, firmly resolved to keep cool. He tried to be calm, but it was the same again. His finger pressed the cock before he had taken good aim at the bird. It got worse and worse. He had only 5 birds in his game bag when he walked out of the marsh towards the alders where he was to join Stefan Arkadyevitch. Before he caught sight of Stefan Arkadyevitch, he saw his dog. Crack darted out from behind the twisted root of an alder, black all over with the stinking mire of the marsh, and with the air of a conqueror sniffed at Laska. Behind Crack, there came into view in the shade of the alder tree the shapely figure of Stefan Arkadyevitch. He came to meet him, red and perspiring, with unbuttoned neckband, still limping in the same way. "Well, you have been popping away?" he said, smiling good-humouredly. "How have you got on?" queried Levin, but there was no need to ask, for he had already seen the full game bag. "Oh, pretty fair." He had 14 birds. "A splendid marsh. I've no doubt Veslovsky got in your way. It's awkward, too, shooting with one dog," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, to soften his triumph. Chapter 11. When Levin and Stefan Arkadyevitch reached the peasant's hut where Levin always used to stay, Veslovsky was already there. He was sitting in the middle of the hut, clinging with both hands to the bench from which he was being pulled by a soldier, the brother of the peasant's wife, who was helping him off with his miry boots. Veslovsky was laughing his infectious, good-humoured laugh. "I've only just come. Ils ont été charmants. Just fancy, they gave me drink, fed me. Such bread, it was exquisite, délicieux. And the vodka, I have never tasted any better. And they would not take a penny for anything. And they kept saying, 'Excuse our homely ways.'" "Why should they take anything for? They were entertaining you, to be sure. Do you suppose they keep vodka for sale?" said the soldier, succeeding at last in pulling the soaked boot off the blackened stocking. In spite of the dirtiness of the hut, which was all muddied by their boots and the filthy dogs licking themselves clean, and the smell of marsh mud and powder that filled the room, and the absence of knives and forks, the party drank their tea and ate their supper with a relish only known to sportsmen. Washed and clean, they went into a hay barn swept ready for them, where the coachman had been making up beds for the gentlemen. Though it was dusk, not one of them wanted to go to sleep. After wavering among reminiscences and anecdotes of guns, of dogs, and of former shooting parties, the conversation rested on a topic that interested all of them. After Varenka had several times over expressed his appreciation of this delightful sleeping place among the fragrant hay, this delightful broken cart, he supposed it to be broken because the shafts had been taken out, of the good nature of the peasants that had treated him to vodka, of the dogs who lay at the feet of their respective masters, Oblonsky began telling them of a delightful shooting party at Malthus's, where he had stayed the previous summer. Malthus was a well-known capitalist who had made his money by speculation in railway shares. Stefan Arkadyevitch described what grouse moors this Malthus had bought in the Tver province, and how they were preserved, and of the carriages and dog-carts in which the shooting party had been driven, and the luncheon pavilion that had been rigged up at the marsh. "I don't understand you," said Levin, sitting up in the hay. "How is it such people don't disgust you? I can understand a lunch with Lafitte is all very pleasant, but don't you dislike just that very sumptuousness? All these people, just like our spirit monopolists in the old days, get their money in a way that gains them the contempt of everyone. They don't care for their contempt, and then they use their dishonest gains to buy off the contempt they have deserved." "Perfectly true," chimed in Varenka Veslovsky. "Perfectly. Oblonsky, of course, goes out of bonhomie, but other people say, well, Oblonsky stays with them." "Not a bit of it." Levin could hear that Oblonsky was smiling as he spoke. "I simply don't consider him more dishonest than any other wealthy merchant or nobleman. They've all made their money alike, by their work and their intelligence." "Oh, by what work? Do you call it work to get hold of concessions and speculate with them?" "Of course it's work. Work in this sense, that if it were not for him and others like him, there would have been no railways." "But that's not work, like the work of a peasant or a learned profession." "Granted, but it's work in the sense that his activity produces a result, the railways. But of course you think the railways useless." "No, that's another question. I'm prepared to admit that they're useful. But all profit that is out of proportion to the labour expended is dishonest. But who is to define what is proportionate? Making profit by dishonest means, by trickery, said Levin, conscious that he should not draw a distinct line between honesty and dishonesty. Such as banking, for instance, he went on, is an evil, the amassing of huge fortunes without labour. Just the same thing as with the spirit of monopolies. It's only the form that's changed. Le roi, c'est mort, vive le roi. No sooner were the spirit monopolies abolished than the railways came up, and banking companies. That, too, is profit without work. Yes, that may all well be very true and clever. Lie down, Crack. Stefan Arkadyevitch called to his dog, who was scratching and turning over all the hay. He was obviously convinced of the correctness of his position, and so talked serenely and without haste. But you have not drawn the line between honest and dishonest work. That I deceive a bigger salary than my chief clerk, though he knows more about the work than I do. That's dishonest, I suppose? I can't say. Well, but I can tell you. You're receiving some 5,000, let's say, for your work on the land, while your host, the peasant here, however hard he works, can never get more than 50 roubles, is just as honest as my earning more than my chief clerk, and Malthus getting more than a station master. No, quite the contrary. I see that society takes up a sort of antagonistic attitude to these people, which is utterly baseless, and I fancy there's envy at the bottom of it. No, that's unfair, said Veslovsky. How could envy come in? There is something not nice about that sort of business. You say, Levin went on, that it's unjust for me to receive 5,000, while the peasant has 50. That's true. It is unfair, and I feel it, but it really is. Why is it we spend our time riding, drinking, shooting, doing nothing, while they are forever at work? Said Varenka Veslovsky, obviously for the first time in his life reflecting on the question, and consequently considering it with perfect sincerity. Yes, you feel it, but you don't give him your property, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, intentionally, as it seemed, provoking Levin. There had been arising of late something like a secret antagonism between the two brothers-in-law, as though, since they had married sisters, a kind of rivalry had sprung up between them as to which was ordering his life best, and now this hostility showed itself in the conversation. It began to take on a personal note. I don't give it away, because no one demands that from me, and if I wanted to, I could not give it away, answered Levin, and have no one to give it to. Give it to this peasant. He would not refuse it. Yes, but how am I to give it up? Am I to go to him and make a deed of conveyance? I don't know. But if you are convinced that you have no right... I am not at all convinced. On the contrary, I feel I have no right to give it up, that I have duties both to the land and to my family. No, excuse me, but if you consider this inequality is unjust, why is it you don't act accordingly? Well, I do act negatively on that idea, so far as not trying to increase the difference of position existing between him and me. No, excuse me, that's a paradox. Yes, there's something of a sophistry about that, Veslovsky agreed. Ah, our host. So you're not asleep yet? He said to the peasant who came into the barn, opening the creaking door. How is it you're not asleep? No, owls went to sleep. I thought our gentlemen would be asleep, but I heard them chattering. I want to get a hook from here. She won't bite, he added, stepping cautiously with his bare feet. And where are you going to sleep? We are going out for the night with the beasts. Ah, what a night, said Veslovsky, looking out at the edge of the hut and the unharnessed wagonette that could be seen in the faint light of the evening glow in the great frame of the open doors. But listen, there are women's voices singing. And on my word, not badly too. Who's that singing, my friend? That's the maids from the hard by here. Let's go, let's have a walk. We shan't go to sleep, you know. Oblonsky, come along. If only one could do both, lie here and go, answered Oblonsky, stretching. It's capital lying here. Well, I shall go by myself, said Veslovsky, getting up eagerly and putting on his shoes and stockings. Goodbye, gentlemen. If it's fun, I'll fetch you. You've treated me to some good sport, and I won't forget you. He really is a capital fellow, isn't he? Said Stefan Arkadyevitch, when Veslovsky had gone out and the peasant had closed the door after him. Yes, capital, answered Levin, still thinking of the subject of their conversation just before. It seemed to him that he had clearly expressed his thoughts and feelings to the best of his capacity, and yet both of them, straightforward men and not fools, had said with one voice that he was comforting himself with sophistries. This disconcerted him. It's just this, my dear boy. One must do one of two things. Either admit that the existing order of society is just, and then stick up for one's rights in it, or acknowledge that you are enjoying unjust privileges, as I do, and then enjoy them and be satisfied. No, if it were unjust, you could not enjoy these advantages and be satisfied. At least I could not. The great thing for me is to feel that I'm not to blame. What do you say? Why not go after all? Said Stefan Arkadyevitch, evidently weary of the strain of thought. We shan't go to sleep, you know. Come, let's go. Levin did not answer. What they had said in the conversation, that he acted justly only in a negative sense, absorbed his thoughts. Can it be that it's only possible to be just negatively? He was asking himself. How strong the smell of fresh hay is, though, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, getting up. There's not a chance of sleeping. Varenka has been getting up some fun there. Do you hear the laughing in his voice? Hadn't we better go? Come along. No, I'm not going, answered Levin. Surely that's not a matter of principle too, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, smiling, as he felt about in the dark for his cap. It's not a matter of principle, but why should I go? But do you know you are preparing trouble for yourself? Said Stefan Arkadyevitch, finding his cap and getting up. How so? Do you suppose I don't see the line you've taken up with your wife? I heard how it's the question of the greatest consequence, whether or not you're to be away for a couple of days shooting. That's all very well, as an idyllic episode, but for your whole life that won't answer. A man must be independent. He has his masculine interests. A man has to be manly, said Oblonsky, opening the door. In what way? To go running after servant girls? Said Levin. Why not, if it amuses him? Ça ne tire pas à conséquence. It won't do my wife any harm, and it'll amuse me. The great thing is to respect the sanctity of the house. There should be nothing in the home, but don't tie your own hands. Perhaps so, said Levin dryly, and he turned on his side. Tomorrow, early, I want to go shooting, and I won't wake anyone, and shall set off at daybreak. Monsieur, venez vite! They heard the voice of Veslovsky coming back. Charmant! I've made such a discovery. Charmant! A perfect Gretchen, and I've already made friends with her. Really exceedingly pretty, he declared in a tone of approval, as though she had been made pretty entirely on his account, and he was expressing his satisfaction with the entertainment that had been provided for him. Levin pretended to be asleep, while Oblonsky, putting on his slippers and lighting a cigar, walked out of the barn, and soon their voices were lost. For a long while Levin could not get to sleep. He heard the horses munching hay, then he heard the peasant and his elder boy getting ready for the night, and going off for the night watch with the beasts. Then he heard the soldier arranging his bed on the other side of the barn with his nephew, the younger son of their peasant host. He heard the boy in his shrill little voice telling his uncle what he thought about the dogs, who seemed to him huge and terrible creatures, and asking what the dogs were going to hunt next day, and the soldier, in a husky, sleepy voice, telling him the sportsmen were going in the morning to the marsh, and would shoot with their guns, and then, to check the boy's questions, he said, Go to sleep, Vaska. Go to sleep or you'll catch it. And soon he began snoring himself, and everything was still. He could only hear the snort of the horses and the guttural cry of a snipe. Is it really only negative? He repeated to himself. Well, what of it? It's not my fault. And he began thinking about the next day. Tomorrow I'll go out early, and I'll make a point of keeping cool. There are lots of snipe, and there are grouse too. When I come back, there'll be the note from Kitty. Yes, Stephen may be right. I'm not manly with her. I'm tied to her apron strings. Well, it can't be helped. Negative again. Half asleep, He heard the laughter and mirthful talk of Veslovsky and Stefan Arkadyevitch. For an instant he opened his eyes. The moon was up, and in the open doorway, brightly lighted up by the moonlight, they were standing talking. Stefan Arkadyevitch was saying something of the freshness of one girl, comparing her to a freshly peeled nut, and Veslovsky, with his infectious laugh, was repeating some words, probably said to him by a peasant. "Ah, you do your best to get round her." Levin, half asleep, said, "Gentlemen, tomorrow before daylight," and fell asleep. Chapter 12. Waking up at earliest dawn, Levin tried to wake his companions. Varenka, lying on his stomach, with one leg in a stocking thrust out, was sleeping so soundly that he could elicit no response. Oblonsky, half asleep, declined to get up so early. Even Laska, who was asleep, curled up in the hay, got up unwillingly, and lazily stretched out and straightened her hind legs one after the other. Getting on his boots and stockings, taking his gun, and carefully opening the creaking door of the barn, Levin went out into the road. The coachmen were sleeping in their carriages, the horses were dozing. Only one was lazily eating oats, dipping its nose into the manger. It was still grey out of doors. "Why are you up so early, my dear?" the old woman, their hostess, said, coming out of the hut and addressing him affectionately as an old friend. "Going shooting, Granny. Do I go this way to the marsh?" "Straight out at the back, by our threshing floor, my dear, and hemp patches. There's a little footpath." Stepping carefully with her sunburnt, bare feet, the old woman conducted Levin and moved back the fence for him by the threshing floor. "Straight on, and you'll come to the marsh. Our lads drove cattle there yesterday evening." Laska ran eagerly forward along the little path. Levin followed her with a light, rapid step, continually looking at the sky. He hoped the sun would not be up before he reached the marsh, but the sun did not delay. The moon, which had been bright when he went out, by now shone only like a crescent of quicksilver. The pink flush of dawn, which one could not help seeing before, now had to be sought to be discerned at all. What were before undefined, vague blurs in the distant countryside could now be distinctly seen. They were sheaves of rye. The dew, not visible till the sun was up, wetted Levin's legs and his blouse above his belt in the high-growing, fragrant hemp patch, from which the pollen had already fallen out. In the transparent stillness of morning, the smallest sounds were audible. A bee flew by Levin's ear with the whizzing sound of a bullet. He looked carefully and saw a second and a third. They were all flying from the beehives behind the hedge, and they disappeared over the hemp patch in the direction of the marsh. The path led straight to the marsh. The marsh could be recognized by the mist which rose from it, thicker in one place and thinner in another, so that the reeds and willow bushes swayed like islands in this mist. At the edge of the marsh and the road, peasant boys and men who had been herding for the night were lying, and in the dawn all were asleep under their coats. Not far from them were 3 hobbled horses. One of them clanked a chain. Laska walked beside her master, pressing a little forward and looking round. Passing the sleeping peasants and reaching the first reeds, Levin examined his pistols and let his dog off. One of the horses, a sleek, dark-brown 3-year-old, seeing the dog, started away, swished its tail and snorted. The other horses, too, were frightened, and splashing through the water with their hobbled legs, and drawing their hooves out of the thick mud with a squelching sound, they bounded out of the marsh. Laska stopped, looking ironically at the horses and inquiringly at Levin. Levin patted Laska and whistled as a sign that she might begin. Laska ran joyfully and anxiously through the slush that swayed under her. Running into the marsh along the familiar scents of roots, marsh plants and slime, and the extraneous smell of horse dung, Laska detected at once a smell that pervaded the whole marsh, the scent of that strong-smelling bird that always excited her more than any other. Here and there among the moss and marsh plants this scent was very strong, but it was impossible to determine in which direction it grew stronger or fainter. To find the direction, she had to go farther away from the wind. Not feeling the motion of her legs, Laska bounded with a stiff gallop, so that at each bound she could stop short, to the right, away from the wind that blew from the east before sunrise, and turned facing the wind. Sniffing in the air with dilated nostrils, she felt at once that not their tracks only, but they themselves were here before her, and not one, but many. Laska slackened her speed. They were here, but where precisely she could not yet determine. To find the very spot, she began to make a circle, when suddenly her master's voice drew her off. "Laska, here?" he asked, pointing her to a different direction. She stopped, asking him if she had better not go on doing as she had begun, but he repeated his command in an angry voice, pointing to a spot covered with water where there could not be anything. She obeyed him, pretending she was looking so as to please him, went round it, and went back to her former position, and was at once aware of the scent again. Now, when he was not hindering her, she knew what to do, and without looking at what was under her feet, and to her vexation stumbling over a high stump into the water, but righting herself with her strong, supple legs, she began making the circle which was to make all clear to her. The scent of them reached her, stronger and more defined, and all at once it became perfectly clear to her that one of them was here, behind this tuft of reeds, 5 paces in front of her. She stopped, and her whole body was still and rigid. On her short legs she could see nothing in front of her, but by the scent she knew it was sitting not more than 5 paces off. She stood still, feeling more and more conscious of it, and enjoying it in anticipation. Her tail was stretched straight and tense, and only wagging at the extreme end. Her mouth was slightly open, her ears raised. One ear had been turned wrong side out as she ran up, and she breathed heavily but warily, and still more warily looked round, but more with her eyes than her head, to her master. He was coming along with the face she knew so well, though the eyes were always terrible to her. He stumbled over the stump as he came, and moved, as she thought, extraordinarily slowly. She thought he came slowly, but he was running. Noticing Laska's special attitude as she crouched on the ground, as it were, stretching big prints with her hind paws, and with her mouth slightly open, Levin knew she was pointing at grouse, and with an inward prayer for luck, especially with the first bird, he ran up to her. Coming quite close up to her, he could from his height look beyond her, and he saw with his eyes what she was seeing with her nose. In a space between 2 little thickets, at a couple of yards' distance, he could see a grouse. Turning its head, it was listening. Then, lightly preening and folding its wings, it disappeared round a corner with a clumsy wag of its tail. "Fetch it! Fetch it!" shouted Levin, giving Laska a shove from behind. "But I can't go," thought Levin. "Where am I to go? From here I feel them, but if I move forward I shall know nothing of where they are or who they are." But then he shoved her with his knee, and in an excited whisper said, "Fetch it, Laska." "Well, if that's what he wishes, I'll do it, but I can't answer for myself now," she thought, and darted forward as fast as her legs would carry her between the thick bushes. She scented nothing now. She could only see and hear, without understanding anything. 10 paces from her former place, a grouse rose with a guttural cry and the peculiar round sound of its wings, and immediately after the shot it splashed heavily with its white breast on the wet mire. Another bird did not linger, but rose behind Levin without the dog. When Levin turned towards it, it was already some way off, but his shot caught it. Flying 20 paces further, the second grouse rose upwards, and whirling round like a ball, dropped heavily on a dry place. "Come, this is going to be some good," thought Levin, packing the warm and fat grouse into his game bag. "Eh, Laska, will it be good?" When Levin, after loading his gun, moved on, the sun had fully risen, though unseen behind the storm clouds. The moon had lost all of its lustre, and was like a white cloud in the sky. Not a single star could be seen. The sedge, silvery with dew before, now shone like gold, The stagnant pools were all like amber. The blue of the grass had changed to yellow-green. The marsh birds twittered and swarmed about the brook and upon the bushes that glittered with dew and cast long shadows. A hawk woke up and settled on a haycock, turning its head from side to side and looking discontentedly at the marsh. Crows were flying about the field, and a bare-legged boy was driving the horses to an old man who had got up from under his long coat and was combing his hair. The smoke from the gun was white as milk over the green of the grass. One of the boys ran up to Levin. "Uncle, there were ducks here yesterday," he shouted to him, and he walked a little way off behind him. And Levin was doubly pleased in sight of the boy, who expressed his approval at killing 3 snipe, one after another, straight off. Chapter 13. The sportsman saying that if the first beast or the first bird is not missed, the day will be lucky, turned out correct. At 10 o'clock, Levin, weary, hungry and happy after a tramp of 20 miles, returned to his night's lodging with 19 head of fine game and 1 duck, which he tied to his belt, as it would not go into the game bag. His companions had long been awake and had had time to get hungry and have breakfast. Wait a bit, I know there are 19, said Levin, counting a second time over the grouse and snipe that looked so much less important now, bent and dry and blood-stained, with heads crooked aside, than when they were flying. The number was verified, and Stepan Arkadyevitch's envy pleased Levin. He was pleased, too, on returning, to find the man sent by Kitty with a note was already there. "I am perfectly well and happy. If you are uneasy about me, you can feel easier than ever. I've a new bodyguard, Marya Vlasyevna." This was the domestic midwife, a new and important personage in Levin's domestic life. "She has come to have a look at me. She found me perfectly well, and we have kept her till you are back. All are happy and well, and please, don't be in a hurry to come back. But, if the sport is good, stay another day." These 2 pleasures, his lucky shooting and the letter from his wife, were so great that 2 slightly disagreeable incidents passed lightly over Levin. One was that the chestnut trace-horse, who had been unmistakably overworked on the previous day, was off his feed and out of sorts. The coachman said he was overdriven yesterday, Konstantin Dmitrievitch. Yes, indeed. Driven 10 miles with no sense. The other unpleasant incident, which for the first minute destroyed his good humour, though later he laughed at it a great deal, was to find that of all the provisions Kitty had provided in such abundance that one would have thought that there was enough for a week, nothing was left. On his way back, tired and hungry from shooting, Levin had so distinct a vision of meat pies that as he approached the hut he seemed to smell and taste them, as Laska had smelt the game, and he immediately told Philip to give him some. It appeared that there were no pies left, nor even any chicken. "Well, this fellow's appetite," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, laughing and pointing at Varenka Veslovsky. "I never suffer from a loss of appetite, but he's really marvellous." "Well, it can't be helped," said Levin, looking gloomily at Veslovsky. "Well, Philip, give me some beef then." "The beef's been eaten and the bones given to the dogs," answered Philip. Levin was so hurt that he said, in a tone of vexation, "You might have left me something," and he felt ready to cry. "Then put away the game," he said in a shaking voice to Philip, trying not to look at Varenka, "and cover them with some nettles, and you might at least ask for some milk for me." But when he had drunk some milk, he felt ashamed immediately at having shown his annoyance to a stranger, and he began to laugh at his hungry mortification. In the evening they went shooting again, and Veslovsky had several successful shots, and in the night they drove home. Their homeward journey was as lively as their drive out had been. Veslovsky sang songs and related with enjoyment his adventures with the peasants, who had regaled him with vodka and said to him, "Excuse our homely ways," and his night's adventures with Kiss in the Ring and the servant girl and the peasant, who had asked him was he married, and on learning that he was not, said to him, "Well, mind you don't run over other men's wives. You better get one of your own." These words had particularly amused Veslovsky. "Altogether, I enjoyed our outing awfully. And you, Levin?" "I have, very much," Levin said quite sincerely. It was particularly delightful to him to have got rid of the hostility he had been feeling towards Varenka Veslovsky at home, and to feel instead the most friendly disposition to him. Chapter 14. Next day, at 10 o'clock, Levin, who had already gone his rounds, knocked at the room where Varenka had been put for the night. "Entree," Veslovsky called to him. "Excuse me, I've only just finished my ablutions," he said, smiling, standing before him in his underclothes only. "Don't mind me, please." Levin sat down in the window. "Have you slept well?" "Like the dead. What sort of day is it for shooting?" "What will you take, tea or coffee?" "Neither. I'll wait till lunch. I'm really ashamed. I suppose the ladies are down? A walk now would be capital. You show me your horses." After walking about the garden, visiting the stable, and even doing some gymnastic exercises together on the parallel bars, Levin returned to the house with his guest and went with him into the drawing-room. "We had splendid shooting, and so many delightful experiences," said Veslovsky, going up to Kitty, who was sitting at the samovar. "What a pity ladies are cut off from these delights." "Well, I suppose he must say something to the lady of the house," Levin said to himself. Again he fancied something in the smile, in the all-conquering air with which their guest addressed Kitty. The princess, sitting on the other side of the table with Marya Vlasyevna and Stefan Arkadyevitch, called Levin to her side, and began to talk to him about moving to Moscow for Kitty's confinement and getting ready rooms for them. Just as Levin had disliked all the trivial preparations for his wedding as derogatory to the grandeur of the event, now he felt still more offensive the preparations for the approaching birth, the date of which they reckoned, it seemed, on their fingers. He tried to turn a deaf ear to these discussions of the best patterns of long clothes for the coming baby, tried to turn away and avoid seeing the mysterious, endless strips of knitting, the triangles of linen, and so on, to which Dolly attached special importance. The birth of a son, he was certain it would be a son, which was promised him, but which he still could not believe in, so marvellous it seemed, presented itself to his mind, on one hand, as a happiness so immense, and therefore so incredible, on the other hand, as an event so mysterious that this assumption of a definite knowledge of what would be, and consequent preparation for it, as for something ordinary that did happen to people, jarred on him as confusing and humiliating. But the princess did not understand his feelings, and put down his reluctance to think and talk about it to carelessness and indifference, and so she gave him no peace. She had commissioned Stefan Arkadyevitch to look at a flat, and now she called Levin up. "I know nothing about it, princess. Do as you think fit," he said. "You must decide when you will move." "I really don't know. I know millions of children are born away from Moscow, and doctors, why... But if so... Oh, no, as Kitty wishes." "We can't talk to Kitty about it. Do you want me to frighten her? Why, this spring Natalia Golitsina died from having an ignorant doctor." "I will do just what you say," he said gloomily. The princess began talking to him, but he did not hear her. Though the conversation with the princess had indeed jarred upon him, he was gloomy, not on account of that conversation, but from what he saw at the samovar. "No, it's impossible," he thought, glancing now and then at Varenka bending over Kitty, telling her something with his charming smile, and at her, flushed and disturbed. There was something not nice in Varenka's attitude, in his eyes, in his smile. Levin even saw something not nice in Kitty's attitude and look, and again the light died away in his eyes. Again, as before, all of a sudden, without the slightest transition, he felt cast down from a pinnacle of happiness, peace, and dignity into an abyss of despair, rage, and humiliation. Again, everything and everyone had become hateful to him. You do just as you think best, Princess, he said again, looking round. Heavy as the cap of Monomarch, Stefan Arkadyevitch said playfully, hinting, evidently, not simply at the princess's conversation, but at the cause of Levin's agitation, which he had noticed. How late you are today, Dolly! Everyone got up to greet Darya Alexandrovna. Varenka only rose for an instant, and with the lack of courtesy to ladies characteristic of the modern young man, he scarcely bowed, and resumed his conversation again, laughing at something. I've been worried about Masha. She did not sleep well and is dreadfully tiresome today, said Dolly. The conversation Varenka had started with Kitty was running on the same lines as on the previous evening, discussing Anna, and whether love is to be put higher than worldly considerations. Kitty disliked the conversation, and she was disturbed both by the subject and the tone in which it was conducted, and also by the knowledge of the effect it would have on her husband. But she was too simple and innocent to know how to cut short this conversation, or even to conceal the superficial pleasure afforded her by the young man's very obvious admiration. She wanted to stop it, but she did not know what to do. Whatever she did, she knew would be observed by her husband, and the worst interpretation put on it. And in fact, when she asked Dolly what was wrong with Masha, and Varenka, waiting till this uninteresting conversation was over, began to gaze indifferently at Dolly, the question struck Levin as an unnatural and disgusting piece of hypocrisy. What do you say? Shall we go and look for mushrooms today? Said Dolly. By all means, please, and I shall come too, said Kitty, and she blushed. She wanted from politeness to ask Varenka whether he would come, and she did not ask him. Where are you going, Kostya? She asked her husband with a guilty face as he passed by her with a resolute step. This guilty air confirmed all his suspicions. The mechanician came when I was away. I haven't seen him yet, he said, not looking at her. He went downstairs, but before he had time to leave his study, he heard his wife's familiar footsteps running with reckless speed to him. What do you want? He said to her shortly. We are busy. I beg your pardon, she said to the German mechanician. I want a few words with my husband. The German would have left the room, but Levin said to him, Don't disturb yourself. The train is at 3? Queried the German. I mustn't be late. Levin did not answer him, but walked out himself with his wife. Well, what have you to say to me? He said to her in French. He did not look her in the face, and did not care to see that she, in her condition, was trembling all over, and had a piteous, crushed look. I want to say that we can't go on like this, that this is a misery, she said. The servants are here at the sideboard, he said angrily. Don't make a scene. Well, let's go in here. They were standing in the passage. Kitty would have gone into the next room, but there the English governess was giving Tanya a lesson. Well, come into the garden. In the garden they came upon a peasant weeding the path, and no longer considering that the peasant could see her tear-stained and his agitated face, that they looked like people fleeing from some disaster, they went on with rapid steps, feeling that they must speak out and clear up misunderstandings, must be alone together, and so get rid of the misery they were both feeling. We can't go on like this. It's misery. I am wretched. You are wretched. What for? She said, when they had at last reached a solitary garden seat at a turn in the lime-tree avenue. But tell me one thing. Was there in his tone anything unseemly? Not nice, humiliatingly horrible, he said, standing before her again in the same position, with his clenched fists on his chest, as he had stood before her that night. Yes, she said in a shaking voice. But, Kostya, surely you see I'm not to blame. All the morning I've been trying to take a tone, but such people. Why did he come? How happy we were, she said, breathless with the sobs that shook her. Although nothing had been pursuing them, and there was nothing to run away from, and they could not possibly have found anything very delightful on that garden seat. The gardener saw with astonishment that they passed him on their way home with comforted and radiant faces. Chapter 15. After escorting his wife upstairs, Levin went to Dolly's part of the house. Darya Alexandrovna, for her part, was in great distress too that day. She was walking about the room, talking angrily to a little girl who stood in the corner, roaring. "And you shall stand all day in the corner and have your dinner all alone and not see one of your dolls, and I won't make you a new frock," she said, not knowing how to punish her. "Oh, she is a disgusting child." She turned to Levin. "Where does she get such wicked propensities?" "Why, what has she done?" Levin said, without much interest, for he had wanted to ask her advice, and so was annoyed that he had come at an unlucky moment. "Grisha and she went into the raspberries, and there, I can't tell you what she did. It's 1,000 pities Miss Elliot's not with us. This one sees to nothing. She's a machine. Figurez-vous qu'elle a petite?" And Darya Alexandrovna described Masha's crime. "That proves nothing. It's not a question of evil propensities at all. It's simply mischief," Levin assured her. "But are you upset about something? What have you come for?" asked Dolly. "What's going on there?" And in the tone of her question, Levin heard that it would be easy for him to say what he had meant to say. "I've not been in there. I've been alone in the garden with Kitty. We've had a quarrel for the second time since Steva came." Dolly looked at him with her shrewd, comprehending eyes. "Come, tell me, honour bright, has there been, not in Kitty, but in that gentleman's behaviour, a tone which might be unpleasant, not unpleasant, but horrible, offensive to a husband?" "You mean, how shall I say, stay in the corner," she said to Masha, who, detecting a faint smile in her mother's face, had been turning round. "The opinion of the world would be that he is behaving as young men do behave. Il fait la cour à une jeune et jolie femme. And a husband, who's a man of the world, should only be flattered by it." Yes, said Levin gloomily. "But you noticed it?" "Not only I, but Steva noticed it. Just after breakfast he said to me in so many words, 'Je crois que Veslovsky fait un petit brin de cour à Kitty.'" "Well, that's all right then. Now I'm satisfied. I'll send him away," said Levin. "What do you mean? Are you crazy?" Dolly cried in horror. "Nonsense, Kostya, only think," she said, laughing. "You can go now to Fanny," she said to Masha. "No, if you wish it, I'll speak to Steva. He'll take him away. He can say you're expecting visitors. Altogether he doesn't fit into the house." No, I'll do it myself." "But you'll quarrel with him." "Not a bit. I shall so enjoy it," Levin said, his eyes flashing with real enjoyment. "Come, forgive her, Dolly. She won't do it again," he said of the little sinner, who had not gone to Fanny, but was standing irresolutely before her mother, waiting and looking up from under her brows to catch her mother's eye. The mother glanced at her. The child broke into sobs, hid her face on her mother's lap, and Dolly laid her thin, tender hand on her head. "And what is there in common between us and him?" thought Levin, as he went off to look for Veslovsky. As he passed through the passage, he gave orders for the carriage to be got ready to drive to the station. "The spring was broken yesterday," said the footman. "Well, the covered trap then, and make haste. Where's the visitor?" "The gentleman's gone to his room." Levin came upon Veslovsky at the moment when the latter, having unpacked his things from his trunk and laid out some new songs, was putting on his gaiters to go out riding. Whether there was something exceptional in Levin's face, or that Varenka was himself conscious that ce petit brin de cour he was making was out of place in this family, but he was somewhat, as much as a young man in society can be, disconcerted at Levin's entrance. "You ride in gaiters?" "Yes, it's much cleaner," said Varenka, putting his fat leg on a chair, fastening the bottom hook, and smiling with simple-hearted good humour. He was undoubtedly a good-natured fellow, and Levin felt sorry for him and ashamed of himself as his host when he saw the shy look on Varenka's face. On the table lay a piece of stick which they had broken together that morning, trying their strength. Levin took the fragment in his hands and began smashing it up, breaking bits off the stick, not knowing how to begin. "I wanted." He paused, but suddenly, remembering Kitty and everything that had happened, he said, looking him resolutely in the face, "I have ordered the horses to be put to for you." "How so?" Varenka began in surprise. "To drive where?" "For you to drive to the station," Levin said gloomily. "Are you going away, or has something happened?" "It happened that I expect visitors," said Levin, his strong fingers more and more rapidly breaking off the ends of the split stick. "And I'm not expecting visitors, and nothing has happened. But I beg you to go away. You can explain my rudeness as you like." Varenka drew himself up. "I beg you to explain," he said with dignity, understanding at last. "I can't explain," Levin said softly and deliberately, trying to control the trembling of his jaw. "And you'd better not ask." And as the split ends were all broken off, Levin clutched the thick ends in his finger, broke the stick in two, and carefully caught the end as it fell. Probably the sight of those nervous fingers, of the muscles he had proved that morning at gymnastics, of the glittering eyes, the soft voice and quivering jaws, convinced Varenka better than any words. He bowed, shrugging his shoulders and smiling contemptuously. "Can I not see Oblonsky?" The shrug and the smile did not irritate Levin. What else was there for him to do, he thought. "I'll send him to you at once." "What madness is this?" Stefan Arkadyevitch said when, hearing from his friend that he was being turned out of the house, he found Levin in the garden, where he was walking about, waiting for his guest's departure. "Mais c'est ridicule! What fly has stung you? Mais c'est du dernier ridicule! What did you think, if a young man—" But the place where Levin had been stung was evidently still sore, for he turned pale again, when Stefan Arkadyevitch would have enlarged on the reason, and he himself cut him short. "Please don't go into it. I can't help it. I feel ashamed of how I'm treating you and him, but it won't be, I imagine, a great grief to him to go, and his presence was distasteful to me and my wife." "But it's insulting to him. Et puis c'est ridicule." "And to me, it's both insulting and distressing. I'm not at fault in any way, and there's no need for me to suffer." "Well, this I didn't expect of you. On peut être jaloux, mais à ce point, c'est du dernier ridicule." Levin turned quickly and walked away from him into the depths of the avenue, and he went on walking up and down alone. Soon he heard the rumble of the trap and saw from behind the trees how Varenka, sitting in the hay, unluckily there was no seat in the trap, in his Scotch cap, was driven along the avenue, jolting up and down over the ruts. "What's this?" Levin thought, when a footman ran out of the house and stopped the trap. It was the mechanician, whom Levin had totally forgotten. The mechanician, bowing low, said something to Veslovsky, then clambered into the trap, and they drove off together. Stefan Arkadyevitch and the princess were much upset by Levin's action, and he himself felt not only in the highest degree ridicule, but also utterly guilty and disgraced. But remembering what sufferings he and his wife had been through, when he asked himself how he should act another time, he answered that he should do just the same again. In spite of all this, towards the end of that day, everyone except the princess, who could not pardon Levin's action, became extraordinarily lively and good-humoured, like children after a punishment, or grown-up people after a dreary, ceremonious reception, so that by the evening Varenka's dismissal was spoken of, in the absence of the princess, as though it were some remote event. And Dolly, who had inherited her father's gift of humorous storytelling, made Varenka helpless with laughter as she related for the third and fourth time, always with fresh humorous additions, how she had only just put on her new shoes for the benefit of the visitor, and on going into the drawing-room, heard suddenly the rumble of the trap. And who should be in the trap but Varenka himself, with his Scotch cap and his songs and his gaiters, and all sitting in the hay. "Oh, if only you'd ordered out the carriage, but no, and then I hear, 'Stop! Oh, I thought they've relented.' I look out, and behold a fat German being sat down by him and driving away, and my new shoes all for nothing." Chapter 16. Darya Alexandrovna carried out her intention and went to see Anna. She was sorry to annoy her sister and to do anything Levin disliked. She quite understood how right the Levins were in not wishing to have anything to do with Vronsky, but she felt she must go and see Anna and show her that her feelings could not be changed in spite of the change in her position. That she might be independent of the Levins in this expedition, Darya Alexandrovna went to the village to hire horses for the drive, but Levin, learning of it, went to her to protest. "What makes you suppose that I dislike your going? But, even if I did dislike it, I should still more dislike your not taking my horses," he said. "You never told me that you were going for certain. Hiring horses in the village is disagreeable to me, and, what's of more importance, they'll undertake the job and never get you there. I have horses, and if you don't want to wound me, you'll take mine." Darya Alexandrovna had to consent, and on the day fixed, Levin had ready for his sister-in-law a set of 4 horses and relays, getting them together from the farm and saddle horses. Not at all a smart-looking set, but capable of taking Darya Alexandrovna the whole distance in a single day. At that moment, when horses were wanted for the princess who was going and for the midwife, it was a difficult matter for Levin to make up the number, but the duties of hospitality would not let him allow Darya Alexandrovna to hire horses when staying in his house. Moreover, he was well aware that the 20 roubles that would be asked for the journey were a serious matter for her. Darya Alexandrovna's pecuniary affairs, which were in a very unsatisfactory state, were taken to heart by the Levins, as if they were their own. Darya Alexandrovna, by Levin's advice, started before daybreak. The road was good, the carriage comfortable, the horses trotted along merrily, and on the box, besides the coachman, sat the counting-house clerk, whom Levin was sending instead of a groom for greater security. Darya Alexandrovna dozed and waked up only on reaching the inn where the horses were to be changed. After drinking tea at the same well-to-do peasants with whom Levin had stayed on the way to Sviashki's, and chatting with the women about their children, and with the old man about Count Vronsky, whom the latter praised very highly, Darya Alexandrovna, at 10 o'clock, went on again. At home, looking after her children, she had no time to think. So now, after this journey of 4 hours, all the thoughts she had suppressed before rushed swarming into her brain, and she thought over all her life as she never had before, and from the most different points of view. Her thoughts seemed strange even to herself. At first she thought about the children, about whom she was uneasy, although the princess and Kitty, she reckoned more upon her, had promised to look after them. If only Masha does not begin her naughty tricks, if Grisha isn't kicked by a horse, and Lily's stomach isn't upset again, she thought. But these questions of the present were succeeded by questions of the immediate future. She began thinking how she had to get a new flat in Moscow for the coming winter, to renew the drawing-room furniture, and to make her elder girl a cloak. Then questions of the more remote future occurred to her, how she was to place her children in the world. The girls are all right, she thought, but the boys? It's all very well that I'm teaching Grisha, but of course that's only because I am free myself now. I'm not with child. Steva, of course, there's no counting on, and with the help of good-natured friends I can bring them up. But if there's another baby coming? And the thought struck her how untruly it was said that the curse laid on woman was that in sorrow she should bring forth children. The birth itself, that's nothing, but the months of carrying the child, that's what's so intolerable, she thought, picturing to herself her last pregnancy and the death of the last baby. She recalled the conversation she had just had with the young woman at the inn. On being asked whether she had any children, the handsome young woman had answered cheerfully, "I had a girl baby, But God set me free. I buried her last Lent." "Well, did you grieve very much for her?" asked Darya Alexandrovna. "Why grieve? The old man has grandchildren enough as it is. It was only a trouble. No working nor nothing, only a tie." This answer had struck Darya Alexandrovna, looking back over her whole existence during those 15 years of her married life. Pregnancy, sickness, mental incapacity, indifference to everything, and most of all, hideousness. Kitty, young and pretty as she is, even Kitty has lost her looks. And I, when I'm with child, become hideous, I know it. The birth, the agony, the hideous agonies, that last moment. Then the nursing, the sleepless nights, the fearful pains. Darya Alexandrovna shuddered at the mere recollection of the pain from sore breasts which she had suffered with almost every child. Then the children's illnesses, that everlasting apprehension. Then bringing them up, evil propensities. She thought of little Masha's crime among the raspberries. Education, Latin. It's all so incomprehensible and difficult. And on top of it all, the death of these children. And there rose again before her imagination the cruel memory that always tore her mother's heart of the death of her last little baby, who had died of croup, his funeral, the callous indifference of all at the little pink coffin, and her own torn heart, and her lonely anguish at the sight of the pale little brow with its projecting temples, and the open, wandering little mouth seen in the coffin at the moment when it was being covered with the little pink lid with the cross braided on it. And all this, what's it for? What is to come of it all? That I'm wasting my life, never having a moment's peace, either with child or nursing a child, forever irritable, peevish, wretched to myself and worrying others, repulsive to my husband, while the children are growing up unhappy, badly educated and penniless. Even now, if it weren't for spending the summer at the Levins, I don't know how we should be managing to live. Of course, Kostya and Kitty have so much tact that we don't feel it. But it can't go on. They'll have children. They won't be able to keep us. It's a drag on them as it is. How is Papa, who has hardly anything left for himself, to help us? So that I can't even bring the children up by myself, and may find it hard with the help of other people, at the cost of humiliation. Why, even if we suppose the greatest good luck, that the children don't die, and I bring them up somehow, at the very best they'll simply be decent people. That's all I can hope for. And to gain simply that, what agonies, what toil, one's whole life ruined. Again she recalled what the young peasant woman had said, and again she was revolted at the thought, but she could not help admitting that there was a grain of brutal truth in the words. "Is it far now, Mihail?" Darya Alexandrovna asked the counting-house clerk to turn her mind from thoughts that were frightening her. "From this village they say it's 5 miles. The carriage drove along the village street and onto a bridge. On the bridge was a crowd of peasant women with coils of ties for the sheaves on their shoulders, gaily and noisily chattering. They stood still on the bridge, staring inquisitively at the carriage. All the faces turned to Darya Alexandrovna looked to her healthy and happy, making her envious of their enjoyment of life. They're all living, they're all enjoying life. Darya Alexandrovna still mused when she had passed the peasant woman and was driving uphill again at a trot, seated comfortably on the soft springs of the old carriage. While I, let out as it were from prison, from the world of worries that fret me to death, am only looking about me now for an instant. They all live, those peasant women, and my sister, Natalia and Varenka and Anna, whom I am going to see. All, but not I. And they attack Anna. What for? Am I any better? I have, anyway, a husband I love. Not as I should like to love him, still I do love him. While Anna never loved hers. How is she to blame? She wants to live. God has put that in our hearts. Very likely I should have done the same. Even to this day I don't feel sure I did right in listening to her at that terrible time when she came to me in Moscow. I ought then to have cast off my husband and have begun my life fresh. I might have loved, and have been loved in reality. And is it any better as it is? I don't respect him. He's necessary to me. she thought about her husband. And I put up with him. Is that any better? At that time I could still have been admired. I had beauty left me still. Darya Alexandrovna pursued her thoughts, and she would have liked to look herself in the looking-glass. She had a travelling looking-glass in her handbag, and she wanted to take it out, but looking at the backs of the coachman and the swaying counting-house clerk, she felt that she would be ashamed if either of them were to look round, and she did not take out the glass. But without looking in the glass, she thought that even now it was not too late, and she thought of Sergei Ivanovitch, who was always particularly attentive to her, of Steva's good-hearted friend, Turovtsin, who had helped her nurse her children through the scarlatina and was in love with her. And there was someone else, a quite young man, who, her husband had told her it as a joke, thought her more beautiful than either of her sisters. And the most passionate and impossible romances rose before Darya Alexandrovna's imagination. Anna did quite right, and certainly I shall never reproach her for it. She is happy, she makes another person happy, and she's not broken down as I am, but most likely just as she always was, bright, clever, open to every impression, thought Darya Alexandrovna, and a sly smile curved her lips, for, as she pondered on Anna's love affair, Darya Alexandrovna constructed, on parallel lines, an almost identical love affair for herself, with an imaginary composite figure, the ideal man who was in love with her. She, like Anna, confessed the whole affair to her husband, and the amazement and perplexity of Stefan Arkadyevitch at this avowal made her smile. In such daydreams she reached the turning of the high road that led to Vozdvizhensko. Chapter 17. The coachman pulled up his 4 horses and looked to the right, to a field of rye, where some peasants were sitting on a cart. The counting-house clerk was just going to jump down, but on second thoughts he shouted peremptorily to the peasants instead, and beckoned them to come up. The wind that seemed to blow as they drove dropped when the carriage stood still. Gadflies settled on the steaming horses that angrily shook them off. The metallic clank of a whetstone against a scythe that came to them from the cart ceased. One of the peasants got up and came towards the carriage. "Well, you are slow," the counting-house clerk shouted angrily to the peasant, who was stepping slowly with his bare feet over the ruts of the rough, dry road. "Come along, do." A curly-headed old man, with a bit of bast tied round his hair and his bent back dark with perspiration, came towards the carriage, quickening his steps, and took hold of the mudguard with his sunburnt hand. "Vozdvizhensko, the manor house, the count's," he repeated. "Go on to the end of this track, then turn to the left. Straight along the avenue you'll come right upon it. But whom do you want? The count himself?" "Well, are they at home, my good man?" Darya Alexandrovna said vaguely, not knowing how to ask about Anna, even of this peasant. "At home, for sure," said the peasant, shifting from one bare foot to the other, and leaving a distinct print of 5 toes and a heel in the dust. "Sure to be at home," he repeated, evidently eager to talk. "Only yesterday visitors arrived. There's a sight of visitors come. What do you want?" He turned round and called to a lad, who was shouting something to him from the cart. "Oh, they rode by, all here and not long since, and took a reaping machine. They'll be home by now. And who will you be belonging to?" "We've come a long way," said the coachman, climbing onto the box. "So it's not far?" "I tell you, it's just here. As soon as you get out," he said, keeping hold all the while of the carriage. A healthy-looking, broad-shouldered young fellow came up too. "What, is it labourers they want for the harvest?" he asked. "I don't know, my boy." "So you keep to the left, and you'll come right on it," said the peasant, unmistakably loath to let the travellers go, and eager to converse. The coachman started the horses, but they were only just turning off when the peasant shouted, "Stop! Hi, friend, stop!" called the 2 voices. The coachman stopped. "They're coming, they're yonder," shouted the peasant. "See what a turn out," he said, pointing to 4 persons on horseback, and 2 in a char à banc coming along the road. They were Vronsky with a jockey, Veslovsky and Anna on horseback, and Princess Varvara and Sviashki in the char à banc. They had gone out to look at the working of a new reaping machine. When the carriage stopped, the party on horseback were coming at a walking pace. Anna was in front beside Veslovsky, Anna quietly walking her horse, a sturdy English cob with cropped mane and short tail, her beautiful head with her black hair straying loose under her high hat, her full shoulders, her slender waist in her black riding habit, and all the ease and grace of her deportment impressed Dolly. For the first minute, it seemed to her unsuitable for Anna to be on horseback. The conception of riding on horseback for a lady was, in Darya Alexandrovna's mind, associated with ideas of youthful flirtation and frivolity, which, in her opinion, was unbecoming in Anna's position. But when she had scrutinized her, seeing her closer, she was at once reconciled to her riding. In spite of her elegance, everything was so simple, quiet, and dignified in the attitude, the dress and the movements of Anna, and nothing could have been more natural. Beside Anna, on a hot-looking grey cavalry horse, was Varenka Veslovsky in his Scotch cap with floating ribbons, his stout legs stretched out in front, obviously pleased with his own appearance. Darya Alexandrovna could not suppress a good-humoured smile as she recognised him. Behind rode Vronsky on a dark bay mare, obviously heated from galloping. He was holding her in, pulling at the reins. After him rode a little man in the dress of a jockey. Sviashki and Princess Varvara, in a new char à banc, with a big raven-black trotting horse, overtook the party on horseback. Anna's face suddenly beamed with a joyful smile at the instant when, in the little figure huddled in a corner of the old carriage, she recognised Dolly. She uttered a cry, started in the saddle, and set her horse into a gallop. On reaching the carriage, she jumped off without assistance, and holding up her riding habit, she ran up to greet Dolly. "I thought it was you and dared not think it. How delightful! You can't fancy how glad I am," she said, at one moment pressing her face against Dolly and kissing her, and at the next holding her off and examining her with a smile. "Here's a delightful surprise, Alexei," she said, looking round at Vronsky, who had dismounted and was walking towards them. Vronsky, taking off his tall grey hat, went up to Dolly. "You wouldn't believe how glad we are to see you," he said, giving peculiar significance to the words, and showing his strong white teeth in a smile. Varenka Veslovsky, without getting off his horse, took off his cap and greeted the visitor by gleefully waving the ribbons over his head. "That's Princess Varvara," Anna said in a reply to a glance of inquiry from Dolly as the char à banc drove up. "Ah," said Darya Alexandrovna, and unconsciously her face betrayed her dissatisfaction. Princess Varvara was her husband's aunt, and she had long known her and did not respect her. She knew that Princess Varvara had passed her whole life toadying on her rich relations, but that she should now be sponging on Vronsky, a man who was nothing to her, mortified Dolly on account of her kinship with her husband. Anna noticed Dolly's expression and was disconcerted by it. She blushed, dropped her riding habit, and stumbled over it. Darya Alexandrovna went up to the char à banc and coldly greeted Princess Varvara. Sviashki, too, she knew. He inquired how his queer friend with the young wife was, and running his eyes over the ill-matched horses and the carriage with its patched mudguards, proposed to the ladies that they should get into the char à banc. "And I'll get into this vehicle," he said. "The horse is quiet, and the princess drives capitally." "No, stay as you were," said Anna, coming up, "and we'll go in the carriage." And taking Dolly's arm, she drew her away. Darya Alexandrovna's eyes were fairly dazzled by the elegant carriage of a pattern she had never seen before. The splendid horses and the elegant and gorgeous people surrounding her. But what struck her most of all was the change that had taken place in Anna, whom she knew so well and loved. Any other woman, a less close observer, not knowing Anna before, or not having thought as Darya Alexandrovna had been thinking on the road, would not have noticed anything special in Anna. But now Dolly was struck by that temporary beauty which is only found in women during moments of love, and which she saw now in Anna's face. Everything in her face, the clearly marked dimples in her cheeks and chin, the line of her lips, the smile which, as it were, fluttered about her face, the brilliance of her eyes, the grace and rapidity of her movements, the fullness of the notes of her voice, even the manner in which, with a sort of angry friendliness, she answered Veslovsky when he asked permission to get on her cob, so as to teach it to gallop with the right leg foremost. It was all peculiarly fascinating, and it seemed as if she were herself aware of it and rejoicing in it. When both the women were seated in the carriage, a sudden embarrassment came over both of them. Anna was disconcerted by the intent look of inquiry Dolly fixed upon her. Dolly was embarrassed because after Sviashki's phrase about this vehicle, she could not help feeling ashamed of the dirty old carriage in which Anna was sitting with her. The coachman Philip and the counting-house clerk were experiencing the same sensation. The counting-house clerk, to conceal his confusion, busied himself settling the ladies, but Philip the coachman became sullen and was bracing himself not to be overawed in future by this external superiority. He smiled ironically, looking at the raven horse, and was already deciding in his mind that this smart trotter in the char-à-banc was only good for promenage and wouldn't do 30 miles straight off in the heat. The peasants had all got up from the cart and were inquisitively and mirthfully staring at the meeting of the friends, making their comments on it. "They're pleased, too, haven't seen each other for a long while," said the curly-haired old man with the bast round his hair. "I say, Uncle Gerasim, if we could take that raven horse now, to cart the corn, it'd be quick work." "Look'ee, it's that woman in breeches," said one of them, pointing to Varenka Veslovsky, sitting in a side saddle. "Nay, a man. See how smartly he's going it." "Eh, lads, seems we're not going to sleep then." "What chance of sleep today?" said the old man, with a sidelong look at the sun. "Midday's past. Look'ee, get your hooks and come along." Chapter 18. Anna looked at Dolly's thin, careworn face, with its wrinkles filled with dust from the road, and she was on the point of saying what she was thinking, that is, that Dolly had got thinner, but conscious that she herself had grown handsomer and that Dolly's eyes were telling her so, she sighed and began to speak about herself. "You were looking at me," she said, "and wondering how I can be happy in my position. Well, it's a shameful thing to confess, but I'm inexcusably happy. Something magical has happened to me, like a dream, when you're frightened, panic-stricken, and all of a sudden you wake up, and all the horrors are no more. I have waked up. I have lived through the misery, the dread, and now for a long while past, especially since we've been here, I've been so happy," she said, with a timid smile of inquiry, looking at Dolly. "How glad I am," said Dolly, smiling, involuntarily speaking more coldly than she wanted to. "I'm very glad for you. Why haven't you written to me?" "Why? Because I hadn't the courage. You forget my position." "To me? Hadn't the courage? If you knew how I look at—" Darya Alexandrovna wanted to express her thoughts of the morning, but for some reason it seemed to her now out of place to do so. "But we'll speak of that later. What's this? What are all these buildings?" she asked, wanting to change the conversation and pointing to the red and green roofs that came into view behind the green hedges of acacia and lilac. "Quite a little town." But Anna did not answer. No, how do you look at my position? What do you think of it?" she asked. "I consider—" Darya Alexandrovna was beginning, but at that instant Varenka Veslovsky, having brought the cob to gallop with the right leg foremost, galloped past them, bumping heavily up and down in his short jacket on the chamois leather of the side saddle. "He's doing it, Anna Arkadyevna!" he shouted. Anna did not even glance at him, but again it seemed to Darya Alexandrovna out of place to enter upon such a long conversation in the carriage, and so she cut short her thought. "I don't think anything," she said, "but I always loved you, and if one loves anyone, one loves the whole person, just as they are, and not as one would like them to be. Anna, taking her eyes off her friend's face and dropping her eyelids, this was a new habit Dolly had not seen in her before, pondered, trying to penetrate the full significance of the words, and obviously interpreting them as she would have wished, she glanced at Dolly. "If you had any sins," she said, "they would all be forgiven you for coming to see me in these words." And Dolly saw that tears stood in her eyes. She pressed Anna's hand in silence. "Well, what are these buildings? How many there are of them?" After a moment's silence, she repeated her question. "These are the servants' houses, barns and stables," answered Anna, "and there the park begins. It had all gone to ruin, but Alexei had everything renewed. He is very fond of this place, and, what I never expected, he has become intensely interested in looking after it. But he is such a rich nature. Whatever he takes up, he does it splendidly. So far from being bored by it, he works with passionate interest. He, with his temperament as I know it, he has become careful and businesslike. A first-rate manager, he positively reckons every penny in his management of the land. But only in that. When it's a question of tens of thousands, he doesn't think of money." She spoke with that gleefully shy smile with which women often talk of the secret characteristics only known to them, of those they love. "Do you see that big building? That's the new hospital. I believe it will cost over 100,000. That's his hobby just now. And you know how it all came about? The peasants asked him for some meadowland, I think it was, at a cheaper rate, and he refused, and I accused him of being miserly. Of course, it was not really because of that, but everything together, he began this hospital to prove, do you see, that he was not miserly about money. C'est une petitesse, if you like, but I love him all the more for it. And now you'll see the house in a moment. It was his grandfather's house, and he has had nothing changed outside." "How beautiful," said Dolly, looking with involuntary admiration at the handsome house with columns, standing out among the different-coloured greens of the old trees in the garden. "Isn't it fine? And from the house, from the top, the view is wonderful." They drove into a courtyard strewn with gravel and bright with flowers, in which 2 labourers were at work putting an edging of stones around the light mould of a flower-bed, and drew up in a covered entry. "Ah, they're here already," said Anna, looking at the saddle horses, which were just being led away from the steps. "It is a nice horse, isn't it? It's my cob, my favourite. Lead him here and bring me some sugar. Where is the Count?" she inquired of 2 smart footmen who darted out. "Ah, there he is," she said, seeing Vronsky coming to meet her with Veslovsky. "Where are you going to put the princess?" said Vronsky in French, addressing Anna, and without waiting for her reply, he once more greeted Darya Alexandrovna, and this time he kissed her hand. "I think the big balcony room?" "Oh no, that's too far off. Better in the corner room, we shall see each other more. Come, let's go up," said Anna, as she gave her favourite horse the sugar the footman had brought her. "Et vous oubliez votre devoir," she said to Veslovsky, who came out too on the steps. "Pardon, j'en ai toutes pleines les poches," he answered, smiling, putting his fingers in his waistcoat pocket. "Mais vous venez trop tard," she said, rubbing her handkerchief on her hand, which the horse had made wet in taking the sugar. Anna turned to Dolly. "You can stay some time? For one day only? That's impossible." "I promised to be back, and the children," said Dolly, feeling embarrassed, both because she had to get her bag out of the carriage, and because she knew her face must be covered with dust. "No, Dolly, darling. Well, we'll see. Come along, come along." And Anna led Dolly to her room. That room was not the smart guest chamber Vronsky had suggested, but the one of which Anna had said that Dolly would excuse it. And this room, for which excuse was needed, was more full of luxury than any in which Dolly had ever stayed, a luxury that reminded her of the best hotels abroad. "Well, darling, how happy I am," Anna said, sitting down in her riding habit for a moment beside Dolly. "Tell me about all of you. Stiva I had only a glimpse of, and he cannot tell me about the children. How is my favourite, Tanya? Quite a big girl, I expect." "Yes, she's very tall. Darya Alexandrovna answered shortly, surprised herself that she should respond so coolly about her children. "We're having a delightful stay at the Levins," she added. "Oh, if I had known," said Anna, "that you do not despise me. You might have all come to us. Steve is an old friend and a great friend of Alexei's, you know," she added, and suddenly she blushed. "Yes, but we're all," Dolly answered in confusion. "But in my delight I'm talking nonsense. The one thing, darling, is that I am so glad to have you," said Anna, kissing her again. "You haven't told me yet how and what you think about me, and I keep wanting to know. But I'm glad you will see me as I am. The chief thing I shouldn't like would be for people to imagine I want to prove anything. I don't want to prove anything. I merely want to live, to do no one harm but myself. I have the right to do that, haven't I? But it is a big subject. We'll talk over everything properly later. Now, I'll go and dress and send a maid to you." Chapter 19. Left alone, Darya Alexandrovna, with a good housewife's eye, scanned her room. All she had seen in entering the house and walking through it, and all she saw now in her room, gave her an impression of wealth and sumptuousness, and of that modern European luxury of which she had only read in English novels, but had never seen in Russia and in the country. Everything was new, from the new French hangings on the walls to the carpet which covered the whole floor. The bed had a spring mattress, and a special sort of bolster and silk pillowcases on the little pillows. The marble washstand, the dressing table, the little sofa, the tables, the bronze clock on the chimney-piece, the window curtains, and the portieres were all new and expensive. The smart maid, who came in to offer her services, with her hair done up high and a gown more fashionable than Dolly's, was as new and expensive as the whole room. Darya Alexandrovna liked her neatness, her deferential and obliging manners, but she felt ill at ease with her. She felt ashamed of her seeing the patched dressing jacket that had unluckily been packed by mistake for her. She was ashamed of the very patches and darned places of which she had been so proud at home. At home it had been so clear that for 6 dressing jackets there would be needed 24 yards of nainsook at 16 pence the yard, which was a matter of 30 shillings besides the cutting out and making, and these 30 shillings had been saved. But before the maid she felt, if not exactly ashamed, at least uncomfortable. Darya Alexandrovna had a great sense of relief when Annushka, whom she had known for years, walked in. The smart maid was sent for to go to her mistress, and Annushka remained with Darya Alexandrovna. Annushka was obviously much pleased at that lady's arrival, and began to chatter away without pause. Dolly observed that she was longing to express her opinion in regard to her mistress's position, especially as to the love and devotion of the Count to Anna Arkadyevna, but Dolly carefully interrupted her whenever she began to speak about this. "I grew up with Anna Arkadyevna. My lady's dearer to me than anything. Well, it's not for us to judge, and to be sure there seems so much love. Kindly pour out the water for me to wash now, please." Darya Alexandrovna cut her short. "Certainly. We've 2 women kept specially for washing small things, but most of the linen's done by machinery. The Count goes into everything himself. Oh, what a husband." Dolly was glad when Anna came in, and by her entrance put a stop to Annushka's gossip. Anna had put on a very simple batiste gown. Dolly scrutinized that simple gown attentively. She knew what it meant, and the price at which such simplicity was obtained. "An old friend," said Anna of Annushka. Anna was not embarrassed now. She was perfectly composed and at ease. Dolly saw that she had now completely recovered from the impression her arrival had made on her, and had assumed that superficial, careless tone which, as it were, closed the door on that compartment in which her deeper feelings and ideas were kept. "Well, Anna, and how is your little girl?" asked Dolly. "Annie?" This was what she called her little daughter, Anna. "Very well. She has got on wonderfully. Would you like to see her? Come, I'll show her to you. We had a terrible bother," she began telling her, "over nurses. We had an Italian wet nurse, a good creature, but so stupid. We wanted to get rid of her, but the baby is so used to her we've gone on keeping her still." "But how have you managed? Dolly was beginning a question as to what name the little girl would have, but noticing a sudden frown on Anna's face, she changed the drift of her question. "How did you manage? Have you weaned her yet?" But Anna had understood. "You didn't mean to ask that. You meant to ask about her surname. Yes? That worries Alexei. She has no name. That is, she's a Karenina," said Anna, dropping her eyelids till nothing could be seen but the eyelashes meeting. "We'll talk about all that later," her face suddenly brightening. "Come, I'll show you her. Elle est très gentille. She crawls now." In the nursery, the luxury which had impressed Dolly in the whole house struck her still more. There were little go-karts ordered from England, and appliances for learning to walk, and a sofa after the fashion of a billiard table, purposely constructed for crawling, and swings and baths, all of a special pattern and modern. They were all English, solid and of good make, and obviously very expensive. The room was large and very light and lofty. When they went in, the baby, with nothing on but her little smock, was sitting in a little elbow chair at the table, having her dinner of broth, which she was spilling all over her little chest. The baby was being fed, and the Russian nursery maid was evidently sharing her meal. Neither the wet nurse nor the head nurse were there. They were in the next room, from which came the sound of their conversation, in the queer French which was their only means of communication. Hearing Anna's voice, a smart, tall English nurse with a disagreeable face and a dissolute expression walked in at the door, hurriedly shaking her fair curls, and immediately began to defend herself, though Anna had not found fault with her. At every word Anna said, the English nurse said hurriedly several times, "Yes, my lady." The rosy baby with her black eyebrows and her hair, her sturdy red little body with tight goose-flesh skin, delighted Darya Alexandrovna, in spite of the cross impression with which she stared at the stranger. She positively envied the baby's healthy appearance. She was delighted, too, at the baby's crawling. Not one of her own children had crawled like that. When the baby was put on the carpet and its little dress tucked up behind, it was wonderfully charming. Looking round like some little wild animal at the grown-up big people with her big black eyes, she smiled, unmistakably pleased at their admiring her, and holding her legs sideways, she pressed vigorously on her arms, and rapidly drew her whole back up after, and then made another step forward with her little arms. But the whole atmosphere of the nursery, and especially the English nurse, Darya Alexandrovna did not like at all. It was only on the supposition that no good nurse would have entered so irregular a household as Anna's that Darya Alexandrovna could explain to herself how Anna, with her insight into people, could take such an unprepossessing, disreputable-looking woman as nurse to her child. Besides, from a few words that were dropped, Darya Alexandrovna saw at once that Anna, the two nurses, and the child had no common existence, and that the mother's visit was something exceptional. Anna wanted to get the baby her plaything and could not find it. Most amazing of all was the fact that on being asked how many teeth the baby had, Anna answered wrong and knew nothing about the two last teeth. "I sometimes feel I'm so superfluous here," said Anna, going out of the nursery and holding up her skirt so as to escape the plaything standing in the doorway. "It was very different with my first child." "I expected it to be the other way," said Darya Alexandrovna shyly. "Oh, no. By the way, do you know I saw Seriosha?" said Anna, screwing up her eyes, as though looking at something far away. "But we'll talk about that later. You wouldn't believe it. I'm like a hungry beggar woman when a full dinner is set before her, and she does not know what to begin on first. The dinner is you, and the talks I have before me with you, which I could never have with anyone else, and I don't know which subject to begin upon first. Mais je ne vous ferai grâce de rien. I must have everything out with you." "Oh, I ought to give you a sketch of the company you will meet with us," she went on. "I'll begin with the ladies. Princess Varvara, you know her, and I know your opinion and Steva's about her. Steva says the whole aim of her existence is to prove her superiority over Auntie Katerina Pavlovna. That's all true, but she is a good-natured woman, and I am so grateful to her. In Petersburg, there was a moment when a chaperone was absolutely essential for me. Then she turned up. But really she is good-natured. She did a great deal to alleviate my position. I see you don't understand all the difficulty of my position, there in Petersburg," she added. "Here I'm perfectly at ease and happy. Well, all of that later on, though. Then Shvayashki, he's the marshal of the district, and he's a very good sort of a man, but he wants to get something out of Alexei. You understand, with his property, now that we are settled in the country, Alexei can exercise great influence. Then there's Tushkevich. You've seen him, you know, Betsy's admirer. Now he's been thrown over, and he's come to see us. As Alexei says, he's one of those people who are very pleasant if one accepts them for what they try to appear to be. Et puis il comme il faut. Et puis il est comme il faut, as Princess Varvara says. Then Veslovsky, you know him, a very nice boy," she said, and a sly smile curved her lips. "What's this wild story about him and the Levins? Veslovsky told Alexei about it, and we don't believe it. Il est très gentil et naïf," she said with the same smile. "Men need occupation, and Alexei needs a circle, so I value all these people. We have to have the house lively and gay, so that Alexei may not long for any novelty. Then you'll see the steward, a German, a very good fellow, and he understands his work. Alexei has a very high opinion of him. Then the doctor, a good man, not quite a nihilist, perhaps, but, you know, eats with his knife, but a very good doctor. Then the architect, un petit coeur." Chapter 20. "Here's Dolly for you, Princess. You were so anxious to see her," said Anna, coming out with Darya Alexandrovna onto the stone terrace, where Princess Varvara was sitting in the shade at an embroidery frame, working at a cover for Count Alexei Krylovich's easy chair. "She says she doesn't want anything before dinner, but please order some lunch for her, and I'll go and look for Alexei and bring them all in." Princess Varvara gave Dolly a cordial and rather patronizing reception, and began at once explaining to her that she was living with Anna because she had always cared more for her than her sister Katerina Pavlovna, the aunt that had brought Anna up, and that now, when everyone had abandoned Anna, she thought it her duty to help her in this most difficult period of transition. "Her husband will give her a divorce, and then I shall go back to my solitude, but now I can be of use, and I'm doing my duty, however difficult it may be for me, not like some other people. And how sweet it is of you, how right of you to have come. They live like the best of married couples. It's for God to judge them, not for us. And didn't Beryozovsky and Madame Avenieva and Sam Nikandrov and Vasiliev and Madame Mamonova and Liza Neptunovna, did no one say anything about them? And it has ended by their being received by everyone. And then, c'est un intérieur assez joli, si comme il faut, tout à fait à l'anglaise. On se réunit le matin au breakfast, et puis on se sépare. Everyone does as he pleases till dinner-time, dinner at 7 o'clock. Steva did very rightly to send you. He needs their support. You know that through his mother and brother he can do anything, and then they do so much good. He didn't tell you about his hospital. Ce sera admirable. Everything from Paris." Their conversation was interrupted by Anna, who had found the men of the party in the billiard-room and returned with them to the terrace. There was still a long time before the dinner hour. It was exquisite weather, and so several different methods of spending the next 2 hours were proposed. There were very many methods of passing the time at Vozdvizhensko, and these were all unlike those in use at Pokrovsko. "Une partie de lawn tennis," Veslovsky proposed, with his handsome smile. "We'll be partners again, Anna Arkadyevna." "No, it's too hot. Better stroll about the garden and have a row in the boat. Show Darya Alexandrovna the river banks," Vronsky proposed. "I agree to anything," said Shvayashki. "I imagine that what Dolly would like best would be a stroll, wouldn't you? And then the boat, perhaps," said Anna. So it was decided. Veslovsky and Tushkevich went off to the bathing place, promising to get the boat ready and to wait there for them. They walked along the path in 2 couples, Anna with Shvayashki and Dolly with Vronsky. Dolly was a little embarrassed and anxious in the new surroundings in which she found herself. Abstractly, theoretically, she did not merely justify, she positively approved of Anna's conduct, as it is indeed not unfrequent with women of unimpeachable virtue, weary of the monotony of respectable existence. At a distance, she not only excused illicit love, she positively envied it. Besides, she loved Anna with all her heart. But seeing Anna in actual life among these strangers, with this fashionable tone that was so new to Darya Alexandrovna, she felt ill at ease. What she disliked particularly was seeing Princess Varvara ready to overlook everything for the sake of the comforts she enjoyed. As a general principle, abstractly, Dolly approved of Anna's action, but to see the man for whose sake her action had been taken was disagreeable to her. Moreover, she had never liked Vronsky. She thought him very proud, and saw nothing in him of which he could be proud except his wealth. But against her own will, here in his own house, he overawed her more than ever, and she could not be at ease with him. She felt with him the same feeling she had had with the maid about her dressing jacket. Just as with the maid she had felt not exactly ashamed, but embarrassed at her dance, so she felt with him not exactly ashamed, but embarrassed at herself. Dolly was ill at ease, and tried to find a subject of conversation. Even though she supposed that, through his pride, praise of his house and garden would be sure to be disagreeable to him, she did all the same tell him how much she liked his house. "Yes, it's a very fine building, and in the good old-fashioned style," he said. "I like so much the court in front of the steps. Was that always so?" "Oh, no," he said, and his face beamed with pleasure. "If you could only have seen that court last spring." And he began, at first rather diffidently, but more and more carried away by the subject as he went on, to draw her attention to the various details of the decoration of his house and garden. It was evident that, having devoted a great deal of trouble to improve and beautify his home, Vronsky felt a need to show off the improvements to a new person, and was genuinely delighted at Darya Alexandrovna's praise. "If you would care to look at the hospital, and are not tired, indeed, it's not far. Shall we go?" he said, glancing into her face to convince himself that she was not bored. "Are you coming, Anna?" He turned to her. "We will come, won't we?" she said, addressing Sviashki. "Mais il ne faut pas laisser pauvres Veslovsky et Tushkevich se morfondre là dans le bateau. We must send and tell them." "Yes, this is a monument he is setting up here," said Anna, turning to Dolly with that sly smile of comprehension with which she had previously talked about the hospital. "Oh, it's a work of real importance," said Sviashki, but to show he was not trying to ingratiate himself with Vronsky, he promptly added some slightly critical remarks. "I wonder, though, Count," he said, "that while you do so much for the health of the peasants, you take so little interest in the schools." "C'est devenu tellement comme les écoles," said Vronsky. "You understand it's not on that account, but it just happens so my interest has been diverted elsewhere. This way, then, to the hospital," he said to Darya Alexandrovna, pointing to a turning out of the avenue. The ladies put up their parasols and turned into the side path. After going down several turnings and going through a little gate, Darya Alexandrovna saw on rising ground before her a large, pretentious-looking red building, almost finished. The iron roof, which was not yet painted, shone with dazzling brightness in the sunshine. Beside the finished building, another had been begun, surrounded by scaffolding. Workmen in aprons, standing on scaffolds, were laying bricks, pouring mortar out of vats and smoothing it with trowels. "How quickly work gets done with you," said Sviashki. "When I was here last time, the roof was not on." "By the autumn it will all be ready. Inside almost everything is done," said Anna. "And what's this new building?" "That's the house for the doctor and the dispensary," answered Vronsky, seeing the architect in a short jacket coming towards him, and excusing himself to the ladies, he went to meet him. Going round a hole where the workman was slaking lime, he stood still with the architect and began talking rather warmly. "The front is still too low," he said to Anna, who had asked what was the matter. "I said the foundation ought to be raised," said Anna. "Yes, of course it would have been much better, Anna Arkadyevna," said the architect, "but now it's too late." Yes, I take a great interest in it, Anna answered Sviashki, who was expressing his surprise at her knowledge of architecture. This new building ought to have been in harmony with the hospital. It was an afterthought, and was begun without a plan. Vronsky, having finished his talk with the architect, joined the ladies and led them inside the hospital. Though they were still at work on the cornices outside and were painting on the ground floor, upstairs almost all the rooms were finished. Going up the broad cast-iron staircase to the landing, they walked into the first large room. The walls were stuccoed to look like marble, the huge plate-glass windows were already in, only the parquet floor was not yet finished, and the carpenters, who were planning a block of it, left their work, taking off the bands that fastened their hair to greet the gentry. "This is the reception room," said Vronsky. "Here there will be a desk, tables and benches, and nothing more." "This way, let us go in here. Don't go near the window," said Anna, trying the paint to see if it were dry. "Alexei, the paint's dry already," she added. From the reception room they went into the corridor. Here Vronsky showed them the mechanism for ventilation on a novel system. He then showed them marble baths and beds with extraordinary springs. He then showed them the wards, one after another, the storeroom, the linen room, then the heating stove of a new pattern, then the trolleys, which would make no noise as they carried everything needed along the corridors, and many other things. Sviashki, as a connoisseur in the latest mechanical improvements, appreciated everything fully. Dolly simply wondered at all she had not seen before, and anxious to understand it all, made minute inquiries about everything, which gave Vronsky great satisfaction. "Yes, I imagine this will be the solitary example of a properly fitted hospital in Russia," said Sviashki. "And won't you have a lying-in ward?" asked Dolly. "That's so much needed in the country. I have often—" In spite of his usual courtesy, Vronsky interrupted her. "This is not a lying-in home, but a hospital for the sick, and is intended for all diseases, except infectious complaints," he said. "Ah, look at this." And he rolled up to Darya Alexandrovna in an invalid chair that had just been ordered for the convalescents. "Look." He sat down in the chair and began moving it. "The patient can't walk. Still too weak, perhaps, or something wrong with his legs, but he must have air, and he moves, rolls himself along." Darya Alexandrovna was interested by everything. She liked everything very much, but most of all she liked Vronsky himself, with his natural, simple-hearted eagerness. "Yes, he's a very nice, good man," she thought several times, not hearing what he said, but looking at him and penetrating into his expression, while she mentally put herself in Anna's place. She liked him so much just now with his eager interest that she saw how Anna could be in love with him. Chapter 21. "No, I think the princess is tired and horses don't interest her," Vronsky said to Anna, who wanted to go on to the stables, where Sviashki asked to see the new stallion. "You go on, while I escort the princess home, and we'll have a little talk," he said. "If you would like that," he added, turning to her. "I know nothing about horses, and I shall be delighted," answered Darya Alexandrovna, rather astonished. She saw by Vronsky's face that he wanted something from her. She was not mistaken. As soon as they had passed through the little gate back into the garden, he looked in the direction Anna had taken, and, having made sure that she could neither hear nor see them, he began. "You guess that I have something I want to say to you," he said, looking at her with laughing eyes. "I am not wrong in believing you to be a friend of Anna's." He took off his hat, and taking out his handkerchief wiped his head, which was growing bald. Darya Alexandrovna made no answer, and merely stared at him with dismay. When she was left alone with him, she suddenly felt afraid. His laughing eyes and stern expression scared her. The most diverse suppositions as to what he was about to speak of to her flashed into her brain. He is going to beg me to come to stay with them with the children, and I shall have to refuse, or to create a set that will receive Anna in Moscow. Or isn't it Varenka Veslovsky and his relations with Anna? Or perhaps about Kitty, that he feels he was to blame. All her conjectures were unpleasant, but she did not guess what he really wanted to talk about to her. "You have so much influence with Anna. She is so fond of you," he said. "Do help me." Darya Alexandrovna looked with timid inquiry into his energetic face, which, under the lime trees, was continually being lighted up in patches by the sunshine, and then passing into complete shadow again. She waited for him to say more, but he walked in silence beside her, scratching with his cane in the gravel. "You have come to see us, the only woman of Anna's former friends. I don't count Princess Varvara. But I know that you have done this, not because you regard our position as normal, but because, understanding all the difficulties of the position, you still love her and want to be a help to her. Have I understood you rightly?" he asked, looking round at her. "Oh, yes," answered Darya Alexandrovna, putting down her sunshade. "But—" "No," he broke in, and, unconsciously, oblivious of the awkward position into which he was putting his companion, he stopped abruptly, so that she had to stop short too. "No one feels more deeply and intensely than I do all the difficulty of Anna's position. And that you may well understand, if you do me the honour of supposing I have any heart, I am to blame for that position, and that is why I feel it." "I understand," said Darya Alexandrovna, involuntarily admiring the sincerity and firmness with which he said this. "But just because you feel yourself responsible, you exaggerate it, I am afraid," she said. "Her position in the world is difficult. I can well understand." "In the world it is hell," he brought out quickly, frowning darkly. "You can't imagine moral sufferings greater than what she went through in Petersburg in that fortnight, and I beg you to believe it." "Yes, but here, so long as neither Anna nor you miss society—" "Society?" he said contemptuously. "How could I miss society?" "So far, and it may be so always, you are happy and at peace. I see in Anna that she is happy, perfectly happy. She has had time to tell me so much already," said Darya Alexandrovna, smiling, and involuntarily as she said this, at the same moment a doubt entered her mind whether Anna really were happy. But Vronsky, it appeared, had no doubts on that score. Yes, he said. "I know that she is revived after all her sufferings. She is happy. She is happy in the present. But I am afraid of what is before us. I beg your pardon, would you like to walk on?" "No, I don't mind." "Well then, let us sit here." Darya Alexandrovna sat down on a garden seat in a corner of the avenue. He stood up, facing her. "I see that she is happy," he repeated, and the doubt whether she were happy sank more deeply into Darya Alexandrovna's mind. "But can it last? Whether we have acted rightly or wrongly is another question, but the die is cast," he said, passing from Russian to French. "And we are bound together for life. We are united by all the ties of love that we hold most sacred. We have a child. We may have other children. But the law and all the conditions of our position are such that thousands of complications arise which she does not see and does not want to see. And that one can well understand. But I can't help seeing them. My daughter is by law not my daughter, but Karenin's. I cannot bear this falsity," he said, with a vigorous gesture of refusal, and he looked with gloomy inquiry towards Darya Alexandrovna. She made no answer, but simply gazed at him. He went on. "One day a son may be born, my son, and he will be legally a Karenin. He will not be the heir of my name, nor of my property, and however happy we may be in our home life, and however many children we may have, there will be no real tie between us. They will be Karenins. You can understand the bitterness and horror of this position. I have tried to speak of this to Anna. It irritates her. She does not understand, and to her I cannot speak plainly of all this. Now, look at another side. I am happy in her love, but I must have occupation. I have found occupation, and am proud of what I am doing, and consider it nobler than the pursuits of my former companions at court and in the army. And most certainly I would not change the work I am doing for theirs. I am working here, settled in my own place. And I am happy and contented, and we need nothing more to make us happy. I love my work here. Ce n'est pas un pis-aller, on the contrary." Darya Alexandrovna noticed at this point in his explanation he grew confused, and she did not quite understand this digression, but she felt that having once begun to speak of matters near his heart, of which he could not speak to Anna, he was now making a clean breast of everything, and that the question of his pursuits in the country fell into the same category of matters near his heart as the question of his relations with Anna. "Well, I will go on," he said, collecting himself. "The great thing, is that as I work, I want to have conviction that what I am doing will not die with me, that I shall have heirs to come after me, and this I have not. Conceive the position of a man who knows that his children, the children of the woman he loves, will not be his, but will belong to someone who hates them and cares nothing about them. It is awful." He paused, evidently much moved. "Yes, indeed, I see that. But what can Anna do?" queried Darya Alexandrovna. "Yes, that brings me to the object of my conversation," he said, calming himself with an effort. "Anna can, it depends on her. Even to petition the Tsar for legitimization, a divorce is essential, and that depends on Anna. Her husband agreed to a divorce. At that time, your husband had arranged it completely, and now I know he would not refuse it. It is only a matter of writing to him. He said plainly at that time that if she expressed the desire, he would not refuse. Of course," he said gloomily, "it is one of those pharisaical cruelties on which only such heartless men are capable. He knows what agony any recollection of him must give her, and knowing her, he must have a letter from her. I can understand that it is agony to her, but the matter is of such importance that one must passer par de toutes des finis de sentiments. Il y va du bonheur et de l'existence d'Anne et de ses enfants. I will not speak of myself, though it's hard for me, very hard," he said, with an expression as though he were threatening someone for its being hard for him. "And so it is, Princess, that I am shamelessly clutching at you as an anchor of salvation. Help me to persuade her to write to him and ask for a divorce." "Yes, of course," Darya Alexandrovna said dreamily, as she vividly recalled her last interview with Alexei Alexandrovitch. "Yes, of course," she repeated with decision, thinking of Anna. "Use your influence with her. Make her write. I'm almost unable to speak about this to her." "Very well, I will speak to her. But how is it she does not think of it herself?" said Darya Alexandrovna, and for some reason she suddenly at that point recalled Anna's strange new habit of half-closing her eyes, and she remembered that Anna dropped her eyes just when the deeper questions of life were touched upon. Just as though she half shut her eyes to her own life, so as not to see everything, thought Dolly. "Yes, indeed, for my own sake and for hers I will talk to her," Dolly said in reply to his look of gratitude. They got up and walked to the house. Chapter 22. When Anna found Dolly at home before her, she looked intently in her eyes, as though questioning her about the talk she had had with Vronsky, but she made no inquiry in words. "I believe it's dinner time," she said. "We've not seen each other at all yet. I'm reckoning on the evening. Now, I want to go and dress. I expect you do too. We all got splashed at the buildings." Dolly went to her room and she felt amused. To change her dress was impossible, for she had already put on her best dress. But in order to signify in some way her preparation for dinner, she asked the maid to brush her dress, changed her cuffs and tie, and put some lace on her head. "This is all I can do," she said with a smile to Anna, who came into her in a third dress, again of extreme simplicity. "Yes, we are too formal here," she said, as it were apologizing for her magnificence. "Alexei is delighted at your visit, as he rarely is at anything. He has completely lost his heart to you," she added. "You're not tired?" There was no time for talking about anything before dinner. Going into the drawing-room, they found Princess Varvara already there, and the gentlemen of the party in black frock-coats. The architect wore a swallow-tail coat. Vronsky presented the doctor and the steward to his guest. The architect he had already introduced to her at the hospital. A stout butler, resplendent, with a smoothly shaven round chin and a starched white cravat, announced that dinner was ready, and the ladies got up. Vronsky asked Sviashky to take in Anna Arkadyevna, and himself offered his arm to Dolly. Veslovsky was before Tushkevich in offering his arm to Princess Varvara, so that Tushkevich with the steward and the doctor walked in alone. The dinner, the dining-room, the service, the waiting at table, the wine and the food were not simply in keeping with the general tone of modern luxury throughout the whole house, but seemed even more sumptuous and modern. Darya Alexandrovna watched this luxury, which was novel to her, and as a good housekeeper used to managing a household. Although she never dreamed of adapting anything she saw to in her own household, as it were all in the style of luxury far above her own manner of living, she could not help scrutinizing every detail, and wondering how and by whom it was all done. Varenka Veslovsky, her husband, and even Sviashki, and many other people she knew, would never have considered this question, and would have readily believed that every well-bred host tries to make his guests feel, that is, that all that is well-ordered in his house has cost him, the host, no trouble whatever, but comes of itself. Darya Alexandrovna was well aware that even porridge for the children's breakfast does not come of itself, and that therefore, where so complicated and magnificent a style of luxury was maintained, someone must give earnest attention to its organisation. And from the glance with which Alexei Krylovich scanned the table, from the way he nodded to the butler, and offered Darya Alexandrovna her choice between cold soup and hot soup, she saw that it was all organised and maintained by the care of the master of the house himself. It was evident that it all rested no more upon Anna than upon Veslovsky. She, Sviashki, the princess, and Veslovsky were equally guests, with light hearts enjoying what had been arranged for them. Anna was the hostess only in conducting the conversation. The conversation was a difficult one for the lady of the house at a small table with persons present, like the steward and the architect, belonging to a completely different world, struggling not to be overawed by an elegance to which they were unaccustomed, and unable to sustain a large share in the general conversation. But this difficult conversation Anna directed with her usual tact and naturalness, and indeed she did so with actual enjoyment, as Darya Alexandrovna observed. The conversation began about the row Tushkevich and Veslovsky had taken together alone in the boat, and Tushkevich began describing the last boat races in Petersburg at the yacht club. But Anna, seizing the first pause, at once turned to the architect to draw him out of his silence. Nikolai Ivanovich was struck, she said, meaning Sviashki, at the progress the new building had made since he was last here. But I am there every day, and every day I wonder at the rate at which it grows. It's first-rate working with His Excellency, said the architect with a smile. He was respectful and composed, though with a sense of his own dignity. It's a very different matter to have to do with the district authorities, where one would have to write out sheaves of papers. Here I call upon the Count, and in 3 words we settle the business. The American way of doing business, said Sviashki with a smile. Yes, there they build in a national fashion. The conversation passed to the misuse of political power in the United States, but Anna quickly brought it round to another topic, so as to draw the steward into talk. Have you seen a reaping machine? She said, addressing Darya Alexandrovna. We had just ridden over to look at one when we met. It's the first time I ever saw one. How do they work? Asked Dolly. Exactly like little scissors, a plank and a lot of little scissors, like this. Anna took a knife and fork in her beautiful white hands covered with rings, and began showing how the machine worked. It was clear that she saw nothing would be understood from her explanation, but aware that her talk was pleasant and her hands beautiful, she went on explaining. More like little penknives, Veslovsky said playfully, never taking his eyes off her. Anna gave a just perceptible smile, but made no answer. Isn't it true, Karl Fedorich, that it's just like little scissors? She said to the steward. Oh, ja, answered the German. Es ist ein ganz einfach Ding. And he began to explain the construction of the machine. It's a pity it doesn't bind, too. I saw one at the Vienna exhibition, which binds with a wire, said Sviashki. They would be more profitable in use. Es kommt drauf an. Der Preis vom Dracht muss ausgerechnet werden, said the German, roused from his taciturnity, turned to Vronsky. Das lässt sich ausrechnen erklärt. Das lässt sich ausrechnen erklärt. The German was just feeling in the pocket, where were his pencil and the notebook he always wrote in, but recollecting that he was at dinner and observing Vronsky's chilly glance, he checked himself. So kompliziert, macht so viel Klopot, he concluded. Wünscht man Doschotz, so hat man auch kłopot, said Varenka Veslovsky, mimicking the German. J'adore l'allemand. He addressed Anna again with the same smile. Cessez, she said with playful severity. We expected to find you in the fields, Vasily Semyonich, she said to the doctor, a sickly-looking man. Have you been there? I went there, but I had taken flight, the doctor answered with gloomy jocoseness. Then you've taken a good constitutional? Splendid. Well, and how was the old woman? I hope it's not typhus. Typhus it is not, but it's taking a bad turn. What a pity, said Anna, and having thus paid the dues of civility to her domestic circle, she turned to her own friends. It would be a hard task, though, to construct a machine with your description, Anna Arkadyevna, Sviazhsky said, jestingly. Oh no, why so? Said Anna with a smile that betrayed that she knew there was something charming in her disquisitions upon the machine that had been noticed by Sviazhsky. This new trait of girlish coquettishness made an unpleasant impression on Dolly. But Anna Arkadyevna's knowledge of architecture is marvellous, said Tushkevich. To be sure, I heard Anna Arkadyevna talking yesterday about plinths and damp courses, said Veslovsky. Have I got it right? There's nothing marvellous about it, but when one sees and hears so much of it, said Anna. But I dare say you don't even know what houses are made of. Darya Alexandrovna saw that Anna disliked the tone of raillery that existed between her and Veslovsky, but fell in with it against her will. Vronsky acted in this matter quite differently from Levin. He obviously attached no significance to Veslovsky's chattering. On the contrary, he encouraged his jests. Come now, tell us, Veslovsky, how are stones held together? By cement, of course. Bravo. And what is cement? Oh, some sort of paste. No, putty, said Veslovsky, raising a general laugh. The company at dinner, with the exception of the doctor, the architect and the steward, who remained plunged in gloomy silence, kept up a conversation that never paused, glancing off one subject, fastening on another, and at times stinging one or the other to the quick. Once Darya Alexandrovna felt wounded to the quick, and got so hot that she positively flushed and wondered afterwards whether she had said anything extreme or unpleasant. Sviazhsky began talking of Levin, describing his strange view that machinery is simply pernicious in its effects on Russian agriculture. I have not the pleasure of knowing this M. Levin, Vronsky said, smiling, but most likely he has never seen the machines he condemns, or if he has seen and tried any, it must have been after a queer fashion, some Russian imitation, not a machine from abroad. What sort of views can anyone have on such a subject? Turkish views in general, Veslovsky said, turning to Anna with a smile. I can't defend his opinions, Darya Alexandrovna said, firing up, but I can say that he is a highly cultivated man, and if he were here he would know very well how to answer you, though I am not capable of doing so. I like him extremely, and we are great friends, Sviazhsky said, smiling good-naturedly. Mais pardon, il est un petit peu toc. He maintains, for instance, that district councils and arbitration boards are all of no use, and he is unwilling to take part in anything. It's our Russian apathy, said Vronsky, pouring water from an iced decanter into a delicate glass on a high stem. We've no sense of the duties our privileges impose on us, and so we refuse to recognise these duties. I know no man more strict in the performance of his duties, said Darya Alexandrovna, irritated by Vronsky's tone of superiority. For my part, pursued Vronsky, who was evidently, for some reason or other, keenly affected by this conversation, such as I am, on the contrary, extremely grateful for the honour they have done me, thanks to Nikolai Ivanitch, he indicated Sviazhsky, in electing me a justice of the peace. I consider for me the duty of being present at the session, of judging some peasant's quarrel about a horse, is as important as anything I can do, and I shall regard it as an honour if they elect me for the district council. It's only in that way I can pay for the advantages I enjoy as a landowner. Unluckily, they don't understand the weight that the big landowners ought to have in the state. It was strange to Darya Alexandrovna to hear how serenely confident he was of being right at his own table. She thought how Levin, who believed the opposite, was just as positive in his opinions at his own table. But she loved Levin, and so she was on his side. "So we can reckon upon you, Count, for the coming elections?" said Sviashki. "But you must come a little beforehand, so as to be on the spot by the 8th. If you could do me the honour to stop with me." "I rather agree with your beau-frère," said Anna, though not quite on the same ground as he. She added with a smile, "I am afraid that we have too many of these public duties in these latter days. Just as in old days there were so many government functionaries that one had to call in a functionary for every single thing, so now everyone's doing some sort of public duty. Alexei has been here now 6 months, and he's a member, I do believe, of 5 or 6 different public bodies. Du train que ça la va. The whole time will be wasted on it, and I'm afraid, with such a multiplicity of these bodies, they'll end in being a mere form. How many are you a member of, Nikolai Ivanitch?" She turned to Sviashki. "Over 20, I fancy." Anna spoke lightly, but irritation could be discerned in her tone. Darya Alexandrovna, watching Anna and Vronsky attentively, detected it instantly. She noticed, too, that as she spoke, Vronsky's face had immediately taken a serious and obstinate expression. Noticing this, and that Princess Varvara at once made haste to change the conversation by talking of Petersburg acquaintances, and remembering what Vronsky had without apparent connection said in the garden of his work in the country, Dolly surmised that this question of public activity was connected with some deep private disagreement between Anna and Vronsky. The dinner, the wine, the decoration of the table were all very good, but it was all like what Darya Alexandrovna had seen at formal dinners and balls, which of late years had become quite unfamiliar to her. It had all the same impersonal and constrained character, and so, on an ordinary day and in a little circle of friends, it made a disagreeable impression on her. After dinner, they sat on the terrace, then they proceeded to play lawn tennis. The players, divided into 2 parties, stood on opposite sides of a tightly drawn net with gilt poles on the carefully levelled and rolled croquet ground. Darya Alexandrovna made an attempt to play, but it was a long time before she could understand the game, and by the time she did understand it, she was so tired that she sat down with Princess Varvara and simply looked on at the players. Her partner, Tushkevich, gave up playing too, but the others kept the game up for a long time. Sviashki and Vronsky both played very well and seriously. They kept a sharp lookout on the balls served to them, and without haste or getting in each other's way, they ran adroitly up to them, waited for the rebound, and neatly and accurately returned them over the net. Veslovsky played worse than the others. He was too eager, but he kept the players lively with his high spirits. His laughter and outcries never paused. Like the other men of the party, with the ladies' permission, he took off his coat, and his solid, comely figure in his white shirt-sleeves, with his red, perspiring face and his impulsive movements, made a picture that imprinted itself vividly on the memory. When Darya Alexandrovna lay in bed that night, as soon as she closed her eyes, she saw Varenka Veslovsky flying about the croquet ground. During the game, Darya Alexandrovna was not enjoying herself. She did not like the light tone of raillery that was kept up all the time between Varenka Veslovsky and Anna, and the unnaturalness altogether of grown-up people, all alone without children, playing at a children's game. But to avoid breaking up the party, and to get through the time somehow, after a rest she joined the game again, and pretended to be enjoying it. All that day, it seemed to her as though she were acting in a theatre with actors cleverer than she, and that her bad acting was spoiling the whole performance. She had come with the intention of staying 2 days, if all went well, but in the evening, during the game, she made up her mind that she would go home next day. The maternal cares and worries, which she had so hated on the way, now, after a day spent without them, struck her in quite another light, and tempted her back to them. When, after evening tea and a row by night in the boat, Darya Alexandrovna went alone to her room, took off her dress, and began arranging her thin hair for the night, she had a great sense of relief. It was positively disagreeable to her to think that Anna was coming to see her immediately. She longed to be alone with her own thoughts. Chapter 23. Dolly was wanting to go to bed when Anna came in to see her, attired for the night. In the course of the day, Anna had several times begun to speak of matters near to her heart, and every time, after a few words, she had stopped. "Afterwards, by ourselves, we'll talk about everything. I've got so much I want to tell you," she said. Now they were by themselves, and Anna did not know what to talk about. She sat in the window, looking at Dolly, and going over in her own mind all the stories of intimate talk which had seemed inexhaustible beforehand, and she found nothing. At that moment, it seemed to her that everything had been said already. "Well, what of Kitty?" she said with a heavy sigh, looking penitently at Dolly. "Tell me the truth, Dolly. Isn't she angry with me?" "Angry? Oh, no," said Darya Alexandrovna, smiling. "But she hates me, despises me." "Oh, no, but you know that sort of thing isn't forgiven." Yes, said Anna, turning away and looking out of the open window. "But I was not to blame. And who is to blame? What's the meaning of being to blame? How could it have been otherwise? What do you think? Could it possibly have happened that you didn't become the wife of Stiva?" "Really, I don't know. But this is what I wanted you to tell me." Yes, but we've not finished about Kitty. Is she happy? He's a very nice man, they say." "He's much more than very nice. I don't know a better man." "Ah, how glad I am. I am so glad. Much more than very nice," she repeated. Dolly smiled. "But tell me about yourself. We've a great deal to talk about, and I've had a talk with—" Dolly did not know what to call him. She felt it awkward to call him either the Count or Alexei Krylovitch. "With Alexei," said Anna. "I know what you talked about, but I want to ask you directly what you think of me, of my life." "How am I to say like that straight off? I really don't know." "No, tell me all the same. You see my life? But you mustn't forget that you're seeing us in the summer, when you have come to us and we are not alone. But we came here early in the spring, lived quite alone, and shall be alone again, and I desire nothing better. But imagine me living alone without him, alone, and that will be— I see by everything that it will often be repeated, that he will be half the time away from home," she said, getting up and sitting down close by Dolly. "Of course," she interrupted Dolly, who would have answered, "of course I won't try to keep him by force. I don't keep him, indeed. The races are just coming, his horses are running, he will go. I am very glad. But think of me. Fancy my position. But what's the use of us talking about it?" She smiled. "Well, what did he talk about with you?" "He spoke of what I want to speak about of myself, and it's easy for me to be his advocate, of whether there is not a possibility, whether you could not—" Darya Alexandrovna hesitated. "Correct, improve your position. You know how I look at it, but all the same, if possible, you should get married." "Divorce, you mean?" said Anna. "Do you know, the only woman who came to see me in Petersburg was Betsy Tverskaya? You know her, of course. Au fond, c'est la femme la plus dépravée qui existe. She had an intrigue with Tushkevich, deceiving her husband in the basest way, and she told me that she did not care to know me so long as my position was irregular. Don't imagine I would compare. I know you, darling, but I could not help remembering." "Well, so what did he say to you?" she repeated. "He said that he was unhappy on your account and his own. Perhaps you will say that it's egoism, but what a legitimate and noble egoism. He wants first of all to legitimize his daughter, and to be your husband, to have a legal right to you." "What wife, what slave can be so utterly a slave as I in my position?" she put in gloomily. "The chief thing he desires that you should not suffer." "That's impossible. Well?" "Well, and the most legitimate desire, he wishes that your children should have a name." "What children?" Anna said, not looking at Dolly and half closing her eyes. "Annie, and those to come." "He need not trouble on that score. I shall have no more children." "How can you say that you won't?" "I shall not, because I don't wish it." and in spite of all her emotion, Anna smiled as she caught the naive expression of curiosity, wonder, and horror on Dolly's face. "The doctor told me after my illness." "Impossible," said Dolly, opening her eyes wide. For her, this was one of those discoveries, the consequences and deductions from which are so immense that all that one feels for the first instant is that it is impossible to take it all in, and that one will have to reflect a great, great deal upon it. This discovery, suddenly throwing light on all those families of 1 or 2 children, which had hitherto been so incomprehensible to her, aroused so many ideas, reflections, and contradictory emotions that she had nothing to say, and simply gazed with wide-open eyes of wonder at Anna. This was the very thing she had been dreaming of, but now learning that it was possible, she was horrified. She felt that it was too simple a solution of too complicated a problem. "N'est-ce pas immoral?" was all she said after a brief pause. "Why so? Think. I have a choice between 2 alternatives, either to be with child, that is, an invalid, or to be the friend and companion of my husband, practically my husband," Anna said in a tone intentionally superficial and frivolous. "Yes, yes," said Darya Alexandrovna, hearing the very arguments she had used to herself, and not finding the same force in them as before. "For you, for other people," said Anna, as though divining her thoughts, "there may be reason to hesitate. But for me, you must consider, I am not his wife. He loves me as long as he loves me. And how am I to keep his love? Not like this." She moved her white hands in a curve before her waist with extraordinary rapidity, as happens during moments of excitement. Ideas and memories rushed into Darya Alexandrovna's head. "I," she thought, "did not keep my attraction for Stiva. He left me for others, and the first woman for whom he betrayed me did not keep him by being always pretty and lively. He deserted her and took another. And can Anna attract and keep Count Vronsky in that way? If that is what he looks for, he will find dresses and manners still more attractive and charming, and however white and beautiful her bare arms are, however beautiful her full figure and her eager face under her black curls, he will find something better still, just as my disgusting, pitiful and charming husband does." Dolly made no answer. She merely sighed. Anna noticed this sigh, indicating dissent, and she went on. In her armoury she had other arguments so strong that no answer could be made to them. "Do you say that it's not right? But you must consider," she went on. "You forget my position. How can I desire children? I'm not speaking of the suffering, I'm not afraid of that. Think only, what are my children to be? Ill-fated children, who will have to bear a stranger's name. For the very fact of their birth they will be forced to be ashamed of their mother, their father, their birth. But that is why a divorce is necessary." But Anna did not hear her. She longed to give utterance to all the arguments with which she had so many times convinced herself. "What is reason given me for, if I am not to use it to avoid bringing unhappy beings into the world?" She looked at Dolly, but without waiting for a reply she went on. "I should always feel I had wronged those unhappy children," she said. "If they are not, at any rate they are not unhappy, while if they are unhappy, I alone should be to blame for it." These were the very arguments Darya Alexandrovna had used in her own reflections, but she heard them without understanding them. "How can one wrong creatures that don't exist?" she thought, and all at once the idea struck her. Could it possibly, under any circumstances, have been better for her favourite Grisha if he had never existed? And this seemed to her so wild, so strange, that she shook her head to drive away this tangle of whirling, mad ideas. "No, I don't know. It's not right," was all she said, with an expression of disgust on her face. "Yes, but you mustn't forget that you and I, and besides that," answered Anna, in spite of the wealth of her arguments and the poverty of Dolly's objections, seeming still to admit that it was not right. "Don't forget the chief point, that I am not now in the same position as you. For you, the question is, do you desire not to have any more children? While for me it is, do I desire to have them? And that's a great difference. You must see that I can't desire it in my position." Darya Alexandrovna made no reply. She suddenly felt that she had got far away from Anna, that there lay between them a barrier of questions on which they could never agree, and about which it was better not to speak. Chapter 24. "Then there is all the more reason for you to legalise your position, if possible," said Dolly. "Yes, if possible," said Anna, speaking all at once in an utterly different tone, subdued and mournful. "Surely you don't mean a divorce is impossible? I was told your husband had consented to it." "Dolly, I don't want to talk about that." "Oh, we won't then," Darya Alexandrovna hastened to say, noticing the expression of suffering on Anna's face. "All I see is that you take too gloomy a view of things." "I? Not at all. I am always bright and happy. You see, je fais des passions. Veslovsky." "Yes, to tell the truth, I don't like Veslovsky's tone," said Darya Alexandrovna, anxious to change the subject. "Oh, that's nonsense. It amuses Alexei, and that's all. But he is a boy, and quite under my control. You know I turn him as I please. It's just as it might be with your Grisha. Dolly," she suddenly changed the subject, "you say I take too gloomy a view of things. You can't understand. It's too awful. I try not to take any view of it at all." "But I think you ought to. You ought to do all you can." "But what can I do? Nothing. You tell me to marry Alexei, and say I don't think about it. I don't think about it," she repeated, and a flush rose into her face. She got up, straightening her chest, and sighed heavily. With her light step she began pacing up and down the room, stopping now and then. "I don't think of it. Not a day, not an hour passes that I don't think of it, and blame myself for thinking of it, because thinking of that may drive me mad, she repeated. "When I think of it, I can't sleep without morphine. But never mind, let us talk quietly. They tell me divorce. In the first place, he won't give me a divorce. He's under the influence of Countess Lydia Ivanovna now." Darya Alexandrovna, sitting erect on a chair, turned her head, following Anna with a face of sympathetic suffering. "You ought to make the attempt," she said softly. "Suppose I make the attempt. What does it mean?" she said, evidently giving utterance to a thought 1,000 times thought over and learned by heart. "It means that I, hating him, but still recognizing that I have wronged him, and I consider him magnanimous, that I humiliate myself to write to him. Well, suppose I make the effort, I do it. Either I receive a humiliating refusal or consent. Well, I have received his consent, say." Anna was at that moment at the furthest end of the room, and she stopped there, doing something to the curtain at the window. "I receive his consent, but my son. They won't give him up to me. He will grow up despising me, with his father whom I've abandoned. Do you see? I love, equally I think, but both more than myself, 2 creatures, Seriosha and Alexei." She came out into the middle of the room and stood facing Dolly, with her arms pressed tightly across her chest. In her white dressing gown her figure seemed more than usually grand and broad. She bent her head, and with shining, wet eyes looked from under her brows at Dolly, a thin little pitiful creature in her patched dressing jacket and nightcap, shaking all over with emotion. "It is only those 2 creatures that I love, and one excludes the other. I can't have them together, and that's the only thing I want. And since I can't have that, I don't care about the rest. I don't care about anything. And it will end one way or another, and so I can't. I don't like to talk of it. So don't blame me. Don't judge me for anything. You can't with your pure heart understand all that I'm suffering." She went up and sat down beside Dolly, and with a guilty look peeped into her face and took her hand. "What are you thinking? What are you thinking about me? Don't despise me. I don't deserve contempt. I'm simply unhappy. If anyone is unhappy, I am," she articulated, and turning away she burst into tears. Left alone, Darya Alexandrovna said her prayers and went to bed. She had felt for Anna with all her heart while she was speaking to her, but now she could not force herself to think of her. The memories of home and of her children rose up in her imagination with a peculiar charm quite new to her, with a sort of new brilliance. That world of her own seemed to her now so sweet and precious that she would not on any account spend any extra day outside it, and she made up her mind that she would certainly go back next day. Anna, meantime, went back to her boudoir, took a wine-glass and dropped into it several drops of a medicine, of which the principal ingredient was morphine. After drinking it off and sitting still a little while, she went into her bedroom in a soothed and more cheerful frame of mind. When she went into the bedroom, Vronsky looked intently at her. He was looking for traces of the conversation which he knew that, staying so long in Dolly's room, she must have had with her. But in her expression of restrained excitement and a sort of reserve, he could find nothing but the beauty that always bewitched him afresh, though he was used to it, the consciousness of it, and the desire that it should affect him. He did not want to ask her what they had been talking of, but he hoped that she would tell him something of her own accord. But she only said, "I am so glad you like Dolly. You do, don't you?" "No, I've known her a long while, you know. She's very good-hearted, I suppose, mais excessivement terre-à-terre. Still, I'm very glad to see her." He took Anna's hand and looked inquiringly into her eyes. Misinterpreting the look, she smiled to him. Next morning, in spite of the protests of her hosts, Darya Alexandrovna prepared for her homeward journey. Levin's coachman, in his by no means new coat and shabby hat, with his ill-matched horses and his coach with the patched mudguards, drove with gloomy determination into the covered gravel approach. Darya Alexandrovna disliked taking leave of Princess Varvara and the gentlemen of the party. After a day spent together, both she and her hosts were distinctly aware that they did not get on together, and that it was better for them not to meet. Only Anna was sad. She knew that now, from Dolly's departure, no one again would stir up within her soul the feelings that had been roused by their conversation. It hurt her to stir up these feelings, but yet she knew that that was the best part of her soul, and that that part of her soul would quickly be smothered in the life she was leading. As she drove out into the open country, Darya Alexandrovna had a delightful sense of relief, and she felt tempted to ask the two men how they had liked being at Vronsky's, when suddenly the coachman, Philip, expressed himself unasked. "Rolling in wealth they may be, but 3 pots of oats was all they gave us. Everything cleared up till there wasn't a grain left by cockcrow. What are 3 pots? A mere mouthful. And oats now down to 45 kopecks. At our place, no fear. All corners may have as much as they can eat." "The master's a screw," put in the counting-house clerk. "Well, did you like their horses?" asked Dolly. "The horses? There's no two opinions about them, and the food was good, but it seemed to me sort of dreary there, Darya Alexandrovna. I don't know what you thought," he said, turning his handsome, good-natured face to her. "I thought so too. Well, shall we get home by evening?" "Nay, we must." On reaching home and finding everyone entirely satisfactory and particularly charming, Darya Alexandrovna began with great liveliness, telling them how she had arrived, how warmly they had received her, of the luxury and good taste in which the Vronskys lived, and of their recreation, and she would not allow a word to be said against them. "One has to know Anna and Vronsky. I have got to know him better now, to see how nice they are, and how touching," she said, speaking now with perfect sincerity, and forgetting the vague feeling of dissatisfaction and awkwardness she had experienced there. Chapter 25. Vronsky and Anna spent the whole summer and part of the winter in the country, living in just the same condition, and still taking no steps to obtain a divorce. It was an understood thing between them that they should not go away anywhere, but both felt, the longer they lived alone, especially in the autumn, without guests in the house, that they could not stand this existence, and that they would have to alter it. Their life was apparently such that nothing better could be desired. They had the fullest abundance of everything. They had a child, and both had occupation. Anna devoted just as much care to her appearance when they had no visitors, and she did a great deal of reading, both of novels and of what serious literature was in fashion. She ordered all the books that were praised in the foreign papers and reviews she received, and read them with that concentrated attention which is only given to what is read in seclusion. Moreover, every subject that was of interest to Vronsky she studied in books and special journals, so that he often went straight to her with questions relating to agriculture or architecture, sometimes even with questions relating to horse breeding or sport. He was amazed at her knowledge, her memory, and at first was disposed to doubt it, to ask for confirmation of her facts, and she would find what he asked for in some book and show it to him. The building of the hospital, too, interested her. She did not merely assist, but planned and suggested a great deal herself. But her chief thought was still of herself, how far she was dear to Vronsky, how far she could make up to him for all he had given up. Vronsky appreciated this desire not only to please but to serve him, which had become the sole aim of her existence, but at the same time he wearied of the loving snares in which she tried to hold him fast. As time went on, and he saw himself more and more often held fast in these snares, he had an ever-growing desire, not so much to escape from them, as to try whether they hindered his freedom. Had it not been for this growing desire to be free, not to have scenes every time he wanted to go up to town to a meeting or a race, Vronsky would have been perfectly satisfied with his life. The role he had taken up, the role of a wealthy landowner, one of that class which ought to be the very heart of the Russian aristocracy, was entirely to his taste, and now, after spending 6 months in that character, he derived even greater satisfaction from it. And his management of his estate, which occupied and absorbed him more and more, was most successful. In spite of the immense sums cost him by the hospital, by machinery, by cows ordered from Switzerland, and many other things, he was convinced that he was not wasting, but increasing his substance. In all matters affecting income, the sales of timber, wheat and wool, the letting of lands, Vronsky was hard as a rock, and knew well how to keep up prices. In all operations on a large scale, on this and his other estates, he kept to the simplest methods involving no risk, and in trifling details he was careful and exacting to an extreme degree. In spite of all the cunning and ingenuity of the German steward, who would try to tempt him into purchases by making his original estimate always far larger than really required, and then representing to Vronsky that he might get the thing cheaper, and so make a profit, Vronsky did not give in. He listened to his steward, cross-examined him, and only agreed to his suggestion when the implement to be ordered or constructed was the very newest, not yet known in Russia, and likely to excite wonder. Apart from such exceptions, he resolved upon an increased outlay only where there was a surplus, and in making such an outlay he went into the minutest details, and insisted on getting the very best for his money, so that by the method on which he managed his affairs, it was clear that he was not wasting, but increasing his substance. In October, there were the provincial elections in the Kaczynski province, where there were the estates of Vronsky, Sviashki, Kozhnishev, Oblonsky, and a small part of Levin's land. These elections were attracting public attention from several circumstances connecting with them, and also from the people taking part in them. There had been a great deal of talk about them, and great preparation were being made for them. Persons who never attended the elections were coming from Moscow, from Petersburg, and from abroad to attend these. Vronsky had long before promised Sviashki to go to them. Before the elections, Sviashki, who often visited Vozdvizhenko, drove over to fetch Vronsky. On the day before, there had been almost a quarrel between Vronsky and Anna over this proposed expedition. It was the very dullest autumn weather, which is so dreary in the country, and so, preparing himself for a struggle, Vronsky, with a hard and cold expression, informed Anna of his departure, as he had never spoken to her before. But, to his surprise, Anna accepted the information with great composure, and merely asked when he would be back. He looked intently at her, at a loss to explain this composure. She smiled at his look. He knew that way she had of withdrawing into herself, and knew that it only happened when she had determined upon something without letting him know her plans. He was afraid of this, but he was so anxious to avoid a scene that he kept up appearances and half sincerely believed in what he longed to believe in, her reasonableness. "I hope you won't be dull." "I hope not," said Anna. "I got a box of books yesterday from Gautier's. No, I shan't be dull." "She's trying to take that tone, and so much the better," he thought, "or else it would be the same over and over again." And he set off for the elections without appealing to her for a candid explanation. It was the first time since the beginning of their intimacy that he had parted from her without a full explanation. From one point of view this troubled him, but on the other side he felt that it was better so. At first there will be, as this time, something undefined kept back, and then she will get used to it. In any case, I can give up anything for her, but not my masculine independence, he thought. Chapter 26. In September, Levin moved to Moscow for Kitty's confinement. He had spent a whole month in Moscow with nothing to do, when Sergei Ivanovitch, who had property in the Kashinsky province and took great interest in the question of the approaching elections, made ready to set off to the elections. He invited his brother, who had a vote in the Seleznevsky district, to come with him. Levin had, moreover, to transact and cash in some extremely important business relating to the wardship of land and to the receiving of certain redemption money for his sister, who was abroad. Levin still hesitated, but Kitty, who saw that he was bored in Moscow and urged him to go, on her own authority ordered him the proper nobleman's uniform, costing £7. And that £7 paid for, the uniform was the chief cause that finally decided Levin to go. He went to Kashin. Levin had been 6 days in Kashin, visiting the assembly each day and busily engaged about his sister's business, which still dragged on. The district marshals of nobility were all occupied with the elections, and it was impossible to get the simplest thing done that depended upon the court of wardship. The other matter, the payment of the sums due, was met too by difficulties. After long negotiations over the legal details, the money was at last ready to be paid, but the notary, a most obliging person, could not hand over the order because it must have the signature of the president, and the president, though he had not given over his duties to a deputy, was at the elections. All these worrying negotiations, this endless going from place to place and talking with pleasant and excellent people, who quite saw the unpleasantness of the petitioner's position but were powerless to assist him, all these efforts that yielded no result, led to a feeling of misery in Levin akin to the mortifying helplessness one experiences in dreams when one tries to use physical force. He felt this frequently as he talked to his most good-natured solicitor. This solicitor did, it seemed, everything possible, and strained every nerve to get him out of his difficulties. "I tell you what you might try," he said more than once. "Go to so-and-so, and so-and-so." And the solicitor drew up a regular plan for getting round the fatal point that hindered everything. But he would add immediately, "It'll mean some delay, anyway, but you might try it." And Levin did try, and did go. Everyone was kind and civil, but the point evaded seemed to crop up again in the end, and again to bar the way. What was particularly trying was that Levin could not make out with whom he was struggling, to whose interest it was that his business should not be done. That no one seemed to know. The solicitor certainly did not know. If Levin could have understood why, just as he saw why one can only approach the booking office of a railway station in single file, it would not have been so vexatious and tiresome to him. But with the hindrances that confronted him in his business, no one could explain why they existed. But Levin had changed a good deal since his marriage. He was patient, and if he could not see why it was all arranged like this, he told himself that he could not judge without knowing all about it, and that most likely it must be so, and he tried not to fret. In attending the elections, too, and taking part in them, he tried now not to judge, not to fall foul of them, but to comprehend as fully as he could the question which was so earnestly and ardently absorbing honest and excellent men whom he respected. Since his marriage, there had been revealed to Levin so many new and serious aspects of life that had previously, through his frivolous attitude to them, seemed of no importance, that in the question of the elections, too, he assumed and tried to find some serious significance. Sergei Ivanovitch explained to him the meaning and object of the proposed revolution at the elections. The marshal of the province, in whose hands the law had placed the control of so many important public functions, the guardianship of wards, the very department which was giving Levin so much trouble just now, the disposal of large sums subscribed by the nobility of the province, the high schools, female, male and military, and popular instruction on the new model, and finally the district council, the marshal of the province, Snetkov, was a nobleman of the old school, dissipating an immense fortune, a good-hearted man, honest after his own fashion, and utterly without any comprehension of the needs of modern days. He always took, in every question, the side of the nobility. He was positively antagonistic to the spread of popular education, and he succeeded in giving a purely party character to the district council, which ought by rights to be of such immense importance. What was needed was to put in his place a fresh, capable, perfectly modern man, of contemporary ideas, and to frame their policy so as from the rights conferred upon the nobles, not as the nobility, but as an element of the district council, to extract all the powers of self-government that could possibly be derived from them. In the wealthy Kaczynski province, which always took the lead of other provinces in everything, there was now such a preponderance of forces that this policy, once carried through properly there, might serve as a model for other provinces, for all Russia. And hence the whole question was of the greatest importance. It was proposed to elect as marshal, in place of Snetkov, either Sviashki, or, better still, Nevyadovsky, a former university professor, a man of remarkable intelligence, and a great friend of Sergei Ivanovitch. The meeting was opened by the governor, who made a speech to the nobles, urging them to elect the public functionaries, not from regard for persons, but for the service and welfare of their fatherland, and hoping that the honourable nobility of the Kaczynski province would, as at all former elections, hold their duty as sacred and vindicate the exalted confidence of the monarch. When he had finished with his speech, the governor walked out of the hall, and the noblemen noisily and eagerly, some even enthusiastically, followed him and thronged round him while he put on his fur coat and conversed amicably with the marshal of the province. Levin, anxious to see into everything and not to miss anything, stood there too in the crowd, and heard the governor say, "Please tell Maria Ivanovna my wife is very sorry she couldn't come to the home." And thereupon the nobles, in high good humour, sorted out their fur coats, and all drove off to the cathedral. In the cathedral, Levin, lifting his hand like the rest and repeating the words of the archdeacon, swore with most terrible oaths to do all the governor had hoped they would do. Church services always affected Levin, and as he uttered the words, "I kiss the cross," and glanced round at the crowd of young and old men repeating the same, he felt touched. On the second and third days, there was business relating to the finances of the nobility and the female high school, of no importance whatever, as Sergei Ivanovitch explained, and Levin, busy seeing after his own affairs, did not attend the meetings. On the fourth day, the auditing of the marshal's accounts took place at the high table of the marshal of the province, and then there occurred the first skirmish between the new party and the old. The committee who had been deputed to verify the accounts reported to the meeting that all was in order. The marshal of the province got up, thanked the nobility for their confidence, and shed tears. The nobles gave him a loud welcome and shook hands with him, but at that instant a nobleman of Sergei Ivanovitch's party said that he had heard that the committee had not verified the accounts, considering such a verification an insult to the marshal of the province. One of the members of the committee incautiously admitted this. Then a small gentleman, very young-looking but very malignant, began to say that it would probably be agreeable to the marshal of the province to give an account of his expenditures of the public moneys, and that the misplaced delicacy of the members of the committee was depriving him of this moral satisfaction. Then the members of the committee tried to withdraw their admission, and Sergei Ivanovitch began to prove that they must logically admit either that they had verified the accounts or that they had not, and he developed this dilemma in detail, Sergei Ivanovich was answered by the spokesman of the opposite party. Then Sviashky spoke, and then the malignant gentleman again. The discussion lasted a long time and ended in nothing. Levin was surprised that they should dispute upon this subject so long, especially as, when he asked Sergei Ivanovich whether he supposed that money had been misappropriated, Sergei Ivanovich answered, "Oh, no. He's an honest man, but these old-fashioned methods of paternal family arrangements in the manner of provincial affairs must be broken down." On the 5th day came the elections of the district marshals. It was a rather stormy day in several districts. In the Shelesnevsky district, Sviashky was elected unanimously without a ballot, and he gave a dinner that evening. Chapter 27. The 6th day was fixed for the election of the marshal of the province. The rooms, large and small, were full of noblemen in all sorts of uniforms. Many had come only for that day. Men who had not seen each other for years, some from the Crimea, some from Petersburg, some from abroad, met in the rooms of the Hall of Nobility. There was much discussion around the governor's table under the portrait of the Tsar. The nobles, both in the larger and the smaller rooms, grouped themselves in camps, and from their hostile and suspicious glances, from the silence that fell upon them when outsiders approached a group, and from the way that some, whispering together, retreated to the farther corner, it was evident that each side had secrets from the other. In appearance, the nobleman was sharply divided into two classes, the old and the new. The old were for the most part either in old uniforms of the nobility, buttoned up closely with spurs and hats, or in their own special naval, cavalry, infantry, or official uniforms. The uniforms of the older men were embroidered in the old-fashioned way, with epaulets on their shoulders. They were unmistakably tight and short in the waist, as though their wearers had grown out of them. The younger men wore the uniform of the nobility with long waists and broad shoulders, unbuttoned over white waistcoats, or uniforms with black collars and with embroidered badges of justices of the peace. To the younger men belonged the court uniforms that here and there brightened up the crowd. But the division into young and old did not correspond with the division of parties. Some of the young men, as Levin observed, belonged to the old party, and some of the very oldest noblemen, on the contrary, were whispering with Sviashky, and were evidently ardent partisans of the new party. Levin stood in the smaller room, where they were smoking and taking light refreshments, close to his own friends, and listening to what they were saying. He conscientiously exerted all his intelligence, trying to understand what was said. Sergei Ivanovich was the centre round which the others grouped themselves. He was listening at that moment to Sviashky and Hlutsov, the marshal of another district, who belonged to their party. Hlutsov would not agree to go with his district to ask Snetkov to stand, while Sviashky was persuading him to do so, and Sergei Ivanovich was approving of the plan. Levin could not make out why the opposition was to ask the marshal to stand, whom they wanted to supersede. Stefan Arkadyevitch, who had just been drinking and taking some lunch, came up to them in his uniform of a gentleman of the bedchamber, wiping his lips with a perfumed handkerchief of bordered batiste. "We are placing our forces," he said, pulling out his whiskers. "Sergei Ivanovich." And listening to the conversation, he spotted Sviashky's contention. "One district's enough, and Sviashky's obviously of the opposition," he said, words evidently intelligible to all except Levin. "Why, Kostya, you're here too. Suppose you're converted, eh?" he added, turning to Levin and drawing his arm through his. Levin would have been glad indeed to be converted, but could not make out what the point was, and retreating a few steps from the speakers, he explained to Stefan Arkadyevitch his inability to understand why the marshal of the province should be asked to stand. "Oh, sanctus implicitus," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, and briefly and clearly he explained it to Levin. If, as at previous elections, all the districts asked the marshal of the province to stand, then he would be elected without a ballot. That must not be. Now 8 districts had agreed to call upon him. If 2 refused to do so, Snetkov might decline to stand at all, and then the old party might choose another of their party, which would throw them completely out in their reckoning. But if only 1 district,
Sviashki's, did not call upon him to stand, Snetkov would let himself be balloted for. They were even, some of them, going to vote for him, and purposely to let him get a good many votes, so that the enemy might be thrown off the scent, and when a candidate of the other side was put up, they too might give him some votes. Levin understood to some extent, but not fully, and would have put a few more questions, when suddenly everyone began talking and making a noise as they moved towards the big room. "What is it, eh? Whom? No guarantee? Whose? What? They won't pass him? No guarantee. They won't let Flerov in. Eh? Because of the charge against him. Why, at this rate, they won't admit anyone. It's a swindle. The law." Levin heard exclamations on all sides, and he moved into the big room together with the others, all hurrying somewhere and afraid of missing something. Squeezed by the crowding noblemen, he drew near the high table where the marshal of the province, Sviashki, and the other leaders were hotly disputing about something. Chapter 28. Levin was standing rather far off, a nobleman breathing heavily and hoarsely at his side, and another whose thick boots were creaking prevented him from hearing distinctly. He could only hear the soft voice of the marshal faintly, then the shrill voice of the malignant gentleman, and then the voice of Sviashki. They were disputing, as far as he could make out, as to the interpretation to be put on the act and the exact meaning of the words, liable to be called up for trial. The crowd parted to make way for Sergei Ivanovitch approaching the table. Sergei Ivanovitch, waiting till the malignant gentleman had finished speaking, said that he thought the best solution would be to refer to the act itself, and asked the secretary to find the act. The act said that in case of difference of opinion, there must be a ballot. Sergei Ivanovitch read the act and began to explain its meaning, but at that point a tall, stout, round-shouldered landowner with dyed whiskers, in a tight uniform that cut the back of his neck, interrupted him. He went up to the table, and striking it with his finger ring, he shouted loudly, "A ballot! Put it to the vote! No need for more talking!" Then several voices began to talk all at once, and the tall nobleman with the ring, getting more and more exasperated, shouted more and more loudly. But it was impossible to make out what he said. He was shouting for the very course Sergei Ivanovitch had proposed, but it was evident that he hated him and all his party, and this feeling of hatred spread through the whole party, and roused in opposition to it the same vindictiveness, though in a more seemly form, on the other side. Shouts were raised, and for a moment all was confusion, so that the marshal of the province had to call for order. "A ballot! A ballot! Every nobleman sees it. We shed our blood for our country, the confidence of the monarch. No checking the accounts of the marshal, he's not a cashier. But that's not the point. Votes, please. Beastly!" shouted ferocious and violent voices on all sides. Looks and faces were even more violent and furious than their words. They expressed the most implacable hatred. Levin did not in the least understand what was the matter, and he marvelled at the passion with which it was disputed whether or not the decision about Flerov should be put to the vote. He forgot, as Sergei Ivanovitch explained to him afterwards, this syllogism, that it was necessary for the public good to get rid of the marshal of the province, that to get rid of the marshal it was necessary to have a majority of votes, that to get a majority of votes it was necessary to secure Flerov's right to vote, that to secure the recognition of Flerov's right to vote, they must decide on the interpretation to be put on the act. "And one may decide the whole question, and one must be serious and consecutive, if one wants to be of use in public life," concluded Sergei Ivanovitch. But Levin forgot all that, and it was painful to him to see all these excellent persons, for whom he had a respect, in such an unpleasant and vicious state of excitement. To escape from this painful feeling, he went away into the other room, where there was nobody except the waiters at the refreshment bar. Seeing the waiters busy over washing up the crockery and setting in order their plates and wineglasses, seeing their calm and cheerful faces, Levin felt an unexpected sense of relief, as though he had come out of a stuffy room into the fresh air. He began walking up and down, looking with pleasure at the waiters. He particularly liked the way one grey-whiskered waiter, who showed his scorn for the other younger ones and was jeered at by them, was teaching them how to fold up napkins properly. Levin was just about to enter into conversation with the old waiter when the secretary of the court of wardship, a little old man whose speciality it was to know all the noblemen of the province by name and patronymic, drew him away. "Please come, Konstantin Dmitrievitch," he said. "Your brother's looking for you. They are voting on the legal point." Levin walked into the room, received a white ball, and followed his brother, Sergei Ivanovitch, to the table where Sviashky was standing with a significant and ironical face, holding his beard in his fist and sniffing at it. Sergei Ivanovitch put his hand into the box, put the ball somewhere, and making room for Levin, stopped. Levin advanced, but utterly forgetting what he was to do and much embarrassed, he turned to Sergei Ivanovitch with the question, "Where am I to put it?" He asked this softly, at a moment when there was talking going on near, so that he had hoped his question would not be overheard, but the person speaking paused, and his improper question was overheard. Sergei Ivanovitch frowned. "That is a matter for each man's own decision," he said severely. Several people smiled. Levin crimsoned, hurriedly thrust his hand under the cloth, and put the ball to the right as it was in his right hand. Having put it in, he recollected that he ought to have thrust his left hand too, and so he thrust it in, though too late, and, still more overcome with confusion, he beat a hasty retreat into the background. 126 for admission, 98 against, sang out the voice of the secretary, who could not pronounce the letter R. Then there was a laugh. A button and 2 nuts were found in the box. The nobleman was allowed the right to vote, and the new party had conquered. But the old party did not consider themselves conquered. Levin heard that they were asking Snetkov to stand, and he saw that a crowd of noblemen was surrounding the marshal, who was saying something. Levin went nearer. In reply, Snetkov spoke of the trust the noblemen of the province had placed in him, the affection they had shown him, which he did not deserve, as his only merit had been his attachment to the nobility, to whom he had devoted 12 years of service. Several times he repeated the words, "I have served to the best of my powers with truth and good faith. I value your goodness and thank you." And suddenly he stopped short from the tears that choked him and went out of the room. Whether these tears came from a sense of the injustice being done him, from his love of the nobility, or from the strain of the position he was placed in, feeling himself surrounded by enemies, his emotion infected the assembly. The majority were touched, and Levin felt a tenderness for Snetkov. In the doorway, the marshal of the province jostled against Levin. "Beg pardon, excuse me, please," he said as to a stranger, but recognizing Levin, he smiled timidly. It seemed to Levin that he would have liked to say something, but could not speak for emotion. His face and his whole figure in his uniform with the crosses and white trousers striped with braid, as he moved hurriedly along, reminded Levin of some hunted beast who sees that he is in evil case. This expression in the marshal's face was particularly touching to Levin, because, only the day before, he had been at his house about his trustee business and had seen him in all his grandeur, a kind-hearted, fatherly man. The big house with the old family furniture, the rather dirty, far from stylish, but respectful footmen, unmistakably old house serfs who had stuck to their master. The stout, good-natured wife in a cap with lace and a Turkish shawl, petting her pretty grandchild, her daughter's daughter. The young son, a sixth-form high school boy, coming home from school and greeting his father, kissing his big hand. The genuine, cordial words and gestures of the old man. All this had the day before roused an instinctive feeling of respect and sympathy in Levin. This old man was a touching and pathetic figure to Levin now, and he longed to say something pleasant to him. "So you're sure to be our marshal again?" he said. "It's not likely," said the marshal, looking round with a scared expression. "I'm worn out. I'm old. If there are men younger and more deserving than I, let them serve." And the marshal disappeared through a side door. The most solemn moment was at hand. They were to proceed immediately to the election. The leaders of both parties were reckoning white and black on their fingers. The discussion upon Flerov had given the new party not only Flerov's vote, but had also gained time for them, so that they could send to fetch 3 noblemen who had been rendered unable to take part in the election by the wiles of the other party. 2 noble gentlemen, who had a weakness for strong drink, had been made drunk by the partisans of Snetkov, and a third had been robbed of his uniform. On learning this, the new party had made haste, during the dispute about Flerov, to send some of their men in a sledge to clothe the stripped gentleman, and to bring along one of the intoxicated to the meeting. "I've brought one, drenched him with water," said the landowner, who had gone on this errand to Sviashki. "He's all right, he'll do." "Not too drunk, he won't fall down," said Sviashki, shaking his head. "No, he's first rate. If only they don't give him any more here. I've told the waiter not to give him anything on any account." Chapter 29. The narrow room in which they were smoking and taking refreshments was full of noblemen. The excitement grew more intense, and every face betrayed some uneasiness. The excitement was specially keen for the leaders of each party, who knew every detail and had reckoned up every vote. They were the generals organising the approaching battle. The rest, like the rank and file before an engagement, though they were getting ready for the fight, sought for other distractions in the interval. Some were lunching, standing at the bar, or sitting at the table. Others were walking up and down the long room, smoking cigarettes, and talking with friends whom they had not seen for a long while. Levin did not care to eat, and he was not smoking. He did not want to join his own friends, that is, Sergei Ivanovitch, Stefan Arkadyevitch, Sviashki and the rest, because Vronsky, in his equerry's uniform, was standing with them in eager conversation. Levin had seen him already at the meeting on the previous day, and he had studiously avoided him, not caring to greet him. He went to the window and sat down, scanning the groups, and listening to what was being said around him. He felt depressed, especially because everyone else was, as he saw, eager, anxious and interested, and he alone, with an old toothless little man with mumbling lips wearing a naval uniform sitting beside him, had no interest in it and nothing to do. "He's such a blackguard. I've told him so, but it makes no difference. Only think of it. He couldn't collect it in 3 years. He heard vigorously uttered by a round-shouldered, short country gentleman who had pomaded hair hanging on his embroidered collar, and new boots obviously put on for the occasion, with heels that tapped energetically as he spoke. Casting a displeased glance at Levin, this gentleman sharply turned his back. "Yes, it's a dirty business, there's no denying," a small gentleman assented in a high voice. Next, a whole crowd of country gentlemen, surrounding a stout general, hurriedly came near Levin. These persons were unmistakably seeking a place where they could talk without being overheard. "How dare he say I had his breeches stolen? Pawned them for a drink, I expect. Damn the fellow, prince indeed. He'd better not say it. The beast!" "But, excuse me, they take their stand on the act," was being said in another group. "The wife must be registered as noble." "Oh, damn your acts. I speak from my heart. We're all gentlemen, aren't we? Above suspicion." "Shall we go on, Your Excellency? Fine champagne?" Another group was following a nobleman, who was shouting something in a loud voice. It was one of the 3 intoxicated gentlemen. "I always advised Maria Semyonovna to let for a fair rent, for she could never save a profit," he heard a pleasant voice say. The speaker was a country gentleman with grey whiskers, wearing the regimental uniform of an old general staff officer. It was the very landowner Levin had met at Sviashki's. He knew him at once. The landowner, too, stared at Levin, and they exchanged greetings. "Very glad to see you, to be sure. I remember you very well. Last year at our district marshal, Nikolai Ivanovitch's." "Well, and how is your land going?" asked Levin. "Oh, still just the same, always at a loss," the landowner answered with a resigned smile, but with an expression of serenity and conviction that so it must be. "And how do you come to be in our province?" he said. "Come to take part in our coup d'etat?" he said, confidently pronouncing the French words with a bad accent. "All Russia's here, the gentleman of the bedchamber, and everything short of the ministry." He pointed to the imposing figure of Stefan Arkadyevitch in white trousers and his court uniform, walking by with a general. "I ought to own that I don't very well understand the drift of the provincial elections," said Levin. The landowner looked at him. "Why, what is there to understand? There's no meaning in it at all. It's a decaying institution that goes on running only by the force of inertia. Just look. The very uniforms tell you that it's an assembly of justices of the peace, permanent members of the court, and so on, but not of noblemen." "Then why do you come?" asked Levin. "From habit, nothing else. Then, too, one must keep up connections. It's a moral obligation of a sort. And then, to tell the truth, there's one's own interests. My son-in-law wants to stand as a permanent member. They're not rich people, and he must be brought forward. These gentlemen now, what do they come for?" he said, pointing to the malignant gentleman who was talking at the high table. "That's the new generation of nobility." "New it may be, but nobility it isn't. They're proprietors of a sort. But we're the landowners. As noblemen, they're cutting their own throats." "But you say it's an institution that served its time." "That it may be, but still, it ought to be treated a little more respectfully. Snetkov now, we may be of use, or we may not, but we're the growth of 1,000 years. If we're laying out a garden, planning one before the house, and there you've a tree that stood for centuries in the very spot, old and gnarled it may be, and yet you don't cut down the old fellow to make room for the flower beds, but lay out your bed so as to take advantage of the tree. You won't grow him again in a year," he said cautiously, and he immediately changed the conversation. "Well, how is your land doing?" "Oh, not very well. I make 5%. "Yes, but you don't reckon your own work. Aren't you worth something too? I'll tell you my own case. Before I took to seeing after the land, I had a salary of £300 from the service. Now I do more work than I did in the service, and like you, I get 5% on the land, and thank God for that. But one's work is thrown in for nothing." "Then why do you do it, if it's a clear loss?" "Oh, well, one does it. What would you have? It's habit, and one knows it's how it should be. And what's more," the landowner went on, leaning his elbows on the table and chatting on, "my son, I must tell you, has no taste for it. There's no doubt he'll be a scientific man, so there'll be no one to keep it up, and yet no one does it. Here, this year, I've planted an orchard." Yes, said Levin. "That's perfectly true. I always feel there's no real balance of gain in my work on the land, and yet one does it. It's a sort of duty one feels to the land." "But I tell you what," the landowner pursued. "A neighbour of mine, a merchant, was at my place. We talked about the fields and the garden. 'No,' said he, 'Stefan Vasilievich, everything's well looked after, but your garden's neglected. But, as a fact, it's well kept up. To my thinking, I'd cut down that lime tree. Here you've thousands of lime trees, and each would make 2 good bundles of bark, and nowadays that bark's worth something. I'd cut down the lot.' And with what he made, he'd increase his stock, or buy some land for a trifle, and let it out in lots to the peasants," Levin added, smiling. He had evidently more than once come across those commercial calculations. "And he'd make his fortune. But you and I must thank God if we keep what we've got and leave it to our children." "You've married, I've heard," said the landowner. "Yes," Levin answered, with proud satisfaction. "Yes, it's rather strange," he went on. "So we live without making anything, as though we were ancient vessels set to keep in a fire." The landowner chuckled under his white moustaches. "There are some among us too, like our friend Nikolai Ivanitch or Count Vronsky, that settled here lately, who try to carry on their husbandry as though it were a factory, but so far it leads to nothing but making away with capital on it." "But why is it we don't do like the merchants? Why don't we cut down our parks for timber?" said Levin, returning to a thought that had struck him. "Why, as you said, to keep the fire in. Besides, that's not work for a nobleman. And our work as noblemen isn't done here at the elections, but yonder, each in our corner. There's a class instinct, too, of what one ought and oughtn't to do. There's the peasants, too. I wonder at them sometimes. Any good peasant tries to take all the land he can. However bad the land is, he'll work it, without a return too, at a simple loss. Just as we do, said Levin. Very, very glad to have met you, he added, seeing Sviashki approaching him. And here we've met for the first time since we met at your place, said the landowner to Sviashki, and we've had a good talk too. Well, have you been attacking the new order of things? Said Sviashki with a smile. That we're bound to do. You've relieved your feelings?
Chapter 30. Sviashki took Levin's arm and went with him to his own friends. This time there was no avoiding Vronsky. He was standing with Stefan Arkadyevitch and Sergei Ivanovitch and looking straight at Levin as he drew near. Delighted. I believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you at Princess Shabatskoya's, he said, giving Levin his hand. Yes, I quite remember our meeting, said Levin, and blushing crimson, he turned away immediately and began talking to his brother. With a slight smile, Vronsky went on talking to Sviashki, obviously without the slightest inclination to enter into conversation with Levin. But Levin, as he talked to his brother, was continually looking round at Vronsky, trying to think of something to say to him to gloss over his rudeness. What are we waiting for now? Asked Levin, looking at Sviashki and Vronsky. For Snetkov, he has to refuse or to consent to stand, answered Sviashki. Well, and what has he done, consented or not? That's the point, he's done neither, said Vronsky. And if he refuses, who will stand then? Asked Levin, looking at Vronsky. Whoever chooses to, said Sviashki. Shall you? Asked Levin. Certainly not I, said Sviashki, looking confused, and turning an alarmed glance at the malignant gentleman who was standing beside Sergei Ivanovitch. Who then? Nevyedovsky, said Levin, feeling he was putting his foot into it. But this was worse still. Nevyedovsky and Sviashki were the two candidates. I shall certainly not, under any circumstances, answered the malignant gentleman. This was Nevyedovsky himself. Sviashki introduced him to Levin. Well, you find it exciting too, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, winking at Vronsky. It's something like a race. One might bet on it. Yes, it is keenly exciting, said Vronsky. And once taking the thing up, one's eager to see it through. It's a fight, he said, scowling and setting his powerful jaws. What a capable fellow Sviashki is. Sees it all so clearly. Oh, yes, Vronsky assented indifferently. A silence followed, during which Vronsky, since he had to look at something, looked at Levin, at his feet, at his uniform, and then at his face. Noticing his gloomy eyes fixed upon him, he said, in order to say something, How is it that you, constantly living in the country, are not a justice of the peace? You're not in the uniform of one. It's because I consider that the justice of the peace is a silly institution, Levin answered gloomily. He had been all the time looking for an opportunity to enter into conversation with Vronsky, so as to smooth over his rudeness at their first meeting. I don't think so, quite the contrary, Vronsky said with quiet surprise. It's a plaything, Levin cut him short. We don't want justices of the peace. I've never had a single thing to do with them during 8 years, and what I have had was decided wrongly by them. The justice of the peace is over 30 miles from me. For some matter of 2 rubles, I should have to send a lawyer who cost me 15. And he related how a peasant had stolen some flour from the miller, and when the miller had told him of it, had lodged a complaint for slander. All this was utterly uncalled for and stupid, and Levin felt it himself as he said it. Oh, this is such an original fellow, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, with his most soothing almond oil smile. But come along, I think they're voting. And they separated. I can't understand, said Sergei Ivanovitch, who had observed his brother's clumsiness. I can't understand how anyone can be so absolutely devoid of political tact. That's where we Russians are so deficient. The Marshal of the province is our opponent, and with him you're ami cochon, and you beg him to stand. Count Vronsky now, I'm not making a friend of him, he's asked me to dinner, and I'm not going. But he's one of our side. Why make an enemy of him? Then you ask Nevyarovsky if he's going to stand. That's not a thing to do. Oh, I don't understand it at all, and it's all such nonsense, Levin answered gloomily. You say it's all such nonsense, but as soon as you have anything to do with it, you make a muddle. Levin did not answer, and they walked together into the big room. The marshal of the province, though he was vaguely conscious in the air of some trap being prepared for him, and though he had not been called upon by all to stand, had still made up his mind to stand. All was silence in the room. The secretary announced in a loud voice that the captain of the guards, Mihail Stepanovich Snetkov, would now be balloted for as marshal of the province. The district marshals walked carrying plates, on which were balls, from their tables to the high table, and the election began. "Put it in the right side," whispered Stefan Arkadyevitch, as with his brother Levin followed the marshal of his district to the table. But Levin had forgotten by now the calculations that had been explained to him, and was afraid Stefan Arkadyevitch might be mistaken in saying the right side. Surely Snetkov was the enemy. As he went up, he held the ball in his right hand, but thinking he was wrong, just at the box he changed to the left hand, and undoubtedly put the ball to the left. An adept in the business, standing at the box and seeing by the mere action of the elbow where to put his ball, scowled with annoyance. It was no good for him to use his insight. Everything was still, and the counting of the balls was heard. Then a single voice rose and proclaimed the numbers for and against. The marshal had been voted for by a considerable majority. All was noise and eager movement towards the doors. Snetkov came in, and the nobles thronged round him, congratulating him. "Well now, is it over?" Levin asked Sergei Ivanovitch. "It's only just beginning," Shvayatsky said, replying for Sergei Ivanovitch with a smile. "Some other candidates may receive more votes than the marshal." Levin had quite forgotten about that. Now he could only remember that there was some sort of trickery in it, but he was too bored to think what it was exactly. He felt depressed and longed to get out of the crowd. As no one was paying any attention to him, and no one apparently needed him, he quietly slipped away into the little room where the refreshments were, and again had a great sense of comfort when he saw the waiters. The little old waiter pressed him to have something, and Levin agreed. After eating a cutlet with beans, and talking to the waiters of their former masters, Levin, not wishing to go back to the hall, where it was all so distasteful to him, proceeded to walk through the galleries. The galleries were full of fashionably dressed ladies, leaning over the balustrade and trying not to lose a single word of what was being said below. With the ladies were sitting and standing smart lawyers, high school teachers in spectacles, and officers. Everywhere they were talking of the election, and of how worried the marshal was, and how splendid the discussions had been. In one group, Levin heard his brother's praises. One lady was telling a lawyer, "How glad I am I heard Koznishev. It's worth losing one's dinner. He's exquisite. So clear and distinct, all of it. There's not one of you in the law courts that speaks like that. The only one is Meadle, and he is not so eloquent by a long way." Finding a free place, Levin leaned over the balustrade and began looking and listening. All the noblemen were sitting railed off behind barriers according to their districts. In the middle of the room stood a man in a uniform, who shouted in a loud, high voice, "As a candidate for the marshalship of the nobility of the province, we call upon Captain Yevgeny Ivanovich Aputin." A dead silence followed, and then a weak old voice was heard, "Declined." "We call upon the Privy Councillor Pyotr Petrovich Bol." The voice began again. "Declined," a high, boyish voice replied. Again it began, and again declined, and so it went on for about an hour. Levin, with his elbows on the balustrade, looked and listened. At first he wondered and wanted to know what it meant. Then, feeling sure that he could not make it out, he began to be bored. Then, recalling all the excitement and vindictiveness he had seen on all the faces, he felt sad. He made up his mind to go, and went downstairs. As he passed through the entry to the galleries, he met a dejected high school boy walking up and down with tired-looking eyes. On the stairs he met a couple, a lady running quickly on her high heels, and the jaunty deputy prosecutor. "I told them you weren't late," the deputy prosecutor was saying at the moment when Levin moved aside to let the lady pass. Levin was on the stairs to the way out, and was just feeling in his waistcoat pocket for the number of his overcoat when the secretary overtook him. "This way, please, Konstantin Dmitrievich. They are voting." The candidate who was being voted on was Nevyedovsky, who had so stoutly denied all idea of standing. Levin went up to the door of the room. It was locked. The secretary knocked, the door opened, and Levin was met by two red-faced gentlemen who darted out. "I can't stand any more of it," said one red-faced gentleman. After them, the face of the marshal of the province was poked out. His face was dreadful-looking from exhaustion and dismay. "I told you not to let anyone out," he cried to the doorkeeper. "I let someone in, Your Excellency." "Mercy on us." And with a heavy sigh the marshal of the province walked with downcast head to the high table in the middle of the room, his legs staggering in his white trousers. Nevyedovsky had scored a higher majority, as they had planned, and he was the new marshal of the province. Many people were amused, many were pleased and happy, many were in ecstasies, many were disgusted and unhappy. The former marshal of the province was in a state of despair which he could not conceal. When Nevyedovsky went out of the room, the crowd thronged round him and followed him enthusiastically, just as they had followed the governor who had opened the meetings, and just as they had followed Snetkov when he was elected. Chapter 31. The newly elected marshal and many of the successful party dined that day with Vronsky. Vronsky had come to the elections partly because he was bored in the country and wanted to show Anna his right to independence, and also to repay Shvyashki by his support at the election for all the trouble he had taken for Vronsky at the district council election, but chiefly in order to strictly perform all those duties of a nobleman and landowner which he had taken upon himself. But he had not in the least expected that the election would so interest him, so keenly excite him, and that he would be so good at this kind of thing. He was quite a new man in the circle of the nobility of the province, but his success was unmistakable, and he was not wrong in supposing that he had already obtained a certain influence. This influence was due to his wealth and reputation. The capital house in the town lent him by his old friend Shirkov, who had a post in the Department of Finances and was director of a flourishing bank in Kashin, the excellent cook Vronsky had brought from the country, and his friendship with the governor, who was a schoolfellow of Vronsky's, a schoolfellow he had patronized and protected indeed. But what contributed more than all to his success was his direct, equable manner with everyone, which very quickly made the majority of the noblemen reverse the current opinion of his supposed haughtiness. He was himself conscious that, except that whimsical gentleman married to Kitty Shabbatskoya, who had apropos de bottes poured out a steam of irrelevant absurdities with such spiteful fury, every nobleman with whom he had made acquaintance had become his adherent. He saw clearly, and other people recognized it too, that he had done a great deal to secure the success of Nevyedovsky, and now, at his own table, celebrating Nevyedovsky's election, he was experiencing an agreeable sense of triumph over the success of his candidate. The election itself had so fascinated him that if he could succeed in getting married during the next 3 years, he began to think of standing himself, much as after winning a race ridden by a jockey, he had longed to ride a race himself. Today he was celebrating the success of his jockey. Vronsky sat at the head of the table. On his right hand sat the young governor, a general of high rank. To all the rest he was the chief man in the province, who had solemnly opened the elections with his speech, and aroused a feeling of respect and even of awe in many people, as Vronsky saw too. To Vronsky he was little Katya Maslov, that had been his nickname in the pages' corps, whom he felt to be shy and tried to mettre à son aise. On the left sat Nevyedovsky with his youthful, stubborn and malignant face. With him, Vronsky was simple and deferential. Shvyashki took his failure very light-heartedly. It was indeed no failure in his eyes, as he said himself, and turning, glass in hand, to Nevyedovsky, they could not have found a better representative of the new movement, which the nobility ought to follow. And so every honest person, as he said, was on the side of today's success and was rejoicing over it. Stepan Arkadyevitch was glad too that he was having a good time and that everyone was pleased. The episode of the election served as a good occasion for a capital dinner. Sviashki comically imitated the tearful discourse of the marshal and observed, addressing Nevyedovsky, that His Excellency would have to select another more complicated method of auditing the accounts than tears. Another nobleman jocosely described how footmen in stockings had been ordered for the marshal's ball, and how now they would have to be sent back unless the new marshal would give a ball with footmen in stockings. Continually during dinner they said of Nevyedovsky, "Our Marshal," and "Your Excellency." This was said with the same pleasure with which a bride is called Madame and her husband's name. Nevyedovsky affected to be not merely indifferent, but scornful of this appellation, but it was obvious that he was highly delighted, and had to keep a curb on himself not to betray the triumph, which was unsuitable to their new, liberal tone. After dinner, several telegrams were sent to people interested in the result of the election, and Stefan Arkadyevitch, who was in high good humour, sent Darya Alexandrovna a telegram. "Nevyedovsky elected by 20 votes. Congratulations. Tell people." He dictated it aloud, saying, "We must let them share our rejoicing." Darya Alexandrovna, getting the message, simply sighed over the rouble wasted on it, and understood that it was an after-dinner affair. She knew Stiva had a weakness, after dinner, for faire jouer le télégraphe. Everything, together with the excellent dinner and the wine, not from Russian merchants, but imported direct from abroad, was extremely dignified, simple, and enjoyable. The party, some 20, had been selected by Sviashki from among the more active New Liberals, all of the same way of thinking, who were at the same time clever and well-bred. They drank, also half in jest, to the health of the new marshal of the province, of the governor, of the bank director, and of our amiable host. Vronsky was satisfied. He had never expected to find so pleasant a tone in the provinces. Towards the end of dinner, it was still more lively. The governor asked Vronsky to come to a concert for the benefit of the Servians, which his wife, who was anxious to make his acquaintance, had been getting up. "There'll be a ball, and you'll be the belle of the province. Worth seeing, really." "Not in my line," Vronsky answered. He liked that English phrase, but he smiled and promised to come. Before they rose from the table, when all of them were smoking, Vronsky's valet went up to him with a letter on a tray. "From Vozdvizensko by a special messenger," he said with a significant expression. "Astonishing! How like he is to the deputy prosecutor, Sventitsky," said one of the guests in French of the valet, while Vronsky, frowning, read the letter. The letter was from Anna. Before he read the letter, he knew its contents. Expecting the elections to be over in 5 days, he had promised to be back on Friday. Today was Saturday, and he knew that the letter contained reproaches for not being back at the time fixed. The letter he had sent the previous evening had probably not reached her yet. The letter was what he had expected, but the form of it was unexpected and particularly disagreeable to him. "Annie is very ill. The doctor says it may be inflammation. I am losing my head all alone. Princess Varvara is no help, but a hindrance. I expected you the day before yesterday, and now I am sending to find out where you are and what you are doing. I wanted to come myself, but thought better of it, knowing you would dislike it. Send some answer, that I may know what to do." The child ill, yet she had thought of coming herself. Their daughter ill, and this hostile tone. The innocent festivities over the election, and this gloomy, burdensome love to which he had to return, struck Vronsky by their contrast. But he had to go, and by the first train that night he set off home. Chapter 32. Before Vronsky's departure for the elections, Anna had reflected that the scenes constantly repeated between them each time he left home might only make him cold to her instead of attaching him to her, and resolved to do all she could to control herself so as to bear the parting with composure. But the cold, severe glance with which he had looked at her when he came to tell her he was going had wounded her, and before he had started her peace of mind was destroyed. In solitude afterwards, thinking over that glance which had expressed his right to freedom, she came as she always did to the same point, the sense of her own humiliation. He has the right to go away when and where he chooses, not simply to go away, but to leave me. He has every right, and I have none. But knowing that, he ought not to do it. What has he done, though? He looked at me with a cold, severe expression. Of course that is something undefinable, impalpable. But it has never been so before, and that glance means a great deal, she thought. That glance shows the beginning of indifference. And though she felt sure that a coldness was beginning, there was nothing she could do. She could not in any way alter her relations to him. Just as before, only by love and by charm could she keep him. And so, just as before, only by occupation in the day, by morphine at night, could she stifle the fearful thought of what would be if he ceased to love her. It is true, there was still one means, not to keep him, for that she wanted nothing more than his love, but to be nearer to him, to be in such a position that he would not leave her. That means was divorce and marriage, and she began to long for that, and made up her mind to agree to it the first time he or Steve approached her on the subject. Absorbed in such thoughts, she passed 5 days without him, the 5 days that he was to be at the elections. Walks, conversation with Princess Varvara, visits to the hospital, and most of all reading of one book after another, filled her time. But on the 6th day, when the coachman came back without him, she felt that now she was utterly incapable of stifling the thought of him and of what he was doing there, just at the time her little girl was taken ill. Anna began to look after her, but even that did not distract her mind, especially as the illness was not serious. However hard she tried, she could not love this little child, and to feign love was beyond her powers. Towards the evening of that day, still alone, Anna was in such a panic about him that she decided to start for the town, but on second thoughts wrote him the contradictory letter that Vronsky received, and without reading it through, sent it off by a special messenger. The next morning she received his letter and regretted her own. She dreaded a repetition of the severe look he had flung at her at parting, especially when he knew that the baby was not dangerously ill. But still she was glad she had written to him. At this moment Anna was positively admitting to herself that she was a burden to him, that he would relinquish his freedom regretfully to return to her, and in spite of that she was glad he was coming. Let him be weary of her, but he would be here with her, so that she would see him, and would know of every action he took. She was sitting in the drawing-room near a lamp with a new volume of Taine, and as she read, listening to the sound of the wind outside, and every minute expecting the carriage to arrive. Several times she fancied she heard the sound of wheels, but she had been mistaken. At last she heard not the sound of wheels, but the coachman's shout and the dull rumble in the covered entry. Even Princess Varvara, playing patience, confirmed this, and Anna, flushing hotly, got up. But instead of going down, as she had done twice before, she stood still. She suddenly felt ashamed of her duplicity, but even more she dreaded how he might meet her. All feeling of wounded pride had passed now. She was only afraid of the expression of his displeasure. She remembered that her child had been perfectly well again for the last 2 days. She felt positively vexed with her for getting better from the very moment her letter was sent off. Then she thought of him, that he was here, all of him, with his hands, his eyes. She heard his voice, and forgetting everything, she ran joyfully to meet him. "Well, how is Annie?" he said timidly from below, looking up to Anna as she ran down to him. He was sitting on a chair, and a footman was pulling off his warm overboot. "Oh, she is better." "And you?" he said, shaking himself. She took his hand in both of hers and drew it to her waist, never taking her eyes off him. "Well, I'm glad," he said, coldly scanning her hair, her dress, which he knew she had put on for him. All was charming, but how many times it had charmed him. And the stern, stony expression that she so dreaded settled upon his face. "Well, I'm glad. And are you well?" he said, wiping his damp beard with his handkerchief and kissing her hand. "Never mind," she thought. "Only let him be here, and as long as he's here he dare not cease to love me." The evening was spent happily and gaily in the presence of Princess Varvara, who complained to him that Anna had been taking morphine in his absence. "What am I to do? I couldn't sleep. My thoughts prevented me. When he's here, I never take it. Hardly ever." He told her about the election, and Anna knew how, by adroit questions, to bring him to what gave him most pleasure, his own success. She told him of everything that interested him at home, and all that she told him was of the most cheerful description. But late in the evening, when they were alone, Anna, seeing that she had regained complete possession of him, wanted to erase the painful impression of the glance he had given her for her letter. She said, "Tell me frankly, you were vexed at getting my letter, and you didn't believe me." As soon as she had said it, she felt that however warm his feelings were to her, he had not forgiven her for that. "Yes," he said. "The letter was so strange. First Annie ill, and then you thought of coming yourself." "It was all the truth." "Oh, I don't doubt it." "Yes, you do doubt it. You were vexed, I see." "Not for one moment. I'm only vexed, that's true, that you seem somehow unwilling to admit that there are duties." "The duty of going to a concert." "But we won't talk about it," he said. "Why not talk about it?" she said. "I only meant to say that matters of real importance may turn up. Now, for instance, I shall have to go to Moscow to arrange about the house. Oh, Anna, why are you so irritable? Don't you know that I can't live without you?" "If so," said Anna, her voice suddenly changing, "it means that you are sick of this life. Yes, you will come for a day and go away, as men do." "Anna, that's cruel. I am ready to give up my whole life." But she did not hear him. "If you go to Moscow, I will go too. I will not stay here. Either we must separate, or else live together." "Why, you know, that's my one desire. But for that, we must get a divorce. I will write to him. I see I cannot go on like this, but I will come with you to Moscow." "You talk as if you were threatening me, but I desire nothing so much as never to be parted from you," said Vronsky, smiling. But as he said these words, there gleamed in his eyes not merely a cold look, but the vindictive look of a man persecuted and made cruel. She saw the look and correctly divined its meaning. If so, it's a calamity, that glance told her. It was a moment's impression, but she never forgot it. Anna wrote to her husband, asking him about a divorce, and towards the end of November, taking leave of Princess Varvara, who wanted to go to Petersburg, she went with Vronsky to Moscow, expecting every day an answer from Alexei Alexandrovitch, and after that the divorce. They now established themselves together, like married people.
Part 7, Chapter 1. The Levins had been 3 months in Moscow. The date had long passed on which, according to the most trustworthy calculations of people learned in such matters, Kitty should have been confined. But she was still about, and there was nothing to show that her time was any nearer than 2 months ago. The doctor, the monthly nurse, and Dolly and her mother, and most of all Levin, who could not think of the approaching event without terror, began to be impatient and uneasy. Kitty was the only person who felt perfectly calm and happy. She was distinctly conscious now of the birth of a new feeling of love for the future child, for her to some extent actually existing already, and she brooded blissfully over this feeling. He was not by now altogether a part of herself, but sometimes lived his own life independently of her. Often this separate being gave her pain, but at the same time she wanted to laugh with a strange new joy. All the people she loved were with her, and all were so good to her, so attentively caring for her, so entirely pleasant was everything presented to her, that if she had not known and felt that it all must soon be over, she could not have wished for a better and pleasanter life. The only thing that spoiled the charm of this manner of life was that her husband was not here as she loved him to be, as he was in the country. She liked his serene, friendly and hospitable manner in the country. In the town he seemed continually uneasy and on his guard, as though he were afraid someone would be rude to him, and still more to her. At home in the country, knowing himself distinctly to be in his right place, he was never in haste to be off elsewhere. He was never unoccupied. Here in town he was in a continual hurry, as though afraid of missing something, and yet he had nothing to do. and she felt sorry for him. To others, she knew, he did not appear an object of pity. On the contrary, when Kitty looked at him in society, as one sometimes looks at those one loves, trying to see him as if he were a stranger, so as to catch the impression he must make on others, she saw with a panic, even of jealous fear, that he was far indeed from being a pitiable figure, that he was very attractive with his fine breeding, his rather old-fashioned reserved courtesy with women, his powerful figure, and striking, as she thought, and expressive face. But she saw him not from without, but from within. She saw that here he was not himself. That was the only way she could define his condition to herself. Sometimes she inwardly reproached him for his inability to live in the town. Sometimes she recognised that it was really hard for him to order his life here so that he could be satisfied with it. What had he to do, indeed? He did not care for cards. He did not go to a club. Spending the time with jovial gentlemen of Oblonsky's type, she knew now what that meant. It meant drinking and going somewhere after drinking. She could not think without horror of where men went on such occasions. Was he to go into society? But she knew he could only find satisfaction in that if he took pleasure in the society of young women, and that she could not wish for. Should he stay at home with her mother and her sisters? But much as she liked and enjoyed their conversations forever on the same subjects, Aline Nadine, as the old prince called the sisters' talks, she knew it must bore him. What was there left for him to do? To go on writing at his book he had indeed attempted, and at first he used to go to the library and make extracts and look up references for his book. But, as he told her, the more he did nothing, the less time he had to do anything. And besides, he complained that he had talked too much about his book here, and that consequently all his ideas about it were muddled and had lost their interest for him. One advantage in this town life was that quarrels hardly ever happened between them here in town. Whether it was that their conditions were different, or that they both became more careful and sensible in that respect, they had no quarrels in Moscow from jealousy, which they had so dreaded when they moved from the country. One event, an event of great importance to both, from that point of view, did indeed happen. That was Kitty's meeting with Vronsky. The old Princess Maria Borisovna, Kitty's godmother, who had always been very fond of her, had insisted on seeing her. Kitty, though she did not go into society at all on account of her condition, went with her father to see the venerable old lady, and there met Vronsky. The only thing Kitty could reproach herself for at this meeting was that at the first instant, when she recognised in his civilian dress the features once so familiar to her, her breath failed her, the blood rushed to her heart, and a vivid blush, she felt it, overspread her face. But this lasted only a few seconds. Before her father, who purposely began talking in a loud voice to Vronsky, had finished, she was perfectly ready to look at Vronsky, to speak to him, if necessary, exactly as she spoke to Princess Maria Borisovna, and, more than that, to do so in such a way that everything to the faintest intonation and smile would have been approved by her husband, whose unseen presence she seemed to feel about her at that instant. She said a few words to him, even smiled serenely at his joke about the elections, which he called our Parliament. She had to smile to show she saw the joke. But she turned away immediately to Princess Maria Borisovna, and did not once glance at him till he got up to go. Then she looked at him, but evidently only because it would be uncivil not to look at a man when he is saying goodbye. She was grateful to her father for saying nothing to her about their meeting Vronsky, but she saw by his special warmth to her after the visit during their usual walk that he was pleased with her. She was pleased with herself. She had not expected she would have had the power, while keeping somewhere in the bottom of her heart all the memories of her old feeling for Vronsky, not only to seem, but to be perfectly indifferent and composed with him. Levin flushed a great deal more than she when she told him she had met Vronsky at Princess Maria Borisovna's. It was very hard for her to tell him this, but still harder to go on speaking of the details of the meeting, as he did not question her, but simply gazed at her with a frown. "I am very sorry you weren't there," she said. "Not that you weren't in the room. I couldn't have been so natural in your presence. I am blushing now much more, much, much more," she said, blushing till the tears came into her eyes. "But that you couldn't see through a crack." The truthful eyes told Levin that she was satisfied with herself, and in spite of her blushing, he was quickly reassured and began questioning her, which was all she wanted. When he had heard everything, even to the detail that for the first second she could not help blushing, but that afterwards she was just as direct and as much at her ease as with any chance acquaintance, Levin was quite happy again, and said he was glad of it, and would not now behave as stupidly as he had done at the election, but would try the first time he met Vronsky to be as friendly as possible. "It's so wretched to feel that there's a man, almost an enemy, whom it's painful to meet," said Levin. "I'm very, very glad." Chapter 2. "Go, please go then, and call on the Bolls," Kitty said to her husband when he came in to see her at 11 o'clock before going out. "I know you are dining at the club. Papa put down your name. But what are you going to do in the morning?" "I am only going to Katavasov," answered Levin. "Why so early?" "He promised to introduce me to Metrov. I wanted to talk to him about my work. He's a distinguished scientific man from Petersburg," said Levin. "Yes, wasn't it his article you were praising so? Well, and after that?" said Kitty. "I shall go to the court, perhaps, about my sister's business." "And the concert?" she queried. "I shan't go there all alone." "No? Do go. There are going to be some new things. That interested you. I should certainly go." "Well, anyway, I shall come home before dinner," he said, looking at his watch. "Put on your frock coat, so you can go straight to call on Countess Bola." "But is it absolutely necessary?" "Oh, absolutely. He has been to see us. Come, what is it? You go in, sit down, talk for 5 minutes of the weather, get up and go away." "Oh, you wouldn't believe it. I've got so out of the way of all this that it makes me positively ashamed. It's such a horrible thing to do. A complete outsider walks in, sits down, stays on with nothing to do, wastes their time and worries himself, and walks away." Kitty laughed. "Why, I suppose you used to pay calls before you were married, didn't you?" "Yes, I did, but I always felt ashamed. And now I'm so out of the way of it, by Jove. I'd sooner go 2 days running without my dinner than pay this call. One's so ashamed. I feel all the while that they're annoyed, that they're saying, 'What does he come for?'" "No, they won't. I'll answer for that," said Kitty, looking into his face with a laugh. She took his hand. "Well, goodbye. Do go, please." He was just going out after kissing his wife's hand when she stopped him. "Kostya, do you know I've only 50 rubles left?" "Oh, all right. I'll go to the bank and get some. How much?" he said with the expression of dissatisfaction she knew so well. "No, wait a minute." She held his hand. "Let's talk about it. It worries me. I seem to spend nothing unnecessary, but money seems to fly away simply. We don't manage well somehow." "Oh, it's all right," he said with a little cough, looking at her from under his brows. That cough she knew so well. It was a sign of intense dissatisfaction, not with her, but with himself. He certainly was displeased, not at so much money being spent, but at being reminded of what he, knowing something was unsatisfactory, wanted to forget. "I have told Sokolov to sell the wheat, and to borrow an advance on the mill. We shall have money enough in any case." "Yes, but I'm afraid that altogether—" "Oh, it's all right, he repeated. "Well, goodbye, darling." "No, I'm really sorry sometimes that I listened to Mamma. How nice it would have been in the country. As it is, I'm worrying you all, and we're wasting our money." "Not at all, not at all. Not once since I've been married have I said that things could have been better than they are." "Truly?" she said, looking into his eyes. He had said it without thinking, simply to console her, but when he glanced at her and saw those sweet, truthful eyes fastened questioningly on him, he repeated it with his whole heart. I was positively forgetting her, he thought, and he remembered what was before them, so soon to come. "Will it be soon? How do you feel?" he whispered, taking her 2 hands. "I have so often thought so, that now I don't think about it, or know anything about it." "And you're not frightened?" She smiled contemptuously. "Not the least little bit," she said. "Well, if anything happens, I shall be at Katavasov's." "No, nothing will happen, and don't think about it. I'm going for a walk on the boulevard with Papa. We're going to see Dolly. I shall expect you before dinner. Oh yes, do you know that Dolly's position is becoming utterly impossible? She's in debt all round. She hasn't a penny. We were talking yesterday with Mamma and Arseny. This was her sister's husband, Lvov. And we determined to send you with him to talk to Stiva. It's really unbearable. One can't speak to Papa about it. But if you and he—
Why, what can we do?
Said Levin. You'll be at Arseny's anyway. Talk to him. He will tell what we have decided.
Oh, I agree to everything. Arseny thinks beforehand. I'll go and see him. By the way, if I do go to the concert, I'll go with Natalia. Well, goodbye.
On the steps, Levin was stopped by his old servant, Kuzma, who had been with him before his marriage and now looked after their household in town. Beauty. That was the left shaft horse brought up from the country. It's been badly shod and is quite lame, he said. What does your honour wish to be done? During the first part of their stay in Moscow, Levin had used his own horses brought up from the country. He had tried to arrange this part of their expenses in the best and cheapest way possible, but it appeared that their own horses came dearer than hired horses, and they still hired too.
Send for the veterinary. There may be a bruise.
And for Katerina Alexandrovna? Asked Kuzma. Levin was not by now struck, as he had been at first, by the fact that to get from one end of Moscow to the other, he had to have 2 powerful horses put into a heavy carriage, to take the carriage 3 miles through the snowy slush, and to keep it standing there 4 hours, paying 5 roubles every time. Now it seemed quite natural.
Hire a pair for our carriage from the job-master, said he.
Yes, sir. And so, simply and easily, thanks to the facilities of town life, Levin settled a question which, in the country, would have called for so much personal trouble and exertion, and going out onto the steps he called a sledge, sat down, and drove to Nikitsky. On the way, he thought no more of money, but mused on the introduction that awaited him to the Petersburg savant, a writer on sociology, and what he would say to him about his book. Only during the first days of his stay in Moscow, Levin had been struck by the expenditure, strange to one living in the country, unproductive but inevitable, that was expected of him on every side. But by now he had grown used to it. That had happened to him in this matter which is said to happen to drunkards. The first glass sticks in the throat, the second flies down like a hawk, but after the third they're like tiny little birds. When Levin had changed his first 100-ruble note to pay for liveries for his footman and hall porter, he could not help reflecting that these liveries were of no use to anyone, but they were indubitably necessary, to judge by the amazement of the Princess and Kitty when he suggested that they might do without liveries, that these liveries would cost the wages of 2 labourers for the summer, that is, would pay for about 300 working days from Easter to Ash Wednesday, and each day of hard work from early morning to late evening. And that 100-ruble note did stick in his throat. But the next note, changed to pay for providing a dinner for their relations, that cost 28 roubles, though it did excite in Levin the reflection that 28 roubles meant 9 measures of oats, which men would with groans and sweat have reaped and bound and thrashed and winnowed and sifted and sown. This next one he parted with more easily, and now the notes he changed no longer aroused such reflections, and they flew off like little birds. Whether the labour devoted to obtaining the money corresponded to the pleasure given by what was brought with it was a consideration he had long ago dismissed. His business calculation that there was a certain price below which he could not sell certain grain was forgotten too. The rye, for the price of which he had so long held out, had been sold for 50 kopecks a measure cheaper than it had been fetching a month ago. Even the consideration that with such an expenditure he could not go on living for a year without debt, that even had no force. Only one thing was essential, to have money in the bank without inquiring where it came from, so as to know that one had the wherewithal to buy meat for tomorrow. And this condition had hitherto been fulfilled. He had always had the money in the bank, but now the money in the bank had gone, and he could not quite tell where to get the next instalment. And this it was which, at the moment when Kitty had mentioned money, had disturbed him. But he had no time to think about it. He drove off, thinking of Katavasov and the meeting with Metrov that was before him. Chapter 3. Levin had, on this visit to town, seen a great deal of his old friend at the university, Professor Katavasov, whom he had not seen since his marriage. He liked in Katavasov the clearness and simplicity of his conception of life. Levin thought that the clearness of Katavasov's conception of life was due to the poverty of his nature. Katavasov thought that the disconnectedness of Levin's ideas was due to his lack of intellectual discipline. But Levin enjoyed Katavasov's clearness, and Katavasov enjoyed the abundance of Levin's untrained ideas, and they liked to meet and to discuss. Levin had read Katavasov some parts of his book, and he had liked them. On the previous day, Katavasov had met Levin at a public lecture and told him that the celebrated Metrov, whose article Levin had liked so much, was in Moscow. That he had been very interested by what Katavasov had told him about Levin's work, and that he was coming to see him tomorrow at 11, and would be very glad to make Levin's acquaintance.
"You're positively a reformed character, I'm glad to see," said Katavasov, meeting Levin in the little drawing-room. "I heard the bell and thought, impossible that it can be he at the exact time. Well, and what do you say to the Montenegrins now? They're a race of warriors." "Why, what's happened?" asked Levin.
Katavasov, in a few words, told him the last piece of news from the war, and going into his study, introduced Levin to a short, thick-set man of pleasant appearance. This was Metrov. The conversation touched for a brief space on politics and how recent events were looked at in the higher spheres in Petersburg. Metrov repeated a saying that had reached him through a most trustworthy source, reporting as having been uttered on this subject by the Tsar and one of the ministers. Katavasov had heard also on excellent authority that the Tsar had said something quite different. Levin tried to imagine circumstances in which both sayings might have been uttered, and the conversation on that topic dropped.
"Yes, here he's written almost a book on the natural conditions of the labour in relation to the land," said Katavasov. "I'm not a specialist, but I, as a natural science man, was pleased at his not taking mankind as something outside biological laws, but, on the contrary, seeing his dependence on his surroundings, and in that dependence seeking the laws of his development."
"That's very interesting," said Metrov.
"What I began, precisely, was to write a book on agriculture, but studying the chief instrument of agriculture, the labourer," said Levin, reddening, "I could not help coming to quite unexpected results."
And Levin began, carefully, as it were, feeling his ground, to expound his views. He knew Metrov had written an article against the generally accepted theory of political economy, but to what extent he could reckon on his sympathy with his own new views he did not know, and could not guess from the clever and serene face of the learned man.
"But in what do you see the special characteristics of the Russian labourer?" said Metrov. "In his biological characteristics, so to speak, or in the condition in which he is placed?"
Levin saw that there was an idea underlying this question with which he did not agree, but he went on explaining his own idea, that the Russian labourer has quite a special view of the land, different from that of other people, and to support this proposition he made haste to add that in his opinion this attitude of the Russian peasant was due to the consciousness of his vocation to people vast unoccupied expanses in the East.
"One may easily be led into error in basing any conclusion on the general vocation of a people," said Metrov, interrupting Levin. "The condition of the labourer will always depend on his relation to the land and to capital."
And without letting Levin finish explaining his idea, Metrov began expounding to him the special point of his own theory. In what the point of his theory lay, Levin did not understand, because he did not take the trouble to understand. He saw that Metrov, like other people, in spite of his own article, in which he had attacked the current theory of political economy, looked at the position of the Russian peasant simply from the point of view of capital, wages, and rent. He would indeed have been obliged to admit that in the eastern, much the larger, part of Russia, rent was as yet nil, that for 9/10 of the 80 millions of the Russian peasants, wages took the form simply of food provided for themselves, and that capital does not so far exist except in the form of the most primitive tools. Yet it was only from that point of view that he considered every labourer, though in many points he differed from the economists and had his own theory of the wage fund, which he expounded to Levin. Levin listened reluctantly, and at first made objections.
He would have liked to interrupt Metrov, to explain his own thought, which in his opinion would have rendered further exposition of Metrov's theory superfluous. But later on, feeling convinced that they looked at the matter so differently that they could never understand one another, he did not even oppose his statements, but simply listened. Although what Metrov was saying was by now utterly devoid of interest for him, he yet experienced a certain satisfaction in listening to him. It flattered his vanity that such a learned man should explain his ideas to him so eagerly, with such intensity and confidence in Levin's understanding of the subject, sometimes with a mere hint referring him to a whole aspect of the subject. He put this down to his own credit, unaware that Metrov, who had already discussed his theory over and over again with all his intimate friends, talked of it with special eagerness to every new person, and in general was eager to talk to anyone of any subject that interested him, even if still obscure to himself. "We are late, though," said Katavasov, looking at his watch directly Metrov had finished his discourse. "Yes, there's a meeting of the Society of Amateurs today, in commemoration of the Jubilee of Vintage," said Katavasov in answer to Levin's inquiry. "Pyotr Ivanovitch and I were going. I've promised to deliver an address on his labours in zoology. Come along with us, it's very interesting." "Yes, and indeed it's time to start," said Metrov. "Come with us, and from there, if you care to, come to my place. I should very much like to hear your work." "Oh, no, it's no good yet, it's unfinished. But I shall be very glad to go to the meeting." "I say, friends, have you heard? He has handed in the separate report," Katavov called from the other room, where he was putting on his frock-coat. And a conversation sprang up upon the university question, which was a very important event that winter in Moscow. 3 old professors in the council had not accepted the opinion of the younger professors. The young ones had registered a separate resolution. This, in the judgment of some people, was monstrous. On the judgment of others, it was the simplest and most just thing to do, and the professors were split up into 2 parties. One party, to which Katavasov belonged, saw in the opposite party a scoundrelly betrayal and treachery, while the opposite party saw in them childishness and lack of respect for the authorities. Levin, though he did not belong to the university, had several times already during his stay in Moscow heard and talked about this matter, and had his own opinion on the subject. He took part in the conversation that was continued in the street as they all 3 walked to the buildings of the old university. The meeting had already begun. Round the cloth-covered table, at which Katavasov and Metrov seated themselves, there were some 6 persons, and one of these was bending close over a manuscript, reading something aloud. Levin sat down in one of the empty chairs that were standing round the table, and in a whisper asked a student sitting near what was being read. The student, eyeing Levin with displeasure, said, "Biography." Though Levin was not interested in the biography, he could not help listening, and learned some new and interesting facts about the life of the distinguished man of science. When the reader had finished, the chairman thanked him, and read some verses of the poet Ment sent him on the Jubilee, and said a few words by way of thanks to the poet. Then Katavasov, in his loud, ringing voice, read his address on the scientific labours of the man whose Jubilee was being kept. When Katavasov had finished, Levin looked at his watch, saw it was past 1, and thought that there would not be time before the concert to read Metrov his book, and indeed, he did not now care to do so. During the reading, he had thought over their conversation. He saw distinctly now that though Metrov's ideas might perhaps have value, his own ideas had value too, and their ideas could only be made clear and lead to something if each worked separately in his chosen path, and that nothing could be gained by putting their ideas together. And having made up his mind to refuse Metrov's invitation, Levin went up to him at the end of the meeting. Metrov introduced Levin to the chairman, with whom he was talking of the political news. Metrov told the chairman what he had already told Levin, and Levin made the same remarks on his news that he had already made that morning, but for the sake of variety he expressed also a new opinion, which had only just struck him. After that, the conversation turned again on the university question. As Levin had already heard it all, he made haste to tell Metrov that he was very sorry he could not take advantage of his invitation, took leave, and drove to Lvov's.
Chapter 4. Lvov, the husband of Natalia, Kitty's sister, had spent all his life in foreign capitals, where he had been educated, and had been in the diplomatic service. During the previous year, he had left the diplomatic service, not owing to any unpleasantness. He never had any unpleasantness with anyone, and was transferred to the department of the court of the palace in Moscow in order to give his 2 boys the best education possible. In spite of the striking contrast in their habits and views, and the fact that Lvov was older than Levin, they had seen a great deal of one another that winter, and had taken a great liking to each other. Lvov was at home, and Levin went in to him unannounced. Lvov, in a housecoat with a belt and in chamois leather shoes, was sitting in an armchair, and with a pince-nez, with blue glasses, he was reading a book that stood on a reading desk, while in his beautiful hand he held a half-burned cigarette daintily away from him. His handsome, delicate, and still youthful-looking face, to which his curly, glistening silver hair gave a still more aristocratic air, lighted up with a smile when he saw Levin. "Capital, I was meaning to send to you. How's Kitty? Sit here, it's more comfortable." He got up and pushed up a rocking chair. "Have you read the last circular in the Journal de St. Petersburg? I think it's excellent," he said, with a slight French accent. Levin told him what he had heard from Katavasov was being said in Petersburg, and after talking a little about politics, he told him of his interview with Metrov and the Learned Society's meeting. To Lvov it was very interesting. "That's what I envy you, that you are able to mix in these interesting scientific circles," he said, and as he talked, he passed as usual into French, which was easier to him. "It's true, I haven't the time for it. My official work and the children leave me no time, and then I'm not ashamed to own that my education has been too defective." "That I don't believe," said Levin with a smile, feeling, as he always did, touched at Lvov's low opinion of himself, which was not in the least put on from a desire to seem or to be modest, but was absolutely sincere. "Oh yes, indeed. I feel now how badly educated I am. To educate my children, I positively have to look up a great deal, and in fact simply to study myself. For it's not enough to have teachers. There must be someone to look after them. Just as on your land you want labourers and an overseer. See what I'm reading." He pointed to Buslev's grammar on the desk. "It's expected of Misha, and it's so difficult. Come, explain to me. Here, he says." Levin tried to explain to him that it couldn't be understood, but that it had to be taught, but Lvov would not agree with him. "Ugh, you're laughing at it. On the contrary, you can't imagine how, when I look at you, I'm always learning the task that lies before me, that is the education of one's children." "Well, there's nothing for you to learn," said Lvov. "All I know," said Levin, "is that I have never seen better brought-up children than yours, and I wouldn't wish for children better than yours." Lvov visibly tried to restrain the expression of his delight, but he was positively radiant with smiles. "If only they're better than I. That's all I desire." "You don't know yet all the work," he said, "with boys who've been left like mine to run wild abroad." "You'll catch all that up. They're such clever children. The great thing is the education of character. That's what I learn when I look at your children." "You talk of the education of character. You can't imagine how difficult it is. You have hardly succeeded in combating one tendency when others crop up, and the struggle begins again. If one had not a support in religion, you remember we talked about that, no father could bring up children, relying on his own strength alone, without that help." This subject, which always interested Levin, was cut short by the entrance of the beauty Natalia Alexandrovna, dressed to go out. "I didn't know you were here," she said, unmistakably feeling no regret, but a positive pleasure in interrupting this conversation on a topic she had heard so much of that she was by now weary of it. "Well, how's Kitty? I'm dining with you today. I tell you what, Arseny," she turned to her husband, "you take the carriage." And the husband and wife began to discuss their arrangements for the day. As the husband had to drive to meet someone on official business, while the wife had to go to the concert and some public meeting of a committee on the Eastern question, there was a great deal to consider and settle. Levin had to take part in their plans as one of themselves.
It was settled that Levin would go with Natalia to the concert and the meeting, and that from there they would send the carriage to the office for Arseny, and he should call for her and take her to Kitty's, or that, if he had not finished his work, he should send the carriage back and Levin would go with her. "He's spoiling me," Lvov said to his wife. "He assures me that our children are splendid, when I know how much that's bad there is in them." "Arseny goes to extremes, I always say," said his wife. "If you look for perfection, you will never be satisfied. And it's true, as Papa says, that when we were brought up there was one extreme. We were kept in the basement, while our parents lived in the best rooms. Now it's just the other way. The parents are in the wash-house, while the children are in the best rooms. Parents now are not expected to live at all, but to exist altogether for their children." "Well, what if they like it better?" Lvov said, with his beautiful smile, touching her hand. "Anyone who didn't know you would think you were a stepmother, not a true mother." "No, extremes are not good in anything," Natalia said serenely, putting his paper knife straight in its proper place on the table. "Well, come here, you perfect children," Lvov said to the two handsome boys who came in, and after bowing to Levin, went up to their father, obviously wishing to ask him about something. Levin would have liked to talk to them, to hear what they would say to their father, but Natalia began talking to him, and then Lvov's colleague in the service, Mohotin, walked in, wearing his court uniform, to go with him to meet someone, and a conversation was kept up without a break upon Herzegovina, Princess Korzinskaya, the town council, and the sudden death of Madame Apraxina. Levin even forgot the commission entrusted to him. He recollected it as he was going into the hall. "Oh, Kitty told me to talk to you about Oblonsky," he said as Lvov was standing on the stairs, seeing his wife and Levin off. Yes, Maman wants us, les beaux-frères, to attack him," he said, blushing. "But why should I?" "Well then, I will attack him," said Madame Lvova with a smile, standing in her white sheepskin cape, waiting till they had finished speaking. "Come, let us go." Chapter 5. At the concert in the afternoon, two very interesting things were performed. One was a fantasia, King Lear. The other was a quartet dedicated to the memory of Bach. Both were new and in the new style, and Levin was eager to form an opinion of them. After escorting his sister-in-law to her stall, he stood against a column and tried to listen as attentively and conscientiously as possible. He tried not to let his attention be distracted, and not to spoil his impression by looking at the conductor in a white tie, waving his arms, which always disturbed his enjoyment of music so much, or the ladies in bonnets, with strings carefully tied over their ears, and all these people either thinking of nothing at all, or thinking of all sorts of things except the music. He tried to avoid meeting musical connoisseurs or talkative acquaintances, and stood looking at the floor straight before him, listening. But the more he listened to the fantasia of King Lear, the further he felt from forming any definite opinion of it. There was, as it were, a continual beginning, a preparation of the musical expression of some feeling, but it fell to pieces again directly, breaking into new musical motives, or simply nothing but the whims of the composer, exceedingly complex but disconnected sounds. And these fragmented musical expressions, though sometimes beautiful, were disagreeable, because they were utterly expected and not led up to by anything. Gaiety and grief and despair and tenderness and triumph followed one another without any connection, like the emotions of a madman. And these emotions, like a madman's, sprang up quite unexpectedly. During the whole of the performance, Levin felt like a deaf man watching people dancing, and was in a state of complete bewilderment when the fantasia was over, and felt a great weariness from the fruitless strain on his attention. Loud applause resounded on all sides. Everyone got up, moved about, and began talking. Anxious to throw some light on his own perplexity from the impressions of others, Levin began to walk about, looking for connoisseurs, and was glad to see a well-known musical amateur in conversation with Petsov, whom he knew. "Marvellous," Petsov was saying in his mellow bass. "How are you, Konstantin Dmitrievitch? Particularly sculpturesque and plastic, so as to say, and richly coloured is that passage where we feel Cordelia's approach, where woman, das ewig weiblich, enters into conflict with fate, isn't it?" "You mean, what has Cordelia to do with it?" Levin asked timidly, forgetting that the Fantasia was supposed to represent King Lear. "Cordelia comes in, see here," said Pestsov, tapping his finger on the satiny surface of the programme he held in his hand and passing it to Levin. Only then Levin recollected the title of the Fantasia and made haste to read in the Russian translation the lines from Shakespeare that were printed on the back of the programme. "You can't follow it without that," said Pestsov, addressing Levin, as the person he had been speaking to had gone away, and he had no one to talk to. In the entr'acte, Levin and Pestsov fell into an argument upon the merits and defects of music of the Wagner school. Levin maintained that the mistake of Wagner and all his followers lay in their trying to make music into the sphere of another art, just as poetry goes wrong when it tries to paint a face, as the art of painting ought to do, and as an instance of this mistake, he cited the sculptor who carved in marble certain poetic phantasms flitting around the figure of the poet on the pedestal. "These phantoms were so far from being phantoms that they were positively clinging on the ladder," said Levin. The comparison pleased him, but he could not remember whether he had not used the same phrase before, and to Pestsov too, and as he said it he felt confused. Pestsov maintained that art is one, and that it can attain its highest manifestations only by conjunction with all kinds of art. The second piece that was performed Levin could not hear. Pestsov, who was standing beside him, was talking to him almost all the time, condemning the music for its excessive affected assumption of simplicity, and comparing it with the simplicity of the pre-Raphaelites in painting. As he went out, Levin met many more acquaintances, with whom he talked of politics, of music, and of common acquaintances. Among others he met Count Boll, whom he had utterly forgotten to call upon.
"Well, go at once then," Madame Lvova said when he told her. "Perhaps they will not be at home, and then you can come to the meeting to fetch me. You'll find me still there." Chapter 6.
"Perhaps they're not at home," said Levin, as he went into the hall of Countess Bola's house.
"At home, please walk in," said the porter, resolutely removing his overcoat.
"How annoying," thought Levin with a sigh, taking off one glove and stroking his hat. "What did I come for? What have I to say to them?"
As he passed through the first drawing-room, Levin met in the doorway Countess Bola, giving some order to a servant with a careworn and severe face. On seeing Levin, she smiled, and asked him to come into the little drawing-room, where he heard voices. In this room there were sitting in armchairs the two daughters of the Countess, and a Moscow colonel, whom Levin knew. Levin went up, greeted them, and sat down beside the sofa with his hat on his knees. "How is your wife? Have you been at the concert? We couldn't go. Mamma had to be at the funeral service."
"Yes, I heard. What a sudden death," said Levin.
The Countess came in, sat down on the sofa, and she too asked after his wife and inquired about the concert. Levin answered, and repeated an inquiry about Madame Apraxina's sudden death.
But she was always in weak health.
"Were you at the opera yesterday?"
"Yes, I was."
"Lacquer was very good."
"Yes, very good,"
he said, and as it was utterly of no consequence to him what they thought of him, he began repeating what they had heard 100 times about the characteristics of the singer's talent. Countess Bola pretended to be listening. Then, when he had said enough and paused, the colonel, who had been silent till then, began to talk. The colonel, too, talked of the opera and about culture. At last, after speaking on the proposed Folle Journée at Turin's, the colonel laughed, got up noisily, and went away. Levin too rose, but he saw by the face of the Countess that it was not yet time for him to go. He must stay 2 minutes longer. He sat down. But as he was thinking all the while how stupid it was, he could not find a subject for conversation, and sat silent. "You are not going to the public meeting? They say it will be very interesting," began the Countess.
"No, I promised my belle-sœur to fetch her from it," said Levin.
A silence followed. The mother once more exchanged glances with the daughter.
"Well now, I think the time has come,"
thought Levin, and he got up. The ladies shook hands with him and begged him to say mille choses to his wife for them. The porter asked him, as he gave him his coat, "Where is your honour staying?"
and immediately wrote down his address in a big, handsomely bound book. Of course, I don't care, but I still feel ashamed and awfully stupid, thought Levin, consoling himself with the reflection that everyone does it. He drove to the public meeting, where he was to find his sister-in-law, so as to drive home with her. At the public meeting of the committee, there were a great many people, and almost all the highest society. Levin was in time for the report, which, as everyone said, was very interesting. When the reading of the report was over, people moved about, and Levin met Sviashki, who invited him very pressingly to come that evening to a meeting of the Society of Agriculture, where a celebrated lecture was to be delivered, and Stefan Arkadyevitch, who had only just come from the races, and many other acquaintances, and Levin heard and uttered various criticisms on the meeting, on the new Fantasia, and on a public trial. But, probably from the mental fatigue he was beginning to feel, he made a blunder in speaking of the trial, and this blunder he recalled several times with vexation. Speaking of the sentence upon a foreigner who had been condemned in Russia, and of how unfair it would be to punish him by exile abroad, Levin repeated what he had heard the day before in conversation from an acquaintance. "I think sending him abroad is much the same as punishing a carp by putting it into the water," said Levin. Then he recollected that this idea, when he had heard from an acquaintance and uttered as his own, came from a fable of Krylov's, and that the acquaintance had picked it up from a newspaper article. After driving home with his sister-in-law and finding Kitty in good spirits and quite well, Levin drove to the club. Chapter 7. Levin reached the club just at the right time. Members and visitors were driving up as he arrived. Levin had not been at the club for a very long while, not since he had lived in Moscow, when he was leaving the university and going into society. He remembered the club, the external details of its arrangement, but he had completely forgotten the impression it had made on him in the old days. But, as soon as, driving into the wide semicircular court and getting out of the sledge, he mounted the steps, and the hall porter, adorned with a crossway scarf, noiselessly opened the door to him with a bow. As soon as he saw in the porter's room the cloaks and galoshes of members who thought it less trouble to take them off downstairs, as soon as he heard the mysterious ringing bell that preceded him as he ascended the easy, carpeted staircase, and saw the statue on the landing, and the third porter at the top doors, a familiar figure grown older, in the club livery, opening the door without haste or delay, and scanning the visitors as they passed in, Levin felt the old impression of the club come back in a rush, an impression of repose, comfort, and propriety. "Your hat, please," the porter said to Levin, who forgot the club rule to leave his hat in the porter's room. "Long time since you've been. The prince put your name down yesterday. Prince Stefan Arkadyevitch is not here yet." The porter did not only know Levin, but also all his ties and relationships, and so immediately mentioned his intimate friends. Passing through the outer hall, divided up by screens, and the room partitioned on the right, where a man sits at the fruit buffet, Levin overtook an old man walking slowly in, and entered the dining room full of noise and people. He walked along the tables, almost all full, and looked at the visitors. He saw people of all kinds, old and young, some he knew a little, some intimate friends. There was not a single cross or worried-looking face. All seemed to have left their cares and anxieties in the porter's room with their hats, and were all deliberately getting ready to enjoy the material blessings of life. Sviashki was here, and Shabatskoy, Nevyedovsky and the old prince, and Vronsky and Sergei Ivanovitch. "Ah, why are you so late?" the prince said, smiling, and giving him his hand over his own shoulder. "How's Kitty?" he added, smoothing out the napkin he had tucked in at his waistcoat buttons. "All right, they're dining at home, all three of them. Ah, Aline Nadine, to be sure. There's no room with us. Go to that table, and make haste and take a seat," said the prince, and turning away he carefully took a plate of eel soup. "Levin, this way!" a good-natured voice shouted a little farther on. It was Turovtsin. He was sitting with a young officer, and beside them there were 2 chairs turned upside down. Levin gladly went up to them. He had always liked the good-hearted rake, Turovtsin. He was associated in his mind with memories of his courtship, and at that moment, after the strain of intellectual conversation, the sight of Turovtsin's good-natured face was particularly welcome. "For you and Oblonsky. He'll be here directly." The young man, holding himself very erect, with eyes forever twinkling with enjoyment, was an officer from Petersburg, Gagin. Turovtsin introduced them. "Oblonsky's always late." "Ah, here he is." "Have you only just come?" said Oblonsky, coming quickly towards them. "Good day. Had some vodka? Well, come along then." Levin got up and went with him to the big table spread with spirits and appetizers of the most various kinds. One would have thought that out of 24 delicacies one might find something to one's taste, but Stepan Arkadyevitch asked for something special, and one of the liveried waiters standing by immediately brought what was required. They drank a wine-glassful and returned to their table. At once, while they were still at the soup, Gagin was served with champagne and told the waiter to fill 4 glasses. Levin did not refuse the wine and asked for a second bottle. He was very hungry and ate and drank with great enjoyment, and with still greater enjoyment took part in the lively and simple conversation of his companions. Gagin, dropping his voice, told the last good story from Petersburg, and the story, though improper and stupid, was so ludicrous that Levin broke into roars of laughter so loud that those near looked round. "That's in the same style as 'That's a thing I can't endure.' You know the story," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Ah, that's exquisite. Another bottle," he said to the waiter, and he began to relate his good story. "Pyotr Ilyich Vinovsky invites you to drink with him." A little old waiter interrupted Stepan Arkadyevitch, bringing 2 delicate glasses of sparkling champagne and addressing Stepan Arkadyevitch and Levin. Stepan Arkadyevitch took the glass, and looking towards a bald man with red moustaches at the other end of the table, he nodded to him, smiling. "Who's that?" asked Levin. "You met him once at my place, don't you remember? A good-natured fellow." Levin did the same as Stepan Arkadyevitch and took the glass. Stepan Arkadyevitch's anecdote too was very amusing. Levin told his story, and that too was successful. Then they talked of horses, of the races, of what they had been doing that day, and of how smartly Vronsky's Atlas had won the first prize. Levin did not notice how the time passed at dinner. "Ah, and here they are," Stepan Arkadyevitch said towards the end of dinner, leaning over the back of his chair and holding out his hand to Vronsky, who came up with the tall officer of the guards. Vronsky's face, too, beamed with a look of good-humoured enjoyment that was general in the club. He propped his elbow playfully on Stepan Arkadyevitch's shoulder, whispering something to him, and held out his hand to Levin with the same good-humoured smile. "Very glad to meet you," he said. "I looked out for you at the election, but I was told you had gone away." "Yes, I left the same day. We've just been talking of your horse. I congratulate you," said Levin. "It was very rapidly run." "Yes. You've racehorses too, haven't you?" "No, my father had, but I remember and know something about it." "Where have you dined?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "We were at the second table, behind the columns." "We've just been celebrating his success," said the tall colonel. "It's his second imperial prize. I wish I might have the luck at cards he has with horses. Well, why waste the precious time? I'm going to the infernal regions," added the colonel, and he walked away. "That's Yashvin," Vronsky said in answer to Turovtsin, and he sat down at the vacated seat beside them. He drank the glass offered him and ordered a bottle of wine. Under the influence of the club atmosphere, or the wine he had drunk, Levin chatted away to Vronsky of the best breeds of cattle, and he was very glad not to feel the slightest hostility to this man. He even told him, among other things, that he had heard from his wife that she had met him at Princess Maria Borisovna's. "Ah, Princess Maria Borisovna, she's exquisite," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, and he told an anecdote about her which set them all laughing. Vronsky particularly laughed with such simple-hearted amusement that Levin felt quite reconciled to him. "Well, have we finished?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, getting up with a smile. "Let us go."
Chapter 8. Getting up from the table, Levin walked with Gagin through the lofty room to the billiard room,
feeling his arms swing as he walked with a peculiar lightness and ease. As he crossed the big room, he came upon his father-in-law. "Well, how do you like our temple of indolence?" said the prince, taking his arm. "Come along, come along." "Yes, I wanted to walk about and look at everything. It's interesting." "Yes, it's interesting for you, but its interest for me is quite different. You look at those little old men now," he said, pointing to a club member with bent back and projecting lip, shuffling towards them in his soft boots, "and imagine that they were schluppicks like that from their birth up." "How schluppicks?" "I see you don't know the name. That's our club designation. You know the game of rolling eggs? When one's rolled a long while, it becomes a schluppick. So it is with us. One goes on coming and coming to the club, and ends by becoming a schluppick. Ah, you laugh. But we look out for fear of dropping into it ourselves." "You know Prince Tchetsky?" inquired the prince, and Levin saw by his face that he was just going to relate something funny. "No, I don't know him." "You don't say so. Well, Prince Tchetsky is a well-known figure. No matter, though. He's always playing billiards here. Only 3 years ago, he was not a schluppick, and kept his spirits, and even used to call other people schluppiks. But one day he turns up, and our porter, you know Vasily, why that fat one, he's famous for his bon mots. And so, Prince Tchetsky says to him, 'Come, Vasily, who's here? Any schluppicks here yet?' And he says, 'You're the third.' Yes, my dear boy, that he did." And talking and greeting the friends they met, Levin and the prince walked through all the rooms, the great room where tables had already been set, and the usual partners were playing for small stakes, the divan room where they were playing chess, and Sergei Ivanovitch was sitting talking to somebody, the billiard room, where, about a sofa in a recess, there was a lively party drinking champagne. Gagin was one of them. They peeped into the infernal regions, where a good many men were crowding round one table, at which Yashvin was sitting, trying not to make a noise. They walked into the dark reading room, where, under the shaded lamps, there sat a young man with a wrathful countenance, turning over one journal after another, and a bald general buried in a book. They went, too, into what the prince called the intellectual room, where 3 gentlemen were engaged in a heated discussion of the latest political news. "Prince, please come, we're ready," said one of his card party, who had come to look for him, and the prince went off. Levin sat down and listened, but recalling all the conversation of the morning, he felt all of a sudden fearfully bored. He got up hurriedly and went to look for Oblonsky and Turovtsin, with whom it had been so pleasant. Turovtsin was one of the circle drinking in the billiard room, and Stefan Arkadyevitch was talking with Vronsky near the door at the farther corner of the room. "It's not that she's dull, but this undefined, this unsettled position," Levin caught, and he was hurrying away, but Stefan Arkadyevitch called to him. "Levin!" Stefan Arkadyevitch, and Levin noticed that his eyes were not full of tears exactly, but moist, which always happened when he had been drinking or when he was touched. Just now it was due to both causes. "Levin, don't go," he said, and he warmly squeezed his arm above the elbow, obviously not at all wishing to let him go. "This is a true friend of mine, almost my greatest friend," he said to Vronsky. "You've become closer and dearer to me, and I want you, and I know you ought to be friends, and great friends, because you're both splendid fellows." "Well, there's nothing for us now but to kiss and be friends," Vronsky said with good-natured playfulness, holding out his hand. Levin quickly took the offered hand and pressed it warmly. "I'm very, very glad," said Levin. "Waiter, a bottle of champagne," said Stefan Arkadyevitch. "And I'm very glad," said Vronsky. But in spite of Stefan Arkadyevitch's desire, and their own desire, they had nothing to talk about, and both felt it. "Do you know, he has never met Anna," Stefan Arkadyevitch said to Vronsky, "and I want above everything to take him to see her. Let us go, Levin." "Really?" said Vronsky. "She'll be very glad to see you. I should be going home at once," he said, "but I'm worried about Yashvin, and I want to stay on till he finishes." "Why, is he losing?" "He keeps losing, and I'm the only friend that can restrain him." "Well, what do you say to pyramids? Levin, will you play?" "Capital," said Stefan Arkadyevitch. "Get the table ready," he said to the marker. "It has been ready a long while," answered the marker, who already set the balls in a triangle and was knocking the red one about for his own diversion. "Well, let us begin." After the game, Vronsky and Levin sat down at Gagin's table, and at Stefan Arkadievich's suggestion, Levin took a hand in the game. Vronsky sat down at the table, surrounded by friends, who were incessantly coming up to him. Every now and then he went to the infernal to keep an eye on Yashvin. Levin was enjoying a delightful sense of repose after the mental fatigue of the morning. He was glad that all hostility was at an end with Vronsky, and the sense of peace, decorum and comfort never left him. When the game was over, Stefan Arkadievich took Levin's arm. "Well, let us go to Anna's then, at once, eh? She is at home. I promised her long ago to bring you. Where were you meaning to spend the evening?" "Oh, nowhere especially. I promised Vyashki to go to the Society of Agriculture. By all means, let us go," said Levin. "Very good. Come along, find out if my carriage is here," Stefan Arkadievich said to the waiter. Levin went up to the table, paid the 40 rubles he had lost, paid his bill, the amount of which was in some mysterious way ascertained by the little old waiter who stood at the counter, and sweeping his arms, he walked through all the rooms to the way out. Chapter 9. "Oblonsky's carriage!" the porter shouted in an angry bass. The carriage drove up, and both got in. It was only for the first few moments, while the carriage was driving out of the clubhouse gates, that Levin was still under the influence of the club atmosphere of repose, comfort, and unimpeachable good form. But as soon as the carriage drove out into the street, he felt it jolting over the uneven road, heard the angry shout of a sledge-driver coming towards them, saw in the uncertain light the red blind of a tavern and the shops. This impression was dissipated, and he began to think over his actions, and to wonder whether he was doing right in going to see Anna. What would Kitty say? But Stefan Arkadievich gave him no time for reflection, and, as though divining his doubts, he scattered them. "How glad I am," he said, "that you should know her. You know, Dolly has long wished for it, and Lvov's been to see her, and often goes. Though she is my sister," Stefan Arkadievich pursued, "I don't hesitate to say that she is a remarkable woman. But you will see. Her position is very painful, especially now." "Why especially now?" "We're carrying on negotiations with her husband about a divorce, and he's agreed, but there are difficulties in regard to the son, and the business, which ought to have been arranged long ago, has been dragging on for 3 months past. And as soon as the divorce is over, she will marry Vronsky. How stupid these old ceremonies are, that no one believes in, and which only prevent people being comfortable," Stefan Arkadievich put in. "Well, then their position will be as regular as mine, or yours." "What is the difficulty?" said Levin. "Oh, it's a long and tedious story. The whole business is in such an anomalous position with us. But the point is, she has been for 3 months in Moscow, where everyone knows her, waiting for the divorce. She goes out nowhere, sees no woman, except Dolly, because, do you understand, she doesn't care to have people come as a favour. That fool Princess Varvara, even she has left her, considering this a breach of propriety. Well, you see, in such a position, any other woman would not have found resources in herself. But you'll see how she has arranged her life, how calm, how dignified she is. To the left, in the crescent opposite the church," shouted Stefan Arkadievich, leaning out of the window. "Phew, how hot it is," he said, in spite of 12 degrees of frost, flinging his open overcoat still wider open. "But she has a daughter. No doubt she's busy looking after her," said Levin. "I believe you picture every woman simply as a female, une couveuse," said Stefan Arkadievich. "If she's occupied, it must be with her children. No, she brings her up capitally, I believe, but one doesn't hear about her. She's busy, in the first place, with what she writes. I see you're smiling ironically, but you're wrong. She's writing a children's book, and doesn't talk about it to anyone. But she read it to me, and I gave the manuscript to Vorkyov, you know, the publisher, and he was an author himself too, I fancy. He understands those things, and he says it's a remarkable piece of work. But are you fancying she's an authoress? Not a bit of it. She's a woman with a heart before everything, but you'll see. Now, she has a little English girl with her, and a whole family she's looking after." "Oh, something in a philanthropic way?" "Well, you will look at everything in the worst light. It's not from philanthropy, it's from the heart. They, that is Vronsky, had a trainer, an Englishman, first-rate in his own line, but a drunkard. He's completely given up to drink. Delirium tremens, and the family were cast out on the world. She saw them, helped them.
got more and more interested in them, and now the whole family is on her hands. But not by way of patronage, you know, helping with money. She is herself preparing the boys in Russian for the high school, and she's taken the little girl to live with her. But you'll see her for yourself."
The carriage drove into the courtyard, and Stefan Arkadyevitch rang loudly at the entrance where sledges were standing. And without asking the servant who opened the door whether the lady were at home, Stefan Arkadyevitch walked into the hall. Levin followed him, more and more doubtful whether he was doing right or wrong. Looking at himself in the glass, Levin noticed that he was red in the face, but he felt certain he was not drunk, and he followed Stefan Arkadyevitch up the carpeted stairs. At the top, Stefan Arkadyevitch inquired of the footman, who bowed to him as to an intimate friend, who was with Anna Arkadyevna, and received the answer that it was M. Vorkyov.
"Where are they?"
"In the study." Passing through the dining room, a room not very large, with dark, panelled walls, Stefan Arkadyevitch and Levin walked over the soft carpet to the half-dark study, lighted up by a single lamp with a big dark shade. Another lamp with a reflector was hanging on the wall, lighting up a big full-length portrait of a woman, which Levin could not help looking at. It was the portrait of Anna, painted in Italy by Mihailov. While Stefan Arkadyevitch went behind the treillage, and the man's voice which had been speaking paused, Levin gazed at the portrait, which stood out from the frame in the brilliant light thrown on it, and he could not tear himself away from it. He positively forgot where he was, and not even hearing what was said, he could not take his eyes off the marvellous portrait. It was not a picture, but a living, charming woman, with black curling hair, with bare arms and shoulders, with a pensive smile on the lips, covered with soft down. Triumphantly and softly she looked at him, with eyes that baffled him. She was not living, only because she was more beautiful than a living woman can be. "I am delighted." He heard suddenly near him a voice, unmistakably addressing him, the voice of the very woman he had been admiring in the portrait. Anna had come from behind the treillage to meet him, and Levin saw in the dim light of the study the very woman of the portrait, in a dark blue shot gown, not in the same position, nor with the same expression, but with the same perfection of beauty which the artist had caught in the portrait. She was less dazzling in reality, but, on the other hand, there was something fresh and seductive in the living woman which was not in the portrait. Chapter 10. She had risen to meet him, not concealing her pleasure at seeing him, and in the quiet ease with which she held out her little vigorous hand, introduced him to Vorkyov and indicated a red-haired, pretty little girl who was sitting at work, calling her pupil. Levin recognized and liked the manners of a woman of the great world, always self-possessed and natural. "I am delighted, delighted," she repeated, and on her lips these simple words took for Levin's ears a special significance. "I have known and liked you for a long while, both from your friendship with Stiva and for your wife's sake. I knew her for a very short time, but she left on me the impression of an exquisite flower, simply a flower. And to think, she will soon be a mother." She spoke easily and without haste, looking now and then from Levin to her brother, and Levin felt that the impression he was making was good, and he felt immediately at home, simple and happy with her, as though he had known her from childhood. "Ivan Petrovitch and I settled in Alexei's study," she said, in answer to Stefan Arkadyevitch's question whether he might smoke, "just so as to be able to smoke." And glancing at Levin, instead of asking whether he would smoke, she pulled closer a tortoiseshell cigar case and took a cigarette. "How are you feeling today?" her brother asked her. "Oh, nothing. Nerves as usual." "Yes, isn't it extraordinarily fine?" said Stefan Arkadyevitch, noticing that Levin was scrutinizing the picture. "I have never seen a better portrait." "And extraordinarily like, isn't it?" said Vorkyov. Levin looked from the portrait to the original. A peculiar brilliance lighted up Anna's face when she felt his eyes on her. Levin flushed, and to cover his confusion would have asked whether she had seen Darya Alexandrovna lately, but at that moment Anna spoke. "We were just talking, Ivan Petrovitch and I, of Vashchenkov's last pictures. Have you seen them?" "Yes, I have seen them," answered Levin. "But I beg your pardon, I interrupted you. You were saying?" Levin asked if she had seen Dolly lately. She was here yesterday. She was very indignant with the high school people on Grisha's account. The Latin teacher, it seems, had been unfair to him. Yes, I've seen his pictures. I didn't care for them very much. Levin went back to the subject she had started. Levin talked now, not at all with that purely business-like attitude to the subject with which he had been talking all the morning. Every word in his conversation with her had a special significance, and talking to her was pleasant. Still pleasanter it was to listen to her. Anna talked not merely naturally and cleverly, but cleverly and carelessly, attaching no value to her own ideas and giving great weight to the ideas of the person she was talking to. The conversation turned on the new movement in art, on the new illustrations of the Bible by a French artist. Vorkiev attacked the artist for a realism carried to the point of coarseness. Levin said that the French had carried conventionality further than anyone, and that consequently they see a great merit in the return to realism. In the fact of not lying, they see poetry. Never had anything clever said by Levin given him so much pleasure as this remark. Anna's face lighted up at once, and at once she appraised the thought. She laughed. "I laugh," she said, "as one laughs when one sees a very true portrait. What you said so perfectly hits off French art now. Painting and literature too, indeed. Zola, Daudet. But perhaps it is always so, that men form their conceptions from fictitious, conventional types, and then, all the combinations made, they are tired of the fictitious figures and begin to invent more natural, true figures." "That's perfectly true," said Vorkiev. "So you've been at the club?" she said to her brother. Yes, this is a woman," Levin thought, forgetting himself and staring persistently at her lovely, mobile face, which at that moment was all at once completely transformed. Levin did not hear what she was talking of as she leaned over to her brother, but he was struck by the change of her expression. Her face, so handsome a moment before in its repose, suddenly wore a look of strange curiosity, anger, and pride. But this lasted only an instant. She dropped her eyelids, as though recollecting something. "Oh, but that's of no interest to anyone," she said, and she turned to the English girl. "Please order the tea in the drawing-room," she said in English. The girl got up and went out. "Well, how did she get through her examination?" asked Stefan Arkadyevitch. "Splendidly. She's a very gifted child and a sweet character." "It will end in your loving her more than your own." "There a man speaks. In love there's no more nor less. I love my daughter with one love, and her with another." "I was just telling Anna Arkadyevna," said Vorkiev, "that if she were to put 100th part of the energy she devotes to this English girl to the public question of the education of Russian children, she would be doing a great and useful work." "Yes, but I can't help it. I couldn't do it. Count Alexei Krylovitch urged me very much." As she uttered the words Count Alexei Krylovitch, she glanced with appealing timidity at Levin, and he unconsciously responded with a respectful and reassuring look. "He urged me to take up the school in the village. I visited it several times. The children were very nice, but I could not feel drawn to the work. You speak of energy. Energy rests upon love, and come as it will, there's no forcing it. I took to this child. I could not myself say why." And she glanced again at Levin, and her smile and her glance all told him that it was to him only she was addressing her words, valuing his good opinion, and at the same time sure beforehand that they understood each other. "I quite understand that," Levin answered. "It's impossible to give one's heart to a school or such institutions in general, and I believe that's just why philanthropic institutions always give such poor results." She was silent for a while, then she smiled. Yes, she agreed. "I never could. Je n'ai pas le cœur assez large to love a whole asylum of horrid little girls. Cela ne m'a jamais réussi. There are so many women who have made themselves une position sociale in that way, and now more than ever," she said with a mournful, confiding expression, ostensibly addressing her brother, but unmistakably intending her words only for Levin. "Now, when I have such need of some occupation, I cannot." And suddenly frowning, Levin saw that she was frowning at herself for talking about herself. She changed the subject. I know about you, she said to Levin, that you're not a public-spirited citizen, and I have defended you to the best of my ability.
How have you defended me?
Oh, according to the attacks made on you. But won't you have some tea? She rose and took up a book bound in morocco.
Give it to me, Anna Arkadyevna, said Vorkiev, indicating the book. It's well worth taking up.
Oh no, it's all so sketchy.
I told him about it, Stefan Arkadyevitch said to his sister, nodding at Levin.
You shouldn't have. My writing is something after the fashion of those little baskets and carving which Liza Mertzelova used to sell me from the prisons. She had the direction of the prison department in that society. She turned to Levin, and they were miracles of patience, the work of those poor wretches. And Levin saw a new trait in this woman, who attracted him so extraordinarily. Besides wit, grace, and beauty, she had truth. She had no wish to hide from him all the bitterness of her position. As she said that, she sighed, and her face suddenly taking a hard expression, looked as it were turned to stone. With that expression on her face, she was more beautiful than ever, but the expression was new. It was utterly unlike that expression, radiant with happiness and creating happiness, which had been caught by the painter in her portrait. Levin looked more than once at the portrait and at her figure, as taking her brother's arm she walked with him to the high doors, and he felt for her a tenderness and a pity at which he wondered himself. She asked Levin and Vorkiev to go into the drawing-room, while she stayed behind to say a few words to her brother.
About her divorce, about Vronsky, and what he's doing at the club, about me, wondered Levin, and he was so keenly interested by the question of what she was saying to Stefan Arkadyevitch that he scarcely heard what Vorkiev was telling him of the qualities of the story for children Anna Arkadyevna had written. At tea, the same pleasant sort of talk, full of interesting matter, continued. There was not a single instant when a subject for conversation was to seek. On the contrary, it was felt that one had hardly time to say what one had to say, and eagerly held back to hear what others were saying. And all that was said, not only by her, but by Vorkiev and Stefan Arkadyevitch, all, so it seemed to Levin, gained peculiar significance from her appreciation and her criticism. While he followed this interesting conversation, Levin was all the time admiring her beauty, her intelligence, her culture, and at the same time her directness and genuine depth of feeling. He listened and talked, and all the while he was thinking of her inner life, trying to divine her feelings. And though he had judged her so severely hitherto, now, by some strange chain of reasoning, he was justifying her, and was also sorry for her, and afraid that Vronsky did not fully understand her. At 11 o'clock, when Stefan Arkadyevitch got up to go, Vorkiev had left earlier, it seemed to Levin that he had only just come. Regretfully, Levin too rose. "Goodbye," she said, holding his hand and glancing into his face with a winning look. "I am very glad que la glace est rompue." She dropped his hand and half closed her eyes. "Tell your wife that I love her as before, and that if she cannot pardon me my position, then my wish for her is that she may never pardon it. To pardon it, one must go through what I have gone through, and may God spare her that." "Certainly, yes, I will tell her,"
Levin said, blushing. Chapter 11.
What a sweet, marvellous, and unhappy woman, he was thinking, as he stepped out into the frosty air with Stefan Arkadyevitch.
"Well, didn't I tell you?"
said Stefan Arkadyevitch, seeing that Levin had been completely won over.
"Yes," said Levin dreamily, "an extraordinary woman. It's not her cleverness, but she has such wonderful depth of feeling. I'm awfully sorry for her."
"Now, please God, everything will soon be settled."
Well, don't be hard on people in future," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, opening the carriage door.
"Goodbye, we don't go the same way." Still thinking of Anna, of everything, even the simplest phrase in their conversation with her, and recalling the minutest changes in her expression, entering more and more into her position, and feeling sympathy for her, Levin reached home. At home, Kuzma told Levin that Katerina Alexandrovna was quite well, and that her sisters had not long been gone, and he handed him 2 letters. Levin read them at once in the hall, so that he might not overlook them later.
One was from Sokolov, his bailiff. Sokolov wrote that the corn could not be sold, that it was fetching only 5.5 rubles, and that more than that could not be got for it. The other letter was from his sister. She scolded him for her business being still unsettled. Well, we must sell it at 5.5 if we can't get more. Levin decided the first question, which had always before seemed such a weighty one, with extraordinary facility on the spot. It's extraordinary how all one's time is taken up here, he thought, considering the second letter. He felt himself to blame for not having got done what his sister had asked him to do for her. Today, again, I've not been to the court, but today I've certainly not had time. And resolving that he would not fail to do it next day, he went up to his wife. As he went in, Levin rapidly ran through mentally the day he had spent. All the events of the day were conversations he had heard and taken part in. All the conversations were upon subjects which, if he had been alone at home, he would never have taken up. But here they were very interesting. And all these conversations were right enough, only in 2 places there was something not quite right. One was what he had said about the carp. The other was something not quite the thing in the tender sympathy he was feeling for Anna. Levin found his wife low-spirited and dull. The dinner of the 3 sisters had gone off very well, but then they had waited and waited for him, and all of them had felt dull. The sisters had departed, and she had been left alone. "Well, and what have you been doing?" she asked him, looking straight into his eyes, which shone with rather a suspicious brightness. But that she might not prevent his telling her everything, she concealed her close scrutiny of him, and with an approving smile listened to his account of how he had spent the evening. "Well, I am very glad I met Vronsky. I felt quite at ease and natural with him. You understand, I shall try not to see him, but I'm glad that this awkwardness is all over," he said, and remembering that by way of trying not to see him, he had immediately gone to call on Anna, he blushed. "We talk about the peasants drinking. I don't know which drinks most, the peasantry or our own class. The peasants do on holidays, but Kitty took not the slightest interest in discussing the drinking habits of the peasants. She saw that he blushed, and she wanted to know why. "Well, and then where did you go?" "Stiva urged me awfully to go and see Anna Arkadyevna." And as he said this, Levin blushed even more, and his doubts as to whether he had done right in going to see Anna were settled once for all. He knew now that he ought not to have done so. Kitty's eyes opened in a curious way and gleamed at Anna's name, but controlling herself with an effort, she concealed her emotion and deceived him. "Oh," was all she said. "I'm sure you won't be angry at my going. She begged me to, and Dolly wished it," Levin went on. "Oh, no," she said, but he saw in her eyes a constraint that boded him no good. "She is a very sweet, very, very unhappy, good woman," he said, telling her about Anna, her occupations, and what she had told him to say to her. "Yes, of course, she is very much to be pitied," said Kitty when he had finished. "Whom was your letter from?" He told her, and believing in her calm tone, he went to change his coat. Coming back, he found Kitty in the same easy chair. When he went up to her, she glanced at him and broke into sobs. What is it?" he asked, knowing beforehand what. "You're in love with that hateful woman. She has bewitched you. I saw it in your eyes. Yes, what can it all lead to? You were drinking at the club, drinking and gambling, and then you went to her, of all people. No, we must go away. I shall go away tomorrow." It was a long while before Levin could soothe his wife. At last he succeeded in calming her, only by confessing that a feeling of pity, in conjunction with the wine he had drunk, had been too much for him, that he had succumbed to Anna's artful influence, and that he would avoid her. One thing he did with more sincerity confess to was that living so long in Moscow, a life of nothing but conversation, eating and drinking, he was degenerating. They talked till 3 in the morning. Only at 3 o'clock were they sufficiently reconciled to be able to go to sleep. Chapter 12. After taking leave of her guests, Anna did not sit down, but began walking up and down the room. She had unconsciously the whole evening done her utmost to arouse in Levin a feeling of love,
as of late she had fallen into doing with all young men. And she knew she had attained her aim, as far as was possible in one evening, with a married and conscientious man. She liked him indeed extremely, and in spite of the striking difference, from the masculine point of view, between Vronsky and Levin, as a woman she saw something they had in common, which had made Kitty able to love both. Yet as soon as he was out of the room, she ceased to think of him. One thought, and one only, pursued her in different forms, and refused to be shaken off. If I have so much effect on others, on this man, who loves his home and his wife, why is it he is so cold to me? Not cold exactly, he loves me, I know that. But something new is drawing us apart now. Why wasn't he here all the evening? He told Stiva to say he could not leave Yashvin, and must watch over his play. Is Yashvin a child? But supposing it's true, he never tells a lie. But there's something else in it, if it's true. He is glad of an opportunity of showing me he has other duties. I know that, I submit to that. But why prove that to me? He wants to show me that his love for me is not going to interfere with his freedom. But I need no proofs, I need love. He ought to understand all the bitterness of this life for me here in Moscow. Is this life? I am not living, but waiting for an event which is continually put off and put off. No answer again. And Stiva says he cannot go to Alexei Alexandrovitch. And I can't write again. I can do nothing, can begin nothing, can alter nothing. I hold myself in, I wait, inventing amusements for myself, the English family, writing, reading. But it's all nothing but a sham. It's all the same as morphine. He ought to feel for me, she said, feeling tears of self-pity coming into her eyes. She heard Vronsky's abrupt ring and hurriedly dried her tears. Not only dried her tears, but sat down by a lamp and opened a book, affecting composure. She wanted to show him that she was displeased that he had not come home as he had promised, displeased only, and not on any account to let him see her distress, and least of all her self-pity. She might pity herself, but he must not pity her. She did not want strife. She blamed him for wanting to quarrel, but unconsciously put herself into an attitude of antagonism. "Well, you've not been dull," he said, eagerly and good-humouredly going up to her. "What a terrible passion it is, gambling." "No, I've not been dull. I learned long ago not to be dull. Stiva has been here, and Levin." "Yes, they meant to come and see you. Well, how did you like Levin?" he said, sitting down beside her. "Very much. They have not long been gone. What was Yashvin doing?" "He was winning. 17,000. I got him away. He had really started home, but he went back again and now he's losing." "Then what did you stay for?" she asked, suddenly lifting her eyes to him. The expression of her face was cold and ungracious. "You told Stiva you were staying on to get Yashvin away, and you left him there." The same expression of cold readiness for the conflict appeared on his face too. "In the first place, I did not ask him to give you any message, and secondly, I never tell lies. But what's the chief point, I wanted to stay and I stayed," he said, frowning. "Anna, what is it for? Why will you?" he said after a moment's silence, bending over towards her, and he opened his hand, hoping she would lay hers in his. She was glad of this appeal for tenderness, but some strange force of evil would not let her give herself up to her feelings, as though the rules of warfare would not permit her to surrender. "Of course you wanted to stay, and you stayed. You do everything you want to. But what do you tell me that for? With what object?" she said, getting more and more excited. "Does anyone contest your rights? But you want to be right, and you're welcome to be right." His hand closed. He turned away, and his face wore a still more obstinate expression. "For you it's a matter of obstinacy," she said, watching him intently, and suddenly finding the right word for that expression which irritated her. "Simple obstinacy. For you it's a reason of whether you keep the upper hand of me, while for me—" Again she felt sorry for herself, and she almost burst into tears. "If you knew what it is for me, when I feel as I do now, that you are hostile, yes, hostile to me. If you knew what this means for me, if you knew how I feel on the brink of calamity at this instant, how afraid I am of myself." and she turned away, hiding her sobs.
"But what are you talking about?"
he said, horrified at her expression of despair, and again bending over her, he took her hand and kissed it.
"What is it for? Do I seek amusements outside our home? Don't I avoid the society of women?"
"Well, yes, if that were all," she said.
"Come, tell me what I ought to do to give you peace of mind. I am ready to do anything to make you happy," he said, touched by her expression of despair. "What wouldn't I do to save you from distress of any sort as now, Anna?"
he said. "It's nothing, nothing," she said. "I don't know myself whether it's the solitary life, my nerves. Come, don't let us talk of it. What about the race? You haven't told me," she inquired, trying to conceal her triumph at the victory, which had anyway been on her side. He asked for supper, and began telling her about the races, but in his tone, in his eyes, which became more and more cold, she saw that he did not forgive her for her victory, that the feeling of obstinacy with which she had been struggling had asserted itself again in him. He was colder to her than before, as though he were regretting his surrender. And she, remembering the words that had given her the victory, "How I feel on the brink of calamity, how afraid I am of myself," saw that this weapon was a dangerous one, and that it could not be used a second time. And she felt that beside the love that bound them together, there had grown up between them some evil spirit of strife, which she could not exorcise from his, and still less from her own heart. Chapter 13. There are no conditions to which a man cannot become used, especially if he sees that all around him are living in the same way. Levin could not have believed 3 months before that he could have gone quietly to sleep in the condition in which he was that day, that leading an aimless, irrational life, living too beyond his means, after drinking to excess — he could not call what happened at the club anything else — forming inappropriately friendly relations with a man with whom his wife had once been in love, and a still more inappropriate call upon a woman who could only be called a lost woman. After being fascinated by that woman and causing his wife distress, he could still go quietly to sleep. But under the influence of fatigue, a sleepless night, and the wine he had drunk, his sleep was sound and untroubled. At 5 o'clock the creak of a door opening waked him. He jumped up and looked round. Kitty was not in bed beside him, but there was a light moving behind the screen, and he heard her steps.
"What is it? What is it?" he said, half asleep. "Kitty, what is it?"
"Nothing," she said, coming from behind the screen with a candle in her hand. "I am unwell," she said, smiling a particularly sweet and meaning smile.
"What? Has it begun?" he said in terror. "We ought to send."
And hurriedly he reached after his clothes. "No, no," she said, smiling and holding his hand. "It's sure to be nothing. I was rather unwell, only a little. It's all over now." And getting into bed, she blew out the candle, lay down and was still. Though he thought her stillness suspicious, as though she were holding her breath, and still more suspicious the expression of peculiar tenderness and excitement with which, as she came from behind the screen, she said nothing, he was so sleepy that he fell asleep at once. Only later he remembered the stillness of her breathing, and understood all that must have been passing in her sweet, precious heart while she lay beside him, not stirring, in anticipation of the greatest event in a woman's life. At 7 o'clock he was waked by the touch of her hand on his shoulder, and a gentle whisper. She seemed struggling between regret at waking him and the desire to talk to him. "Kostya, don't be frightened. It's all right, but I fancy we ought to send for Lisaveta Petrovna." The candle was lighted again. She was sitting up in bed, holding some knitting, which she had been busy upon during the last few days. "Please don't be frightened. It's all right. I'm not a bit afraid," she said, seeing his scared face, and she pressed his hand to her bosom and then to her lips. He hurriedly jumped up, hardly awake, and kept his eyes fixed on her as he put on his dressing gown. Then he stopped, still looking at her. He had to go, but he could not tear himself from her eyes. He thought he loved her face, knew her expression, her eyes, but never had he seen it like this. How hateful and horrible he seemed to himself, thinking of the distress he had caused her yesterday. Her flushed face, fringed with soft curling hair under her nightcap, was radiant with joy and courage. Though there was little that was complex or artificial in Kitty's character in general, Levin was struck by what was revealed now, when suddenly all disguises were thrown off and the very kernel of her soul shone in her eyes. And in this simplicity and nakedness of her soul, she, the very woman he loved in her, was more manifest than ever. She looked at him, smiling, but all at once her brows twitched, she threw up her head, and going quickly up to him, clutched his hand and pressed close up to him, breathing her hot breath upon him. She was in pain, and was, as it were, complaining to him of her suffering. And for the first minute, from habit, it seemed to him that he was to blame. But in her eyes there was a tenderness that told him she was far from reproaching him, that she loved him for her sufferings. If not I, who is to blame for it? He thought unconsciously, seeing someone responsible for this suffering for him to punish, but there was no one responsible. She was suffering, complaining, and triumphing in her sufferings, and rejoicing in them, and loving them. He saw that something sublime was being accomplished in her soul, but what? He could not make it out. It was beyond his understanding. "I have sent to Mamma. You go quickly to fetch Lizaveta Petrovna. Kostya?" "Nothing. It's over." She moved away from him and rang the bell. "We'll go now. Pasha's coming. I'm all right." And Levin saw with astonishment that she had taken up the knitting she had brought in the night and begun working at it again. As Levin was going out of one door, he heard the maidservant come in at the other. He stood at the door and heard Kitty giving exact directions to the maid and beginning to help her move the bedstead. He dressed, and while they were putting in his horses, as a hired sledge was not to be seen yet, he ran up again to the bedroom, not on tiptoe it seemed to him, but on wings. 2 maidservants were carefully moving something in the bedroom. Kitty was walking about, knitting rapidly and giving directions. "I'm going for the doctor. They have sent for Lizaveta Petrovna, but I'll go on there too. Isn't there anything wanted? Yes. Shall I go to Dolly's?" She looked at him, obviously not hearing what he was saying. Yes, do go," she said quickly, frowning and waving her hands to him. He had just gone into the drawing-room when suddenly a plaintive moan sounded from the bedroom, smothered instantly. He stood still, and for a long while he could not understand. "Yes, that is she," he said to himself, and clutching at his head he ran downstairs. "Lord have mercy on us, pardon us, aid us." He repeated the words that for some reason came suddenly to his lips, and he, an unbeliever, repeated these words not with his lips only. At that instant he knew that all his doubts, even the impossibility of believing with his reason, of which he was aware in himself, did not in the least hinder his turning to God. And all of that now floated out of his soul like dust. To whom was he to turn, if not to him, in whose hands he felt himself, his soul, and his love? The horse was not yet ready, but feeling a peculiar concentration of his physical forces and his intellect on what he had to do, he started off on foot without waiting for the horse, and told Kuzma to overtake him. At the corner he met a night-cabman driving hurriedly. In the little sledge, wrapped in a velvet cloak, sat Lizaveta Petrovna, with a kerchief round her head. Thank God, he said, overjoyed to recognize her little fair face, which wore a peculiarly serious, even stern expression. Telling the driver not to stop, he ran along beside her. "For 2 hours, then, not more?" she inquired. "You should let Pyotr Dmitrievitch know, but don't hurry him, and get some opium at the chemist's." "So you think it may go on well? Lord have mercy on us and help us," Levin said, seeing his own horse driving out of the gate. Jumping into the sledge beside Kuzma, he told him to drive to the doctor's. Chapter 14. The doctor was not yet up, and the footman said that he had been up late and had given orders not to be waked, but would get up soon. The footman was cleaning the lamp chimneys, and seemed very busy about them. This concentration of the footman upon his lamps, and his indifference to what was passing in Levin, at first astounded him, But immediately on considering the question, he realised that no one knew or was bound to know his feelings, and that it was all the more necessary to act calmly, sensibly, and resolutely to get through this wall of indifference and attain his aim. "Don't be in a hurry or let anything slip," Levin said to himself, feeling a greater and greater flow of physical energy and attention to all that lay before him to do. Having ascertained that the doctor was not getting up, Levin considered various plans and decided on the following one: that Kuzma should go for another doctor, while he himself should go to the chemist's for opium, and if when he came back the doctor had not yet begun to get up, he would either, by tipping the footman or by force, wake the doctor at all hazards. At the chemist's, the lank shopman sealed up a packet of powders for a coachman who stood waiting, and refused him opium with the same callousness with which the doctor's footman had cleaned his lamp chimneys. Trying not to get flurried or out of temper, Levin mentioned the names of the doctor and midwife, and explained what the opium was needed for, tried to persuade him. The assistant inquired in German whether he should give it, and receiving an affirmative reply from behind the partition, he took out a bottle and a funnel, deliberately poured the opium from a bigger bottle into a little one, stuck on a label, sealed it up, and, in spite of Levin's request that he would not do so, was about to wrap it up too. This was more than Levin could stand. He took the bottle firmly out of his hands and ran to the big glass doors. The doctor was not even now getting up, and the footman, busy now in putting down the rugs, refused to wake him. Levin deliberately took out a 10-ruble note, and, careful to speak slowly, though losing no time over the business, he handed him the note, and explained that Pyotr Dmitrievitch, what a great and important personage he seemed to Levin now, this Pyotr Dmitrievitch, who had been of so little consequence in his eyes before, had promised to come at any time, that he would certainly not be angry, and that he must therefore wake him up at once. The footman agreed and went upstairs, taking Levin into the waiting-room. Levin could hear through the door the doctor coughing, moving about, washing and saying something. 3 minutes passed. It seemed to Levin that more than an hour had gone by. He could not wait any longer. "Pyotr Dmitrievitch, Pyotr Dmitrievitch," he said in an imploring voice at the open door. "For God's sake, forgive me. See me as you are. It's been going on more than 2 hours already." In a minute," answered a voice, and to his amazement, Levin heard that the doctor was smiling as he spoke. "For 1 instant. In a minute." 2 minutes more passed while the doctor was putting on his boots, and 2 minutes more while the doctor put on his coat and combed his hair. "Pyotr Dmitrievitch," Levin was beginning again in a plaintive voice, just as the doctor came in, dressed and ready. "These people have no conscience," thought Levin, "combing his hair while we're dying." "Good morning," the doctor said to him, shaking hands, and, as it were, teasing him with his composure. "There's no hurry. Well, now?" Trying to be as accurate as possible, Levin began to tell him every unnecessary detail of his wife's condition, interrupting his account repeatedly, with entreaties that the doctor would come with him at once. "Oh, you needn't be in any hurry. You don't understand, you know. I'm certain I'm not wanted. Still, I've promised, and if you like, I'll come. But there's no hurry. Please sit down. Won't you have some coffee?" Levin stared at him, with eyes that asked whether he was laughing at him, but the doctor had no notion of making fun of him. I know, the doctor said, smiling. "I'm a married man myself, and at these moments we husbands are very much to be pitied. I've a patient whose husband always takes refuge in the stables on such occasions." "But what do you think, Pyotr Dmitrievitch? Do you suppose it may go all right?" "Everything points to a favourable issue." "So you'll come immediately," said Levin, looking wrathfully at the servant who was bringing in coffee. "In an hour's time." "Oh, for mercy's sake." "Well, let me drink my coffee, anyway." The doctor started upon his coffee. Both were silent. "The Turks are really getting beaten, though. Did you read yesterday's telegrams?" said the doctor, munching some roll. "No, I can't stand it," said Levin, jumping up. "So you'll be with us in a quarter of an hour." "In half an hour." "On your honour?" When Levin got home, he drove up at the same time as the princess, and they went up to the bedroom door together. The princess had tears in her eyes, and her hands were shaking. Seeing Levin, she embraced him and burst into tears. "Well, my dear Lisaveta Petrovna?" she queried, clasping the hand of the midwife, who came out to meet them with a beaming and anxious face. "She's going on well," she said. "Persuade her to lie down. She will be easier so." From the moment when he had waked and understood what was going on, Levin had prepared his mind to bear resolutely what was before him, and without considering or anticipating anything, to avoid upsetting his wife, and on the contrary to soothe her and keep up her courage. Without allowing himself even to think of what was to come, of how it would end, judging from his inquiries as to the usual duration of these ordeals, Levin had, in his imagination, braced himself to bear up and to keep a tight rein on his feelings for 5 hours, and it had seemed to him he could do this. But when he came back from the doctor's and saw her sufferings again, he fell to repeating more and more frequently, "Lord have mercy on us, and succour us." He sighed and flung his head up, and began to feel afraid he could not bear it, that he would burst into tears or run away. Such agony it was to him. And only 1 hour had passed. But after that hour, there passed another, 2 hours, 3, the full 5 hours he had fixed as the furthest limit of his sufferings, and the position was still unchanged. And he was still bearing it because there was nothing to be done but bear it, every instant feeling that he had reached the utmost limits of his endurance, and that his heart would break with sympathy and pain. But still, the minutes passed by, and the hours, and still hours more, and his misery and horror grew, and were more and more intense. All the ordinary conditions of life, without which one can form no conception of anything, had ceased to exist for Levin. He lost all sense of time. Minutes, those minutes when she sent for him, and he held her moist hand, that would squeeze his hand with extraordinary violence, and then push it away, seemed to him hours, and hours seemed to him minutes. He was surprised when Lisaveta Petrovna asked him to light a candle behind a screen, and he found that it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. If he had been told it was only 10 o'clock in the morning, he would not have been more surprised. Where he was all this time, he knew as little as the time of anything. He saw her swollen face, sometimes bewildered and in agony, sometimes smiling and trying to reassure him. He saw the old princess, too, flushed and overwrought, with her grey curls in disorder, forcing herself to gulp down her tears, biting her lips. He saw Dolly, too, and the doctor, smoking fat cigarettes, and Lisaveta Petrovna with a firm, resolute and reassuring face, and the old prince walking up and down the hall with a frowning face. But why they came in and went out, where they were, he did not know. The princess was with the doctor in the bedroom, then in the study, where a table set for dinner suddenly appeared. Then she was not there, but Dolly was. Then Levin remembered he had been sent somewhere. Once he had been sent to move a table and sofa. He had done this eagerly, thinking it had been done for her sake, and only later on he found out it was his own bed he had been getting ready. Then he had been sent to the study to ask the doctor something. The doctor had answered, and then had said something about the irregularities in the municipal council. Then he had been sent to the bedroom to help the old princess to move the holy picture in its silver and gold setting, and with the princess's old waiting-maid he had clambered onto a shelf to reach it, and had broken the little lamp, and the old servant had tried to reassure him about the lamp and about his wife, and he carried the holy picture and set it at Kitty's head, carefully tucking it in behind the pillow. But where, when, and why all this had happened, he could not tell. He did not understand why the old princess took his hand, and looking compassionately at him, begged him not to worry himself, and Dolly persuaded him to eat something, and led him out of the room, and even the doctor looked seriously and with commiseration at him, and offered him a drop of something. All he knew and felt was that what was happening was what had happened nearly a year before in the hotel of the country town at the deathbed of his brother Nikolai. But that had been grief, this was joy. Yet that grief and this joy were alike outside all the ordinary conditions of life. They were loopholes, as it were, in the ordinary life through which there are glimpses of something sublime. And in the contemplation of this sublime something, the soul was exalted to inconceivable heights of which it had before had no conception, while reason lagged behind, unable to keep up with it. "Lord, have mercy on us and succour us," he repeated to himself incessantly, feeling, in spite of his long and, as it seemed, complete alienation from religion, that he had turned to God just as trustfully and simply as he had in his childhood and first youth. All this time he had two distinct spiritual conditions. One was away from her, with the doctor who kept smoking one fat cigarette after another and extinguishing them on the edge of a full ashtray, with Dolly and with the old prince, where there was talk about dinner, about politics, about Maria Petrovna's illness, and where Levin suddenly forgot for a minute what was happening and felt as though he had waked up from sleep. The other was in her presence, at her pillow, where his heart seemed breaking and still did not break from sympathetic suffering, and he prayed to God without ceasing. And every time he was brought back from a moment of oblivion by a scream reaching him from the bedroom, he fell into the same terror that had come upon him the first minute. Every time he heard a shriek, he jumped up, ran to justify himself, remembered on the way that he was not to blame, and he longed to defend her, to help her. But as he looked at her, he saw again that help was impossible, and he was filled with terror and prayed, "Lord, have mercy on us and help us." And as time went on, both these conditions became more intense. The calmer he became away from her, completely forgetting her, the more agonizing became both her sufferings and his feeling of helplessness before them. He jumped up, would have liked to run away, but ran to her. Sometimes, when again and again she called upon him, he blamed her, but seeing her patient, smiling face and hearing the words, "I am worrying you," he threw the blame on God, but thinking of God, at once he fell to beseeching God to forgive him and have mercy. Chapter 15. He did not know whether it was late or early. The candles had all burned out. Dolly had just been in the study and had suggested to the doctor that he should lie down. Levin sat listening to the doctor's stories of a quack mesmerizer and looking at the ashes of his cigarette. There had been a period of repose, and he had sunk into oblivion. He had completely forgotten what was going on now. He heard the doctor's chat and understood it. Suddenly there was an unearthly shriek. The shriek was so awful that Levin did not even jump up, but holding his breath, gazed in terrified inquiry at the doctor. The doctor put his head on one side, listened, and smiled approvingly. Everything was so extraordinary that nothing could strike Levin as strange. "I suppose it must be so," he thought, and still sat where he was. Whose scream was this? He jumped up, ran on tiptoe to the bedroom, edged round Lizaveta Petrovna and the princess, and took up his position at Kitty's pillow. The scream had subsided, but there was some change now. What it was he did not see and did not comprehend, and he had no wish to see or comprehend, but he saw it by the face of Lizaveta Petrovna. Lizaveta Petrovna's face was stern and pale, and still as resolute, though her jaws were twitching and her eyes were fixed intently on Kitty. Kitty's swollen and agonized face, a tress of hair clinging to her moist brow, was turned to him and sought his eyes. Her lifted hands asked for his hands. Clutching his chill hands in her moist ones, she began squeezing them to her face. Don't go, I'm not afraid, she said rapidly. Mamma, take my earrings, they bother me. You're not afraid? Quick, Lizaveta Petrovna. She spoke quickly, very quickly, and tried to smile, but suddenly her face was drawn. She pushed him away. Oh, this is awful! I'm dying! Go away! She shrieked, and again he heard that unearthly scream. Levin clutched at his head and ran out of the room. It's nothing, it's all right, Dolly called after him. But they might say what they liked. He knew now that all was over. He stood in the next room, his head leaning against the doorpost, and heard shrieks, howls such as he had never heard before, and he knew that what had been Kitty was uttering these shrieks. He had long ago ceased to wish for the child. by now he loathed this child. He did not even wish for her life now. All he longed for was the end of this awful anguish. "Doctor, what is it? What is it, by God?" he said, snatching at the doctor's hand as he came up. "It's the end," said the doctor, and the doctor's face was so grave as he said it that Levin took the end as meaning her death. Beside himself, he ran into the bedroom. The first thing he saw was the face of Lisaveta Petrovna. It was even more frowning and stern. Kitty's face he did not know. In the place where it had been was something that was fearful in its strained distortion and the sounds that came from it. He fell down with his head on the wooden framework of the bed, feeling that his heart was bursting. The awful scream never passed. It became still more awful, and as though it had reached the utmost limit of terror, suddenly it ceased. Levin could not believe his ears, but there could be no doubt. The scream had ceased, and he heard a subdued stir and bustle and hurried breathing, and her voice, gasping, alive, tender and blissful, uttered softly, "It's over." He lifted his head. With her hands hanging exhausted on the quilt, looking extraordinarily lovely and serene, she looked at him in silence and tried to smile, and could not. And suddenly, from the mysterious and awful faraway world in which he had been living for the last 22 hours, Levin felt himself all in an instant struck back to the old everyday world, glorified though now by such a radiance of happiness that he could not bear it. The strained chords snapped. Sobs and tears of joy which he had never foreseen rose up with such violence that his whole body shook, and for long they prevented him from speaking. Falling on his knees before the bed, he held his wife's hand before his lips and kissed it, and the hand, with a weak movement of the fingers, responded to his kiss. And meanwhile, there at the foot of the bed, in the deft hands of Lisaveta Petrovna, like a flickering light in a lamp, lay the life of a human creature, which had never existed before, and which would now, with the same right and the same importance to itself, live and create in its own image. "Alive, alive, and a boy too, set your mind at rest," Levin heard Lisaveta Petrovna saying as she slapped the baby's back with a shaking hand. "Mamma, is it true?" said Kitty's voice. The princess's sobs were all the answers she could make, and in the midst of the silence there came an unmistakable reply to the mother's question, a voice quite unlike the subdued voices speaking in the room. It was the bold, clamorous, self-assertive squall of the new human being who had incomprehensibly appeared. If Levin had been told before that Kitty was dead, and that he had died with her, and that their children were angels, and that God was standing before him, he would have been surprised at nothing. But now, coming back to the world of reality, he had to make great mental efforts to take in that she was alive and well, and that the creature squalling so desperately was his son. Kitty was alive, her agony was over, and he was unutterably happy. That he understood, he was completely happy in it. But the baby? Whence? Why? Who was he? He could not get used to the idea. It seemed to him something extraneous, superfluous, to which he could not accustom himself. Chapter 16. At 10 o'clock the old prince, Sergei Ivanovitch and Stepan Arkadyevitch were sitting at Levin's. Having inquired after Kitty, they had dropped into conversation upon other subjects. Levin heard them, and unconsciously as they talked, going over the past, over what had been up to that morning, he thought of himself as he had been yesterday till that point. It was as though 100 years had passed since then. He felt himself exalted to unattainable heights, from which he studiously lowered himself so as not to wound the people he was talking to. He talked, and was all the time thinking of his wife, of her condition now, of his son, in whose existence he tried to school himself into believing. The whole world of woman, which had taken for him since his marriage a new value he had never suspected before, was now so exalted that he could not take it in his imagination. He heard them talk of yesterday's dinner at the club, and thought,
What is happening with her now? Is she asleep? How is she? What is she thinking of? Is he crying, my son, Dmitri?
And in the middle of the conversation, in the middle of a sentence, he jumped up and went out of the room.
Send me word if I can see her, said the prince.
Very well, in a minute, answered Levin, and without stopping, he went to her room. She was not asleep. She was talking gently with her mother, making plans about the christening. Carefully set to rights, with hair well brushed, in a smart little cap with some blue in it, her arms out on the quilt, she was lying on her back. Meeting his eyes, her eyes drew him to her. Her face, bright before, brightened still more as he drew near her. There was the same change in it from earthly to unearthly that is seen in the face of the dead, but then it means farewell. Here, it meant welcome. Again, a rush of emotion, such as he had felt at the moment of the child's birth, flooded his heart. She took his hand and asked him if he had slept. He could not answer and turned away, struggling with his weakness. "I have had a nap, Kostya," she said to him, "and I am so comfortable now." She looked at him, but her expression changed. "Give him to me," she said, hearing the baby's cry. "Give him to me, Lizaveta Petrovna, and he shall look at him." "To be sure his papa shall look at him," said Lizaveta Petrovna, getting up and bringing something red and queer and wriggling. "Wait a minute, we'll make him tidy first." And Lizaveta Petrovna laid the red wobbling thing on the bed, began untrussing and trussing up the baby, lifting it up and turning it over with one finger and powdering it with something. Levin, looking at the tiny, pitiful creature, made strenuous efforts to discover in his heart some traces of fatherly feeling for it. He felt nothing towards it but disgust. But when it was undressed, and he caught a glimpse of wee little hands, little feet, saffron-coloured, with little toes too, and positively with a little big toe different from the rest, and when he saw Lizaveta Petrovna closing the wide-open little hands, as though they were soft springs, and putting them into linen garments, such pity for the little creature came upon him, and such terror that she would hurt it, that he held her hand back. Lizaveta Petrovna laughed. "Don't be frightened, don't be frightened." When the baby had been put to rights and transformed into a firm doll, Lizaveta Petrovna dandled it, as though proud of her handiwork, and stood a little away, so that Levin might see his son in all his glory. Kitty looked sideways in the same direction, never taking her eyes off the baby. "Give him to me, give him to me," she said, and even made as though she would sit up. "What are you thinking of, Katerina Alexandrovna? You mustn't move like that. Wait a minute, I'll give him to you. Here, we're showing Papa what a fine fellow we are." And Lizaveta Petrovna, with one hand supporting the wobbling head, lifted up on the other arm the strange, limp, red creature, whose head was lost in its swaddling clothes. But it had a nose, too, and slanting eyes and smacking lips. "A splendid baby," said Lizaveta Petrovna. Levin sighed with mortification. This splendid baby excited in him no feeling but disgust and compassion. It was not at all the feeling he had looked forward to. He turned away while Lizaveta Petrovna put the baby to the unaccustomed breast. Suddenly laughter made him look round. The baby had taken the breast. "Come, that's enough, said Lizaveta Petrovna, but Kitty would not let the baby go. He fell asleep in her arms. "Look, now," said Kitty, turning the baby so he could see it. The aged-looking little face suddenly puckered up, still more, and the baby sneezed. Smiling, hardly able to restrain his tears, Levin kissed his wife and went out of the dark room. What he felt towards this little creature was utterly unlike what he had expected. There was nothing cheerful and joyous in the feeling. On the contrary, it was a new torture of apprehension. It was the consciousness of a new sphere of liability to pain, and this sense was so painful at first, the apprehension lest this helpless creature should suffer was so intense, that it prevented him from noticing the strange thrill of senseless joy and even pride that he had felt when the baby sneezed. Chapter 17. Stefan Arkadyevich's affairs were in a very bad way. The money for 2/3 of the forest had all been spent already, and he had borrowed from the merchant in advance at 10% discount almost all the remaining third. The merchant would not give more, especially as Darya Alexandrovna, for the first time that winter insisting on her right to her own property, had refused to sign the receipt for the payment of the last third of the forest. All his salary went on household expenses and in payment of petty debts that could not be put off. There was positively no money. This was unpleasant and awkward, and in Stefan Arkadyevich's opinion, things could not go on like this. The explanation of the position was, in his view, to be found in the fact that his salary was too small. The post he filled had been unmistakably very good 5 years ago, but it was so no longer. Petrov, the bank director, had 12,000. Sventitsky, a company director, had 17,000. Mitin, who had founded a bank, received 50,000. "Clearly I've been napping, and they've overlooked me," Stefan Arkadyevich thought about himself, and he began keeping his eyes and ears open, and towards the end of winter he had discovered a very good berth, and had formed a plan of attack upon it, at first from Moscow, through aunts, uncles and friends, and then, when the matter was well advanced, in the spring, he went himself to Petersburg. It was one of those snug, lucrative berths, of which there are so many more nowadays than there used to be, with incomes ranging from 1,000 to 50,000 roubles. It was the post of secretary of the committee of the amalgamated agency of the Southern Railways and of certain banking companies. This position, like all such appointments, called for such immense energy and such varied qualifications that it was difficult for them to be found united in any one man. And since a man combining all the qualifications was not to be found, it was at least better that the post be filled by an honest than by a dishonest man. And Stefan Arkadyevich was not merely an honest man, unemphatically, in the common acception of the words. He was an honest man, emphatically, in that special sense with which the word has in Moscow, when they talk of an honest politician, an honest writer, an honest newspaper, an honest institution, an honest tendency, meaning not simply that the man or the institution is not dishonest, but that they are capable, on occasion, of taking a line of their own in opposition to the authorities. Stefan Arkadyevich moved in those circles in Moscow in which that expression had come into its use, was regarded, therefore, as an honest man, and so had more right to this appointment than others. The appointment yielded an income of from 7,000 to 10,000 a year, and Oblonsky could fill it without giving up his government position. It was in the hands of 2 ministers, 1 lady and 2 Jews, and all these people, though the way had been paved already with them, Stefan Arkadyevich had to see in Petersburg. Besides this business, Stefan Arkadyevich had promised his sister Anna to obtain from Karenina a definite answer on the question of divorce, and, begging 50 roubles from Dolly, he set off for Petersburg. Stefan Arkadyevich sat in Karenina's study, listening to his report on the causes of the unsatisfactory position of Russian finance, and only waited for the moment when he would finish to speak about his own business or about Anna. "Yes, that's very true," he said when Alexey Alexandrovich took off the pince-nez, without which he could not read now, and looked inquiringly at his former brother-in-law. "That's very true in particular cases, but still, the principle of our day is freedom." "Yes, but I lay down another principle, embracing the principle of freedom," said Alexey Alexandrovich, with emphasis on the word embracing, and he put on his pince-nez again, so as to read the passage in which this statement was made. And turning over the beautifully written, wide-margined manuscript, Alexey Alexandrovich read aloud over again the conclusive passage. "I don't advocate protection for the sake of private interests, but for the public weal, and for the lower and upper classes equally," he said, looking over his pince-nez at Oblonsky. "But they cannot grasp that they are taken up now with personal interests and carried away by phrases." Stefan Arkadyevich knew that when Karenina began to talk of what they were doing and thinking, the persons who would not accept his report and were the cause of everything wrong in Russia, and that it was coming near the end. And so now he eagerly abandoned the principle of free trade, and fully agreed. Alexei Alexandrovich paused, thoughtfully turning over the pages of his manuscript.
"Oh, by the way," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, "I wanted to ask you, sometime when you see Pomorsky, to drop him a hint that I should be very glad to get that new appointment of Secretary of the Committee of the Amalgamated Agency of the Southern Railways and Banking Companies."
Stefan Arkadyevitch was familiar by now with the title of the post he coveted, and he brought it out rapidly, without mistake. Alexei Alexandrovich questioned him as to the duties of this new committee, and pondered. He was considering whether the new committee would not be acting in some way contrary to the views he had been advocating. But, as the influence of the new committee was of a very complex nature, and his views were of very wide application, he could not decide this straight off, and taking off his pince-nez, he said,
"Of course, I can mention it to him, but what is your reason, precisely, for wishing to obtain the appointment?"
"It's a good salary, rising to 9,000, and my means."
9,000,
repeated Alexei Alexandrovich, and he frowned. The high figure of the salary made him reflect that on that side Stefan Arkadyevitch's proposed position ran counter to the main tendency of his own projects of reform, which always leaned towards economy.
"I consider, and I have embodied my views in a note on the subject, that in our day these immense salaries are evidence of the unsound economic assiette of our finances."
"But what's to be done?" said Stefan Arkadyevitch. "Suppose a bank director gets 10,000, well, he's worth it. Or an engineer gets 20,000. After all, it's a growing thing, you know."
"I assume that a salary is the price paid for a commodity, and it ought to conform with the law of supply and demand. If the salary is fixed without any regard for that law, as, for instance, when I see two engineers leaving college together, both equally well trained and efficient, and one getting 40,000 while the other is satisfied with 2, or when I see lawyers and hussars, having no special qualifications, appointed directors of banking companies with immense salaries, I conclude that salary is not fixed in accordance with the law of supply and demand, but simply through personal interest. And this is an abuse of great gravity in itself, and one that reacts injuriously on the government side. I consider—"
Stefan Arkadyevitch made haste to interrupt his brother-in-law. "Yes, but you must agree that it's a new institution of undoubted utility that's being started. After all, you know, it's a growing thing. What they lay particular stress on is the thing being carried on honestly," said Stefan Arkadyevitch with emphasis. But the Moscow significance of the word honest was lost on Alexei Alexandrovich.
"Honesty is only a negative qualification," he said.
"Well, you'll do me a great service anyway," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, "by putting in a word to Pomorsky, just in the way of conversation."
"But I fancy it's more in Volgarinov's hands," said Alexei Alexandrovich.
"Volgarinov has fully assented, as far as he's concerned," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, turning red. Stefan Arkadyevitch reddened at the mention of that name, because he had been that morning at the Jew Volgarinov's, and the visit had left an unpleasant recollection. Stefan Arkadyevitch believed most positively that the new committee in which he was trying to get an appointment was a new, genuine and honest public body. But that morning, when Volgarinov had, intentionally, beyond a doubt, kept him 2 hours waiting with other petitioners in his waiting room, he had suddenly felt uneasy. Whether he was uncomfortable that he, a descendant of Rurik Prince Oblonsky, had been kept for 2 hours waiting to see him, or that for the first time in his life he was not following the example of his ancestors in serving the government, but was turning off into a new career, anyway he was very uncomfortable. During those 2 hours in Volgarinov's waiting room, Stefan Arkadyevitch, stepping jauntily about the room, pulling his whiskers, entering into conversation with the other petitioners, and inventing an epigram on his position, assiduously concealed from others, and even from himself, the feeling he was experiencing. But all the time he was uncomfortable and angry. He could not have said why, whether because he could not get his epigram just right, or from some other reason. When at last Volgarinov had received him with exaggerated politeness and unmistakable triumph at his humiliation, and had all but refused the favour asked of him, Stefan Arkadyevitch had made haste to forget it all as soon as possible, and now, at the mere recollection, he blushed. Chapter 18. Now, there is something I want to talk about, and you know what it is. About Anna, Stefan Arkadyevitch said, pausing for a brief space and shaking off the unpleasant impression. As soon as Oblonsky uttered Anna's name, the face of Alexei Alexandrovitch was completely transformed. All of the life was gone out of it, and it looked weary and dead. "What is it exactly that you want from me?" he said, moving in his chair and snapping his pince-nez. "A definite settlement, Alexei Alexandrovitch. Some settlement of the position. I'm appealing to you. Not as an injured husband," Stefan Arkadyevitch was going to say, but afraid of wrecking his negotiation by this, he changed the words. "Not as a statesman," which did not sound apropos, "but simply as a man, and a good-hearted man, and a Christian. You must have pity on her," he said. "That is, in what way, precisely?" Karenina said softly. "Yes, pity on her. If you had seen her as I have. I've been spending all the winter with her. You would have pity on her. Her position is awful, simply awful." "I had imagined," answered Alexei Alexandrovitch in a higher, almost shrill voice, "that Anna Arkadyevna had everything she had desired for herself." "Oh, Alexei Alexandrovitch, for heaven's sake, don't let us indulge in recriminations. What is past is past. And you know what she wants and is waiting for? Divorce." "But I believe Anna Arkadyevna refuses a divorce if I make it a condition to leave me my son. I replied in that sense, and supposed that the matter was ended. I consider it at an end," shrieked Alexei Alexandrovitch. "But for heaven's sake, don't get hot," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, touching his brother-in-law's knee. "The matter is not ended. If you will allow me to recapitulate, it was like this. When you parted, you were as magnanimous as it was possible to be. You were ready to give her everything, freedom, divorce even. She appreciated that. No, don't think that. She did appreciate it. To such a degree that at the first moment, feeling how she had wronged you, she did not consider and could not consider everything. She gave up everything. But experience, time, have shown that her position is unbearable, impossible." "The life of Anna Arkadyevna can have no interest for me," Alexei Alexandrovitch put in, lifting his eyebrows. "Allow me to disbelieve that," Stefan Arkadyevitch replied gently. "Her position is intolerable for her, and of no benefit to anyone whatever. She has deserved it, you will say. She knows that, and asks you for nothing. She says plainly that she dare not ask you. But I, all of us, her relatives, all who love her, beg you, entreat you. Why should she suffer? Who is any the better for it?" "Excuse me, you seem to have put me in the position of the guilty party," observed Alexei Alexandrovitch. Oh no, not at all. Please understand me," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, touching his hand again, as though feeling sure this physical contact would soften his brother-in-law. "All I say is this. Her position is intolerable, and it might be alleviated by you, and you will lose nothing by it. I will arrange it all for you, so that you'll not notice it. You did promise it, you know." "The promise was given before, and I had supposed that the question of my son had settled the matter. Besides, I had hoped that Anna Arkadyevna had enough generosity," Alexei Alexandrovitch articulated with difficulty, his lips twitching and his face white. "She leaves it all to your generosity. She begs, she implores one thing of you, to extricate her from the impossible position in which she is placed. She does not ask for her son now. Alexei Alexandrovitch, you are a good man. Put yourself in her position for a minute. The question of divorce for her, in her position, is a question of life and death. If you had not promised it once, she would not have reconciled herself to her position. She would have gone on living in the country. But you promised it, and she wrote to you and moved to Moscow. And here she's been 6 months in Moscow, where every chance meeting cuts her to the heart, every day expecting an answer. Why, it's like keeping a condemned criminal for 6 months with the rope round his neck, promising him perhaps death, perhaps mercy. Have pity on her, and I will undertake to arrange everything. Vos scrupules." "I am not talking about that. About that," Alexei Alexandrovitch interrupted with disgust. "But perhaps I promised what I had no right to promise." "So
You go back from your promise?
I have never refused to do all that is possible. But I want time to consider how much of what I promised is possible.
No, Alexei Alexandrovitch, cried Oblonsky, jumping up. I won't believe that. She's unhappy as only an unhappy woman can be. And you cannot refuse in such...
As much of what I promised as is possible, vous professez d'être libre penseur. But I, as a believer, cannot, in a matter of such gravity, act in opposition to the Christian law.
But in Christian societies, and among us, as far as I'm aware, divorce is allowed, said Stefan Arkadyevitch. Divorce is sanctioned even by our church, and we see...
It is allowed, but not in the sense...
Alexei Alexandrovitch, you are not like yourself, said Oblonsky after a brief pause. Wasn't it you, and didn't we all appreciate it in you, who forgave everything, and moved simply by Christian feeling, was ready to make any sacrifice? You said yourself, if a man take thy goat, give him thy cloak also. And now,
I beg, said Alexei Alexandrovitch shrilly, getting suddenly onto his feet, his face white and his jaws twitching. I beg you to drop this subject.
Oh, no. Oh, forgive me if I have wounded you, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, holding out his hand with a smile of embarrassment. But, like a messenger, I have simply performed the commission given me.
And Alexei Alexandrovitch gave him his hand, pondered a little, and said, I must think it over, and seek for guidance. The day after tomorrow I will give you a final answer, he said, after considering a moment.
Chapter 19. Stefan Arkadyevitch was about to go away when Korny came in to announce, Sergei Alexeyevich.
Who's Sergei Alexeyevich?
Stefan Arkadyevitch was beginning, but he remembered immediately.
Ah, Seriosha, he said aloud. Sergei Alexeyevich. I thought it was a director of a department. Anna asked me to see him too, he thought.
And he recalled the timid, piteous expression with which Anna had said to him at parting, Anyway, you will see him, find out exactly where he is, who is looking after him. And Stiva, if it were possible, could it be possible? Stefan Arkadyevitch knew what was meant by that, if it were possible. If it were possible to arrange the divorce so as to let her have her son. Stefan Arkadyevitch saw now that it was no good to dream of that, but still he was glad to see his nephew. Alexei Alexandrovitch reminded his brother-in-law that they never spoke to the boy of his mother, and he begged him not to mention a single word about her.
He was very ill after that interview with his mother, which we had not foreseen, said Alexei Alexandrovitch. Indeed, we feared for his life. But with rational treatment and sea-bathing in the summer, he regained his strength, and now, by the doctor's advice, I have let him go to school. And certainly the companionship of school has had a good effect on him, and he is perfectly well and making good progress.
What a fine fellow he's grown. He's not Seriosha now, but quite full-fledged Sergei Alexeyevich, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, smiling as he looked at the handsome, broad-shouldered lad in blue coat and long trousers, who walked in alertly and confidently. The boy looked healthy and good-humoured. He bowed to his uncle as to a stranger, but recognizing him, he blushed and turned hurriedly away from him, as though offended and irritated at something. The boy went up to his father and handed him a note of the marks he had gained at school.
Well, that's very fair, said his father. You can go.
He's thinner and taller, and has grown out of being a child into a boy. I like that, said Stefan Arkadyevitch. Do you remember me?
The boy looked back quickly at his uncle. Yes, mon uncle, he answered, glancing at his father, and again he looked downcast. His uncle called to him and took his hand.
Well, and how are you getting on?
He said, wanting to talk to him and not knowing what to say. The boy, blushing and making no answer, cautiously drew his hand away. As soon as Stefan Arkadyevitch let go his hand, he glanced doubtfully at his father, and like a bird set free, he darted out of the room. A year had passed since the last time Seriosha had seen his mother. Since then he had heard nothing more of her. And in the course of that year he had gone to school and made friends among his schoolfellows. The dreams and memories of his mother, which had made him ill after seeing her, did not occupy his thoughts now. When they came back to him, he studiously drove them away, regarding them as shameful and girlish, below the dignity of a boy and a schoolboy. He knew that his father and mother were separated by some quarrel. He knew that he had to remain with his father, and he tried to get used to that idea. He disliked seeing his uncle, so like his mother, for it called up those memories of which he was ashamed. He disliked it all the more, as from some words he had caught as he had waited at the study door, and still more from the faces of his father and uncle, he guessed that they must have been talking of his mother. And to avoid condemning the father with whom he lived and on whom he was dependent, and, above all, to avoid giving way to sentimentality, which he considered so degrading, Seriosha tried not to look at his uncle, who had come to disturb his peace of mind, and not to think of what he recalled to him. But when Stefan Arkadyevitch, going out after him, saw him on the stairs, and calling to him, asked him how he spent his playtime at school, Seriosha talked more freely to him, away from his father's presence. "We have a railway now," he said in answer to his uncle's question. "It's like this, do you see? 2 sit on a bench, they're all the passengers, and 1 stands up straight on the bench, and all are harnessed to it by their arms or by their belts, and they run through all the rooms. The doors are left open beforehand. Well, and it's pretty hard work being the conductor." "That's the one that stands?" Stefan Arkadyevitch inquired, smiling. "Yes, you want pluck for it, and cleverness too, especially when they stop all of a sudden, or someone falls down." "Yes, that must be a serious matter," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, watching with mournful interest the eager eyes, like his mother's, not childish now, no longer fully innocent. And though he had promised Alexey Alexandrovitch not to speak of Anna, he could not restrain himself. "Do you remember your mother?" he asked suddenly. "No, I don't," Seriosha said quickly. He blushed crimson and his face clouded over, and his uncle could get nothing more out of him. His tutor found his pupil on the staircase half an hour later, and for a long while he could not make out whether he was ill-tempered or crying. "What is it? I expect you hurt yourself when you fell down," said the tutor. "I told you it was a dangerous game, and we shall have to speak to the director." "If I had hurt myself, nobody should have found it out, that's certain." "Well, what is it then?" "Leave me alone, if I remember or if I don't remember. What business is it of his? Why should I remember? Leave me in peace," he said, addressing not his tutor, but the whole world. Chapter 20. Stefan Arkadyevitch, as usual, did not waste his time in Petersburg. In Petersburg, besides business, his sister's divorce, and his coveted appointment, he wanted, as he always did, to freshen himself up, as he said, after the mustiness of Moscow. In spite of its cafés chantants and its omnibuses, Moscow was yet a stagnant bog. Stefan Arkadyevitch always felt it. After living some time in Moscow, especially in close relations with his family, he was conscious of a depression of spirits. After being a long time in Moscow without a change, he reached a point when he positively began to be worrying himself over his wife's ill humour and reproaches, over his children's health and education, and the petty details of his official work. Even the fact of being in debt worried him. But he had only to go and stay a little while in Petersburg, in the circle there in which he moved, where people lived, really lived, instead of vegetating as in Moscow, and all such ideas vanished and melted away at once, like wax before the fire. His wife? Only that day he had been talking to Prince Tchetchensky. Prince Tchetchensky had a wife and family, grown-up pages in the corps, and he had another illegitimate family of children also. Though the first family were very nice too, Prince Tchetchensky felt happier in his second family, and he used to take his eldest son with him to his second family, and told Stefan Arkadyevitch that he thought it good for his son, enlarging his ideas. What would have been said to that in Moscow? His children? In Petersburg, children did not prevent their parents from enjoying life. The children were brought up in schools, and there was no trace of the wild idea that prevailed in Moscow, in Lvov's household, for instance, that all the luxuries of life were for the children, while the parents have nothing but work and anxiety. Here, people understood that a man is in duty bound to live for himself, as every man of culture should live. His official duties?
Official work here was not the stiff, hopeless drudgery that it was in Moscow. Here there was some interest in official life. A chance meeting, a service rendered, a happy phrase, a knack of facetious mimicry, and a man's career might be made in a trice. So it had been with Bryantsev, whom Stefan Arkadyevitch had met the previous day, and who was one of the highest functionaries in government now. There was some interest in official work like that. The Petersburg attitude on pecuniary matters had an especially soothing effect on Stefan Arkadyevitch. Bartnyansky, who must spend at least 50,000 to judge by the style he lived in, had made an interesting comment the day before on that subject. As they were talking before dinner, Stefan Arkadyevitch said to Bartnyansky, "You're friendly, I fancy, with Mordvinsky. You might do me a favour. Say a word to him, please, for me. There's an appointment I should like to get. Secretary of the agency." "Oh, I shan't remember all that if you tell it to me. But what possesses you to have to do with railways? Take it as you will, it's a low business." Stefan Arkadyevitch did not say to Bartnyansky that it was a growing thing. Bartnyansky would not have understood that. "I want the money. I've nothing to live on." "You're living, aren't you?" "Yes, but in debt." "Are you, though? Heavily?" said Bartnyansky sympathetically. "Very heavily. 20,000. Bartnyansky broke into good-humoured laughter. "Oh, lucky fellow," said he. "My debts mount up to 1.5 million, and I've nothing, and still I can live, as you see." And Stefan Arkadyevitch saw the correctness of this view, not in words only, but in actual fact. Zhivaghov owed 300,000 and hadn't a farthing to bless himself with, and he lived, and in style too. Count Krivtsov was considered a hopeless case by everyone, and yet he kept 2 mistresses. Petrovsky had run through 5 millions, and still lived in just the same style, and was even a manager in the financial department with a salary of 20,000. But besides this, Petersburg had physically an agreeable effect on Stefan Arkadyevitch. It made him younger. In Moscow, he sometimes found a grey hair in his head, dropped asleep after dinner, stretched, walked slowly upstairs, breathing heavily, was bored by the society of young women, and did not dance at balls. In Petersburg, he always felt 10 years younger. His experience in Petersburg was exactly what had been described to him on the previous day by Prince Pyotr Oblonsky, a man of 60 who had just come back from abroad. "We don't know the way to live here," said Pyotr Oblonsky. "I spent the summer in Baden, and you wouldn't believe it. I felt quite a young man. At a glimpse of a pretty woman, my thoughts. One dines and drinks a glass of wine, and feels strong and ready for anything. I come home to Russia, I see my wife, and, what's more, go to my country place, and there, you'd hardly believe it, in a fortnight I'd got into a dressing gown and given up dressing for dinner. Needn't say I had no thoughts left for pretty women. I became quite an old gentleman. There was nothing left for me but to think of my eternal salvation. I went off to Paris. I was as right as could be at once." Stefan Arkadyevitch felt exactly the difference that Pyotr Oblonsky described. In Moscow he degenerated so much that if he had had to be there for long together, he might in good earnest have come to considering his salvation. In Petersburg he felt himself a man of the world again. Between Princess Betsy Tverskaya and Stefan Arkadyevitch there had long existed rather curious relations. Stefan Arkadyevitch always flirted with her in jest, and used to say to her, also in jest, the most unseemly things, knowing that nothing delighted her so much. The day after his conversation with Karenina, Stefan Arkadyevitch went to see her, and felt so youthful that in this jesting flirtation and nonsense he recklessly went so far that he did not know how to extricate himself, as unluckily he was so far from being attracted to her that he thought her positively disagreeable. What made it hard to change the conversation was the fact that he was very attractive to her. So that he was considerably relieved at the arrival of Princess Maya Kaya, which cut short their tête-à-tête. "Ah, so you're here," she said when she saw him. "Well, and what news of your poor sister? You needn't look at me like that," she added. "Ever since they've all turned against her, all those who are 1,000 times worse than she, I've thought she did a very fine thing." I can't forgive Vronsky for not letting me know when she was in Petersburg. I'd have gone to see her and gone about with her everywhere. Please give her my love. Come, tell me about her.
Yes, her position is very difficult. She... began Stefan Arkadyevitch, in the simplicity of his heart accepting a sterling coin Princess Myakaya's words, "Tell me about her." Princess Myakaya interrupted him immediately, as she always did, and began talking herself.
She's done what they all do, except me, only they hide it. But she wouldn't be deceitful, and she did a fine thing. And she did better still in throwing up that crazy brother-in-law of yours. You must excuse me. Everybody used to say he was so clever, so very clever. I was the only one that said he was a fool. Now he's so thick with Lydia Ivanovna and Landau, they all say he's crazy, and I should prefer not to agree with everybody, but this time I can't help it.
"Oh, do please explain," said Stefan Arkadyevitch. "What does it mean? Yesterday I was seeing him on my sister's behalf, and I asked him to give me a final answer. He gave me no answer and said he would think it over. But this morning, instead of an answer, I received an invitation from Countess Lydia Ivanovna for this evening."
"Ah, so that's it, is it?" said Princess Myakaya gleefully. "They're going to ask Landau what he's to say."
"Ask Landau? What for? Who or what's Landau?"
"What? You don't know Jules Landau, le fameux Jules Landau, le clairvoyant? He's crazy too, but on him your sister's fate depends. See what comes of living in the provinces. You know nothing about anything. Landau, do you see, was a commis in a shop in Paris, and he went to a doctor's, and in the doctor's waiting room he fell asleep, and in his sleep he began giving advice to all the patients, and wonderful advice it was. Then the wife of Yuri Melodinsky, you know, the invalid, heard of this Landau, and had him to see her husband, and he cured her husband, though I can't say that I see he did him much good, for he's just as feeble a creature as ever he was. But they believed in him, and took him along with them, and brought him to Russia. Here there's been a general rush to him, and he's begun doctoring everyone. He cured Countess Betsubova, and she took such a fancy to him that she adopted him."
"Adopted him?"
"Yes, as her son. He's not a Landau any more now, but Count Betsubov. That's neither here nor there, though, but Lydia, I'm very fond of her, but she has a screw loose somewhere, has lost her heart to this Landau now, and nothing is settled now in her house or Alexei Alexandrovitch's without him, and so your sister's fate is now in the hands of Landau, alias Count Betsubov."
Chapter 21. After a capital dinner and a great deal of cognac drunk at the Bartnyanskys, Stefan Arkadyevitch, only a little later than the appointed time, went in to Countess Lydia Ivanovna's.
"Who else is with the Countess? A Frenchman?"
Stefan Arkadyevitch asked the hall porter, as he glanced at the familiar overcoat of Alexei Alexandrovitch and a queer, rather artless-looking overcoat with clasps.
"Alexei Alexandrovitch Karenin and Count Betsubov," the porter answered severely. "Princess Myakaya guessed right," thought Stefan Arkadyevitch as he went upstairs. "Curious. It would be quite as well, though, to get on friendly terms with her. She has immense influence. If she would say a word to Pomorsky, the thing would be a certainty."
It was still quite light out of doors, but in Countess Lydia Ivanovna's little drawing-room the blinds were drawn and the lamps lighted. At a round table, under a lamp, sat the Countess and Alexei Alexandrovitch, talking softly. A short, thinnish man, very pale and handsome, with feminine lips and knock-kneed legs, with fine, brilliant eyes and long hair lying on the collar of his coat, was standing at the end of the room, gazing at the portraits on the wall. After greeting the lady of the house and Alexei Alexandrovitch, Stefan Arkadyevitch could not resist glancing once more at the unknown man.
"Monsieur Landau?"
The Countess addressed him with a softness and caution that impressed Oblonsky, and she introduced them. Landau looked round hurriedly, came up, and smiling, laid his moist, lifeless hand in Stefan Arkadyevitch's outstretched hand, and immediately walked away, and fell to gazing at the portraits again. The Countess and Alexei Alexandrovitch looked at each other significantly.
"I am very glad to see you, particularly today," said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, pointing Stefan Arkadyevitch to a seat beside Karenin. I introduced you to him as Landau, she said in a soft voice, glancing at the Frenchman and again immediately after at Alexei Alexandrovitch. But he is really Count Betsabov, as you're probably aware, only he does not like the title.
Yes, I heard so, answered Stefan Arkadyevitch. They say he completely cured Countess Betsabova.
Ah, she was here today, poor thing, the Countess said, turning to Alexei Alexandrovitch. This separation is awful for her. It's such a blow to her.
And he positively is going? Queried Alexei Alexandrovitch.
Yes, he's going to Paris. He heard a voice yesterday, said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, looking at Stefan Arkadyevitch.
Ah, a voice,
repeated Oblonsky, feeling that he must be as circumspect as he possibly could in this society, where something peculiar was going on, or was to go on, to which he had not the key. A moment's silence followed, after which Countess Lydia Ivanovna, as though approaching the main topic of conversation, said with a fine smile to Oblonsky, I have known you for a long while, and am very glad to make a closer acquaintance with you. Les amis de nos amis sont nos amis. But, to be a true friend, one must enter into the spiritual state of one's friend, and I fear that you are not doing so in the case of Alexei Alexandrovitch. You understand what I mean, she said, lifting her fine, pensive eyes.
In part, Countess, I understand the position of Alexei Alexandrovitch, said Oblonsky. Having no clear idea what they were talking about, he wanted to confine himself to generalities.
The change is not in his external position, Countess Lydia Ivanovna said sternly, following with eyes of love the figure of Alexei Alexandrovitch as he got up and crossed over to Landau. His heart is changed. A new heart has been vouchsafed him, and I fear you don't fully apprehend the change that has taken place in him.
Oh, well, in general outlines I can conceive the change. We have always been friendly, and now, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, responding with a sympathetic glance to the expression of the Countess, and mentally balancing the question with which of the two ministers she was most intimate, so as to know about which to ask her to speak for him.
The change that has taken place in him cannot lessen his love for his neighbours. On the contrary, that change can only intensify love in his heart. But I am afraid you do not understand me. Won't you have some tea? She said, with her eyes indicating the footman, who was handing round tea on a tray.
Not quite, Countess. Of course, his misfortune.
Yes, a misfortune which has proved the highest happiness, when his heart was made new. Was filled full of it, she said, gazing with eyes full of love at Stefan Arkadyevitch.
I do believe I might ask her to speak to both of them, thought Stefan Arkadyevitch. Of course, Countess, he said, but I imagine such changes are a matter so private that no one, even the most intimate friend, would care to speak of them.
On the contrary, we ought to speak freely and help one another.
Yes, undoubtedly so, but there is such a difference of convictions, and besides, said Oblonsky with a soft smile,
there can be no difference where it is a question of holy truth.
Oh, no, of course, but...
And Stefan Arkadyevitch paused in confusion. He understood at last that they were talking of religion.
I fancy he will fall asleep immediately,
said Alexei Alexandrovitch in a whisper full of meaning, going up to Lydia Ivanovna. Stefan Arkadyevitch looked round. Landau was sitting at the window, leaning on his elbow in the back of his chair, his head drooping. Noticing that all eyes were turned on him, he raised his head and smiled a smile of childlike artlessness.
Don't take any notice,
said Lydia Ivanovna, and she lightly moved a chair up for Alexei Alexandrovitch.
I have observed,
she was beginning, when a footman came into the room with a letter. Lydia Ivanovna rapidly ran her eyes over the note, and excusing herself, wrote an answer with extraordinary rapidity, handed it to the man, and came back to the table.
I have observed, she went on, that Moscow people, especially the men, are more indifferent to religion than anyone.
Oh, no, Countess. I thought Moscow people had the reputation of being firmest in the faith, answered Stefan Arkadyevitch. But as far as I can make out, you are unfortunately one of the indifferent ones, said Alexey Alexandrovitch, turning to him with a weary smile. How can anyone be indifferent? Said Lydia Ivanovna. I am not so much indifferent on that subject as I am waiting in suspense, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, with his most deprecating smile. I hardly think that the time for such questions has come yet for me. Alexey Alexandrovitch and Lydia Ivanovna looked at each other. We can never tell whether the time has come for us or not, said Alexey Alexandrovitch severely. We ought not to think whether we are ready or not ready. God's grace is not guided by human considerations. Sometimes it comes not of those that strive for it, and sometimes to those that are unprepared, like Saul. No, I believe it won't be just yet, said Lydia Ivanovna, who had been meanwhile watching the movements of the Frenchmen. Landau got up and came to them. Do you allow me to listen? He asked. Oh, yes, I did not want to disturb you, said Lydia Ivanovna, gazing tenderly at him. Sit here with us. One has not to close one's eyes to shut out the light, Alexey Alexandrovitch went on. Ah, if you knew the happiness we know, feeling his presence ever in our hearts, said Countess Lydia Ivanovna with a rapturous smile. But a man may feel himself unworthy sometimes to rise to that height, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, conscious of hypocrisy in admitting this religious height, but at the same time unable to bring himself to acknowledge his free-thinking views before a person who, by a single word to Pomorsky, might secure him the coveted appointment. That is, you mean that sin keeps him back, said Lydia Ivanovna. But that is a false idea. There is no sin for believers. Their sin has been atoned for. Pardon, she added, looking at the footman, who came in again with another letter. She read it and gave a verbal answer. Tomorrow at the Grand Duchess's, say. For the believer, sin is not, she went on. Yes, but faith without works is dead, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, recalling the phrase from the Catechism, and only by his smile clinging to his independence. There you have it, from the Epistle of St. James, said Alexey Alexandrovitch, addressing Lydia Ivanovna with a certain reproachfulness in his tone. It was unmistakably a subject they had discussed more than once before. What harm has been done by the false interpretation of that passage? Nothing holds men back from belief like that misinterpretation. I have not works, so I cannot believe, though all the while that is not said, but the very opposite is said. Striving for God, saving the soul by fasting, said Countess Lydia Ivanovna with disgusted contempt. Those are crude ideas of our monks, yet that is nowhere said. It is far simpler and easier, she added, looking at Oblonsky with the same encouraging smile with which at court she encouraged youthful maids of honour, disconcerted by the new surroundings of the court. We are saved by Christ, who suffered for us. We are saved by faith. Alexey Alexandrovitch chimed in, with a glance of approval at her words. Vous comprenez l'anglais? Asked Lydia Ivanovna, and receiving a reply in the affirmative, she got up and began looking through a shelf of books. I want to read him, Safe and Happy, or Under the Wing, she said, looking inquiringly at Karenina. And finding the book, and sitting down again in her place, she opened it. It's very short. In it is described the way by which faith can be reached, and the happiness, above all earthly bliss, with which it fills the soul. The believer cannot be unhappy because he is not alone, but you will see. She was just settling herself to read when the footman came in again. Madame Borozdina, tell her tomorrow at 2:00. Yes, she said, putting her finger in the place in the book and gazing before her with her fine, pensive eyes. That is how true faith acts. You know Marie Senina? You know about her trouble. She lost her only child. She was in despair. And what happened? She found this comforter, and she thanks God now for the death of her child. Such is the happiness faith brings. Oh, yes, that is most," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, glad they were going to read and let him have a chance to collect his faculties. "No, I'd better not ask her about anything today," he thought. "If only I can get out of this without putting my foot in it."
"It will be dull for you," said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, addressing Landau. "You don't know English, but it's short."
"Oh, I shall understand,"
said Landau with the same smile, and he closed his eyes. Alexey Alexandrovitch and Lydia Ivanovna exchanged meaningful glances, and the reading began.
Chapter 22. Stefan Arkadyevitch felt completely nonplussed by the strange talk which he was hearing for the first time. The complexity of Petersburg, as a rule, had a stimulating effect on him, rousing him out of his Moscow stagnation. But he liked these complications, and understood them only in circles he knew and was at home in. In these unfamiliar surroundings, he was puzzled and disconcerted, and could not get his bearings. As he listened to Countess Lydia Ivanovna, aware of the beautiful, artless, or perhaps artful, he could not decide which, eyes of Landau fixed upon him, Stefan Arkadyevitch began to be conscious of a peculiar heaviness in his head. The most incongruous ideas were in confusion in his head. Marie Sanina is glad her child's dead. How good a smoke would be now. To be saved, one need only believe, and the monks don't know how the thing's to be done, but Countess Lydia Ivanovna does know. Why is my head so heavy? Is it the cognac, or all this being so queer? Anyway, I fancy I've done nothing unsuitable so far. But anyway, it won't do to ask her now. They say they make one say one's prayers. I only hope they won't make me. That'll be too imbecile. What stuff is it she's reading? But she has a good accent. Landau, Betsubov. What's he Betsubov for? All at once Stefan Arkadyevitch became aware that his lower jaw was uncontrollably forming a yawn. He pulled his whiskers to cover the yawn and shook himself together. But soon after he became aware that he was dropping asleep and on the very point of snoring. He recovered himself at the very moment when the voice of Countess Lydia Ivanovna was saying, "He's asleep." Stefan Arkadyevitch started with dismay, feeling guilty and caught, but he was reassured at once by seeing that the words "he's asleep" referred not to him, but to Landau. The Frenchman was asleep as well as Stefan Arkadyevitch, but Stefan Arkadyevitch's being asleep would have offended them, as he thought, though even this he thought might not be so, as everything seemed so queer, while Landau's being asleep delighted them extremely, especially Countess Lydia Ivanovna. "Mon ami," said Lydia Ivanovna, carefully holding the folds of her silk gown so as not to rustle, and in her excitement calling Karenin not Alexey Alexandrovitch, but mon ami. "Donnez-lui la main, vous voyez? Shh!" She hissed at the footman as he came in again. "Not at home." The Frenchman was asleep, or pretending to be asleep, with his head on the back of his chair, and his moist hand, as it lay on his knee, made faint movements, as though trying to catch something. Alexey Alexandrovitch got up, tried to move carefully, but stumbled against the table, went up and laid his hand in the Frenchman's hand. Stefan Arkadyevitch got up too, and opening his eyes wide, trying to wake himself up if he were asleep, he looked first at one and then at the other. It was all real. Stefan Arkadyevitch felt that his head was getting worse and worse. "Quel passant qui est arrivé la dernière, quel qui demande, quel saute, articulated the Frenchman without opening his eyes. "Vous m'excuserez, mais vous voyez, revenez vers 10 heures encore mieux demain." "Quel saute?" repeated the Frenchman impatiently. "C'est moi, n'est-ce pas?" And receiving an answer in the affirmative, Stefan Arkadyevitch, forgetting the favour he had meant to ask of Lydia Ivanovna, and forgetting his sister's affairs, caring for nothing but filled with the sole desire to get away as soon as possible, went out on tiptoe and ran out into the street as though from a plague-stricken house. For a long while he chatted and joked with his cab driver, trying to recover his spirits. At the French theatre, where he arrived for the last act, and afterwards at the Tartar restaurant after his champagne, Stefan Arkadyevitch felt a little refreshed in the atmosphere he was used to. But still, he felt quite unlike himself all that evening. On getting home to Pyotr Oblonsky's, where he was staying, Stefan Arkadyevitch found a note from Betsy. She wrote to him that she was very anxious to finish their interrupted conversation and begged him to come next day. He had scarcely read this note and frowned at its contents when he heard below the ponderous tramp of the servants, carrying something heavy. Stefan Arkadyevitch went out to look. It was the rejuvenated Pyotr Oblonsky. He was so drunk that he could not walk upstairs, but he told them to set him on his legs when he saw Stefan Arkadyevitch, and clinging to him, walked with him into his room and began telling him how he had spent the evening, and fell asleep doing so. Stefan Arkadyevitch was in very low spirits, which happened rarely with him, and for a long while he could not go to sleep. Everything he could recall to his mind, everything was disgusting, but most disgusting of all, as if it was something shameful, was the memory of the evening he had spent at Countess Lydia Ivanovna's. Next day he received from Alexey Alexandrovitch a final answer, refusing to grant Anna's divorce, and he understood that this decision was based on what the Frenchman had said in his real or pretended trance. Chapter 23. In order to carry through any undertaking in family life, there must necessarily be either complete division between the husband and wife or loving agreement. When the relations of a couple are vacillating and neither one thing nor the other, no sort of enterprise can be undertaken. Many families remain for years in the same place, though both husband and wife are sick of it, simply because there is neither complete division nor agreement between them. Both Vronsky and Anna felt life in Moscow insupportable in the heat and dust, when the spring sunshine was followed by the glare of summer, and all the trees in the boulevards had long since been in full leaf, and the leaves were covered with dust. But they did not go back to Vozdvizhenskoe, as they had arranged to do long before. They went on staying in Moscow, though they both loathed it, because of late there had been no agreement between them. The irritability that kept them apart had no external cause, and all efforts to come to an understanding intensified it, instead of removing it. It was an inner irritation, grounded in her mind on the conviction that his love had grown less, in his on regret that he had put himself for her sake in a difficult position, which she, instead of lightening, made still more difficult. Neither of them gave full utterance to their sense of grievance, but they considered each other in the wrong, and tried on every pretext to prove this to one another. In her eyes, the whole of him, with all his habits, ideas, desires, with all his spiritual and physical temperament, was one thing: love for women, and that love, she felt, ought to be entirely concentrated on her alone. That love was less, consequently, as she reasoned, he must have transferred part of his love to other women, or to another woman, and she was jealous. She was jealous not of any particular woman, but of the decrease of his love. Not having an object for her jealousy, she was on the lookout for it. At the slightest hint, she transferred her jealousy from one object to another. At one time she was jealous of those low women with whom he might so easily renew his old bachelor ties. Then she was jealous of the society women he might meet. Then she was jealous of the imaginary girl whom he might want to marry, for whose sake he would break with her. And this last form of jealousy tortured her most of all, especially as he had unwarily told her, in a moment of frankness, that his mother knew him so little that she had had the audacity to try and persuade him to marry the young Princess Sorokina. And being jealous of him, Anna was indignant against him and found grounds for indignation in everything. For everything that was difficult in her position, she blamed him. The agonizing condition of suspense she had passed in Moscow, the tardiness and indecision of Alexey Alexandrovitch, her solitude, she put it all down to him. If he had loved her, he would have seen all the bitterness of her position and would have rescued her from it. For her, being in Moscow and not in the country, he was to blame too. He could not live buried in the country as she would have liked to do. He must have society, and he had put her in this awful position, the bitterness of which he could not see. And again, it was his fault that she was forever separated from her son. Even the rare moments of tenderness that came from time to time did not soothe her. In his tenderness now, she saw a shade of complacency, of self-confidence, which had not been of old, and which exasperated her. It was dusk. Anna was alone, and waiting for him to come back from a bachelor dinner. She walked up and down in his study, the room where the noise from the street was least heard, and thought over every detail of their yesterday's quarrel. Going back from the well-remembered offensive words of the quarrel to what had been the ground of it, she arrived at last at its origin. For a long while she could hardly believe that their dissension had arisen from a conversation so inoffensive, of so little moment to either. But so it actually had been. It all arose from his laughing at the girls' high schools, declaring they were useless, while she had defended them. He had spoken slightingly of women's education in general, and had said that Hannah, Anna's English protégée, had not the slightest need to know anything of physics. This irritated Anna. She saw in this a contemptuous reference to her occupations, and she bethought her of a phrase to pay him back for the pain he had given her. "I don't expect you to understand me. My feelings, as anyone who loved me might, but simple delicacy I did expect," she said. And he had actually flushed with vexation, and had said something unpleasant. She could not recall her answer, but at that point, with an unmistakable desire to wound her too, he had said, "I feel no interest in your infatuation over this girl. That's true, because I see it's unnatural." The cruelty with which he shattered the world she had built up for herself so laboriously to enable her to endure her hard life, the injustice with which he had accused her of affectation, of artificiality, aroused her. "I am very sorry that nothing but what's coarse and material is comprehensible and natural to you," she said, and walked out of the room. When he had come in to her yesterday evening, they had not referred to the quarrel, but both felt that the quarrel had been smoothed over, but was not at an end. Today he had not been at home all day, and she felt so lonely and wretched in being on bad terms with him that she wanted to forget it all, to forgive him and be reconciled with him. She wanted to throw the blame on herself and to justify him. "I am myself to blame. I'm irritable. I'm insanely jealous. I will make it up with him, and we'll go away to the country. There I shall be more at peace." Unnatural. She suddenly recalled the word that had stung her most of all, not so much the word itself as the intent to wound her with which it was said. I know what he meant. He meant unnatural, not loving my own daughter, to love another person's child. What does he know of love for children, of my love for Seriosha, whom I've sacrificed for him? But that wish to wound me? No, he loves another woman, it must be so. And perceiving that, while trying to regain her peace of mind, she had gone round the same circle that she had been round so often before, and had come back to her former state of exasperation. She was horrified at herself. "Can it be impossible? Can it be beyond me to control myself?" she said to herself, and began again from the beginning. "He's truthful, he's honest, he loves me, I love him, and in a few days the divorce will come. What more do I want? I want peace of mind and trust, and I will take the blame on myself. Yes, now when he comes in, I will tell him I was wrong, though I was not wrong, and we will go away tomorrow." And to escape thinking any more, and being overcome by irritability, she rang and ordered the boxes to be brought up for packing their things for the country. At 10 o'clock, Vronsky came in. Chapter 24. "Well, was it nice?" she asked, coming out to greet him with a penitent and meek expression. "Just as usual," he answered, seeing at a glance that she was in one of her good moods. He was used by now to these transitions, and he was particularly glad to see it today, as he was in a specially good mood himself. "What do I see? Come, that's good," he said, pointing to the boxes in the passage. Yes, we must go. I went out for a drive and it was so fine I longed to be in the country. There's nothing to keep you, is there?
It's the one thing I desire. I'll be back directly, and we'll talk it over. I only want to change my coat, order some tea.
And he went into his room. There was something mortifying in the way he had said, "Come, that's good," as one says to a child when it leaves off being naughty, and still more mortifying was the contrast between her penitent and his self-confident tone, and for one instant she felt the lust of strife rising up in her again, but making an effort she conquered it, and met Vronsky as good-humouredly as before. When he came in, she told him, partly repeating phrases she had prepared beforehand, how she had spent the day, and her plans for going away. "You know, it came to me almost like an inspiration," she said. "Why wait here for the divorce? Won't it be just the same in the country? I can't wait any longer. I don't want to go on hoping. I don't want to hear anything about the divorce. I have made up my mind it shall not have any more influence on my life. Do you agree?"
"Oh, yes,"
he said, glancing uneasily at her excited face. "What did you do? Who was there?" she said after a pause. Vronsky mentioned the names of the guests.
"The dinner was first-rate, and the boat race, and it was all pleasant enough. But in Moscow they can never do anything without something ridicule. A lady of a sort appeared on the scene, teacher of swimming to the Queen of Sweden, and gave us an exhibition of her skill."
"How? Did she swim?" asked Anna, frowning.
"In an absurd red costume de natation. She was old and hideous too. So, when shall we go?"
"What an absurd fancy. Why, did she swim in some special way, then?" said Anna, not answering.
"There was absolutely nothing in it. That's just what I say. It was awfully stupid. Well then, when do you think of going?"
Anna shook her head, as though trying to drive away some unpleasant idea. "When? Why, the sooner the better. By tomorrow we shan't be ready. The day after tomorrow?"
"Yes. Oh, no, wait a minute. The day after tomorrow's Sunday. I have to be at Maman's,"
said Vronsky, embarrassed, because as soon as he uttered his mother's name he was aware of her intent, suspicious eyes. His embarrassment confirmed her suspicion. She flushed hotly and drew away from him. It was now not the Queen of Sweden's swimming mistress who filled Anna's imagination, but the young Princess Sorokina. She was staying in a village near Moscow with Countess Vronskaya. "Can't you go tomorrow?" she said.
"Well, no. The deeds and the money for the business I'm going there for I can't get by tomorrow," he answered.
"If so, we won't go at all."
"But why so?"
"I shall not go later. Monday or never."
"What for?" said Vronsky as though in amazement. "Why, there's no meaning in it."
"There's no meaning in it to you, because you care nothing for me. You don't care to understand my life. The one thing that I cared for here was Hannah. You say it's affectation. Why, you said yesterday that I don't love my daughter, that I love this English girl, that it's unnatural. I should like to know what life there is for me that could be natural." For an instant she had a clear vision of what she was doing, and was horrified at how she had fallen away from her resolution. But even though she knew it was her own ruin, she could not restrain herself, could not keep herself from proving to him that he was wrong, could not give way to him.
"I never said that. I said I did not sympathize with this sudden passion."
"How is it, though you boast of your straightforwardness, you don't tell the truth?"
"I never boast, and I never tell lies," he said slowly, restraining his rising anger. "It's a great pity if you can't respect.
Respect was invented to cover the empty place where love should be. And if you don't love me any more, it would be better and more honest to say so."
"No, this is becoming unbearable," cried Vronsky.
Getting up from his chair and stopping short, facing her, he said, speaking deliberately,
"Why do you try my patience for?"
looking as though he might have said much more, but was restraining himself.
"It has limits."
"What do you mean by that?" she cried, looking with terror at the undisguised hatred in his whole face, and especially in his cruel, menacing eyes.
"I mean to say,"
he was beginning, but he checked himself.
I must ask what it is you want of me."
"What can I want? All I can want is that you should not desert me as you think of doing," she said, understanding all he had not uttered. "But that I don't want. That's secondary. I want love, and there is none. So then all is over." She turned towards the door.
"Stop! Stop!"
said Vronsky, with no change in the gloomy lines of his brows, though he held her by the hand.
"What is it all about? I said we must put off going for 3 days, and on that you told me I was lying, that I was not an honourable man."
"Yes, and I repeat that the man who reproaches me with having sacrificed everything for me," she said, recalling the words of a still earlier quarrel, "that he's worse than a dishonourable man. He's a heartless man."
"Oh, there are limits to endurance,"
he cried, and hastily let go her hand. "He hates me, that's clear," she thought, and in silence, without looking round, she walked with faltering steps out of the room. "He loves another woman, that's even clearer," she said to herself as she went into her own room. "I want love, and there is none. So then all is over." She repeated the words she had said, "and it must be ended." But how? She asked herself, and she sat down in a low chair before the looking-glass. Thoughts of where she would go now, whether to the aunt who had brought her up, to Dolly, or simply alone abroad, and of what he was doing now alone in his study, whether this was the final quarrel, or whether reconciliation was still possible, and of what all her old friends at Petersburg would say of her now, and of how Alexey Alexandrovitch would look at it, and many other ideas of what would happen now after this rupture came into her head, but she did not give herself up to them with all her heart. At the bottom of her heart was some obscure idea that alone interested her, but she could not get clear sight of it. Thinking once more of Alexey Alexandrovitch, she recalled the time of her illness after her confinement, and the feeling which never left her at that time. "Why didn't I die?" And the words and the feeling of that time came back to her, and all at once she knew what was in her soul. Yes, it was the idea which alone solved all. Yes, to die. And the shame and the disgrace of Alexey Alexandrovitch and of Seriosha, and my awful shame, it will all be saved by death. To die, and he will feel remorse, will be sorry, will love me, will suffer on my account. With the trace of a smile of commiseration for herself, she sat down in the armchair, taking off and putting on the rings on her left hand, vividly picturing from different sides his feelings after her death. Approaching footsteps, his steps, distracted her attention. As though absorbed in the arrangement of her rings, she did not even turn to him. He went up to her, and taking her by the hand, said softly, "Anna, we'll go the day after tomorrow, if you like. I agree to everything." She did not speak. "What is it?" he urged. "You know," she said, and at the same instant, unable to restrain herself any longer, she burst into sobs. "Cast me off," she articulated between her sobs. "I'll go away tomorrow. I'll do more. What am I, an immoral woman? A stone round your neck? I don't want to make you wretched. I don't want to. I'll set you free. You don't love me. You love someone else." Vronsky besought her to be calm and declared that there was no trace of foundation for her jealousy, that he had never ceased and never would cease to love her, that he loved her more than ever. "Anna, why distress yourself and me so?" he said to her, kissing her hands. There was tenderness now in his face, and she fancied she caught the sound of tears in his voice, and she felt them wet on her hand. And instantly Anna's despairing jealousy changed to a despairing passion of tenderness. She put her arms round him and covered with kisses his head, his neck, his hands. Chapter 25. Feeling that the reconciliation was complete, Anna set eagerly to work in the morning, preparing for their departure. Though it was not settled whether they should go on Monday or Tuesday, as they had each given way to the other, Anna packed busily, feeling absolutely indifferent whether they went a day earlier or later. She was standing in her room over an open box, taking things out of it, when he came in to see her earlier than usual, dressed to go out. "I'm going off at once to see Maman. She can send me the money by Yegorov. I shall be ready to go tomorrow," he said. Though she was in such a good mood, the thought of his visit to his mother's gave her a pang. "No, I shan't be ready by then myself," she said, and at once reflected. So then it was impossible to arrange to do as I wish. "No, do as you meant to do. Go into the dining room. I'm coming directly. It's only to turn out those things that aren't wanted," she said, putting something more on the heap of frippery that lay in Anushka's arms. Vronsky was eating his beefsteak when she came into the dining room. "You wouldn't believe how distasteful these rooms have become to me," she said, sitting down beside him to her coffee. "There's nothing more awful than these chambres garnies. There's no individuality in them, no soul. These clocks and curtains, and worst of all, the wallpapers, they're a nightmare. I think of Vozdvizhenko as the promised land. You're not sending the horses off yet?" "No, they will come after us. Where are you going to?" "I wanted to go to Wilson's to take some dresses to her. So it's really to be tomorrow," she said in a cheerful voice, but suddenly her face changed. Vronsky's valet came in to ask him to sign a receipt for a telegram from Petersburg. There was nothing out of the way in Vronsky's getting a telegram, but he said, as though anxious to conceal something from her, that the receipt was in his study, and he turned hurriedly to her. "By tomorrow, without fail. I will finish it all." "From whom is the telegram?" she asked, not hearing him. "From Stiva," he answered reluctantly. "Why didn't you show it to me? What secret can there be between Stiva and me?" Vronsky called the valet back and told him to bring the telegram. "I didn't want to show it to you, because Stiva has such a passion for telegraphing. Why telegraph when nothing is settled?" "About the divorce?" "Yes, but he says he has not been able to come at anything yet. He has promised a decisive answer in a day or two. But here it is, read it." With trembling hands, Anna took the telegram and read what Vronsky had told her. At the end was added, "Little hope, but I will do everything possible and impossible. I said yesterday that it's absolutely nothing to me when I get, or whether I never get, a divorce," she said, flushing crimson. "There was not the slightest necessity to hide it from me." "So he may hide, and does hide his correspondence with women from me," she thought. "Yashvin meant to come this morning with Voitov," said Vronsky. "I believe he's won from Pyevtsov all and more than he can pay, about 60,000. "No," she said, irritated by his so obviously showing by this change of subject that he was irritated. "Why did you suppose that this news would affect me so, that you must even try to hide it? I said I don't want to consider it, and I should have liked you to care as little about it as I do." "I care about it because I like its definiteness," he said. "Definiteness is not in the form but the love," she said, more and more irritated, not by his words, but by the tone of cool composure in which he spoke. "What do you want it for?" "My God, love again," he thought, frowning. "Oh, you know what for. For your sake and your children's in the future." "There won't be children in the future." "That's a great pity," he said. "You want it for the children's sake, but you don't think of me," she said, quite forgetting, or not having heard, that he had said, for your sake and the children's. The question of the possibility of having children had long been a subject of dispute and irritation to her. His desire to have children she interpreted as a proof he did not prize her beauty. "Oh, I said for your sake, above all, for your sake," he repeated, frowning as though in pain. "Because I am certain that the greater part of your irritability comes from the indefiniteness of the position." "Yes, now he has laid aside all pretense, and all his cold hatred for me as a parent," she thought, not hearing his words, but watching with terror the cold, cruel judge who looked mocking her out of his eyes. "The cause is not that," she said, "and indeed, I don't see how the cause of my irritability, as you call it, can be that I am completely in your power. What indefiniteness is there in the position? On the contrary. I am very sorry that you don't care to understand, he interrupted, obstinately anxious to give utterance to his thought. The indefiniteness consists in your imagining that I am free. On that score you can set your mind at rest, she said, and turning away from him, she began drinking her coffee. She lifted her cup, with her little finger held apart, to put it to her lips. After drinking a few sips, she glanced at him, and by his expression she saw clearly that he was repelled by her hand, and her gesture, and the sound made by her lips. I don't care in the least what your mother thinks, and what match she wants to make for you, she said, putting the cup down with a shaking hand. But we're not talking about that. Yes, that's just what we're talking about. And let me tell you that a heartless woman, whether she's old or not old, your mother or anyone else, is of no consequence to me, and I would not consent to know her. Anna, I beg you not to speak disrespectfully of my mother. A woman whose heart does not tell her where her son's happiness and honour lie has no heart. I repeat my request that you will not speak disrespectfully of my mother, whom I respect, he said, raising his voice and looking sternly at her. She did not answer. Looking intently at him, at his face, his hands, she recalled all the details of their reconciliation the previous day, and his passionate caresses. There, just such caresses he has lavished, and will lavish, and longs to lavish on other women, she thought. You don't love your mother. That's all talk and talk and talk, she said, looking at him with hatred in her eyes. Even so, you must decide. And I have decided, she said, and would have gone away, but at that moment Yashvin walked into the room. Anna greeted him and remained. Why, when there was a tempest in her soul, and she felt she was standing at a turning point in her life, which might have fearful consequences, why, at that minute, had she to keep up appearances before an outsider, who, sooner or later, must know it all? She did not know. But at once, quelling the storm within her, she sat down and began talking to their guest. Well, how are you getting on? Has your debt been paid you? She asked Yashvin. Oh, pretty fair. I fancy I shan't get it all, but I shall get a good half. And when are you off? Said Yashvin, looking at Vronsky and unmistakably guessing at a quarrel. The day after tomorrow, I think, said Vronsky. You've been meaning to go so long, though. But now it's quite decided, said Anna, looking Vronsky straight in the face, with a look that told him not to dream of the possibility of reconciliation. Don't you feel sorry for that unlucky Pyevtsov? She went on, talking to Yashvin. I've never asked myself the question, Anna Arkadyevna, whether I'm sorry for him or not. You see, all my fortune's here. He touched his breast pocket, and just now I'm a wealthy man. But today I'm going to the club, and I may come out a beggar. You see, whoever sits down to play with me, he wants to leave me without a shirt on my back, and so do I him, and so we fight it out, and that's the pleasure of it. Well, but suppose you were married, said Anna. How would it be for your wife? Yashvin laughed. That's why I'm not married, and never mean to be. And Helsingfors? Said Vronsky, entering into the conversation and glancing at Anna's smiling face. Meeting his eyes, Anna's face instantly took a coldly severe expression, as though she was saying to him, It's not forgotten, it's all the same. Were you really in love? She said to Yashvin. Oh, heavens, ever so many times. But you see, some men can play, but only so that they can always lay down their cards when the hour of a rendezvous comes, while I can take up love, but only so as not to be late for my cards in the evening. That's how I manage things. No, I didn't mean that, but the real thing. She would have said Helsingfors, but would not repeat the word used by Vronsky. Voitov, who was buying the horse, came in. Anna got up and went out of the room. Before leaving the house, Vronsky went into her room. She would have pretended to be looking for something on the table, but ashamed of making a pretense, she looked straight in his face with cold eyes. What do you want? She asked in French. To get the guarantee for Gambetta, I've sold him, he said in a tone which said more clearly than words. I've no time for discussing things, and it would lead to nothing.
I'm not to blame in any way, he thought. If she will punish herself, tant pis pour elle.
But as he was going, he fancied that she said something, and his heart suddenly ached with pity for her.
"Eh, Anna?" he queried.
"I said nothing," she answered just as coldly and calmly.
"Oh, nothing. Tant pis, then,"
he thought, feeling cold again, and he turned and went out. As he was going out, he caught a glimpse in the looking-glass of her face, white with quivering lips. He even wanted to stop and to say some comforting word to her, but his legs carried him out of the room before he could think what to say. The whole of that day he spent away from home, and when he came in late in the evening, the maid told him that Anna Arkadyevna had a headache and begged him not to go in to her. Chapter 26. Never before had a day been passed in quarrel. Today was the first time. And this was not a quarrel. It was the open acknowledgement of complete coldness. Was it possible to glance at her as he had glanced when he came into the room for the guarantee? To look at her, see her heart was breaking with despair, and go out without a word with that face of callous composure? He was not merely cold to her. He hated her because he loved another woman, that was clear. And remembering all the cruel words he had said, Anna supplied, too, the words that he had unmistakably wished to say and could have said to her, and she grew more and more exasperated.
"I won't prevent you," he might say. "You can go where you like. You were unwilling to be divorced from your husband, no doubt so that you might go back to him. Go back to him. If you want money, I'll give it to you. How many roubles do you want?"
All the most cruel words that a brutal man could say, he said to her in her imagination, and she could not forgive him for them, as though he had actually said them. But didn't he only yesterday swear he loved me? He, a truthful and sincere man. Haven't I despaired for nothing many times already? She said to herself afterwards. All that day, except for the visit to Wilson's, which occupied 2 hours, Anna spent in doubts whether everything were over, or whether there was still hope of reconciliation, whether she should go away at once or see him once more. She was expecting him the whole day, and in the evening, as she went to her own room, leaving a message for him that her head ached, she said to herself, "If he comes in, despite of what the maid says, it means that he loves me still. If not, it means that all is over, and then I will decide what I'm to do." In the evening, she heard the rumbling of his carriage stop at the entrance, his ring, his steps, and his conversation with the servant. He believed what was told him, did not care to find out more, and went to his own room. So then everything was over. And death rose clearly and vividly before her mind as the sole means of bringing back love for her in his heart, of punishing him and of gaining the victory in that strife which the evil spirit in possession of her heart was waging with him. Now nothing mattered, going or not going to Vozdvizhensko, getting or not getting a divorce from her husband. All that did not matter. The one thing that mattered was punishing him. When she poured herself out her usual dose of opium and thought that she had only to drink off the whole bottle to die, it seemed to her so simple and easy that she began musing with enjoyment on how he would suffer and repent and love her memory when it would be too late. She lay in bed with open eyes, by the light of a single burned-down candle, gazing at the carved cornice of the ceiling and at the shadow of the screen that covered part of it, while she vividly pictured to herself how he would feel when she would be no more, when she would be only a memory to him. "How could I say such cruel things to her?" he would say. "How could I go out of the room without saying anything to her? But now she is no more. She has gone away from us forever. She is—" Suddenly, the shadow of the screen wavered, pounced on the whole cornice, the whole ceiling. Other shadows from the other side swooped to meet it. For an instant the shadows flitted back, but then with fresh swiftness they darted forward, wavered, commingled, and all was darkness. Death, she thought, and such horror came upon her that for a long while she could not realize where she was, and for a long while her trembling hands could not find the matches and light another candle, instead of the one that had burned down and gone out. No, anything, only to live. Why, I love him. Why, he loves me. This has been before and will pass," she said, feeling that tears of joy at the return to life were trickling down her cheeks, and to escape from her panic, she went hurriedly to his room. He was asleep there, and sleeping soundly. She went up to him, and holding the light above his face, she gazed a long while at him. Now, when he was asleep, she loved him so that at the sight of him she could not keep back tears of tenderness. But she knew that if he waked up, he would look at her with cold eyes, convinced that he was right, and that before telling him of her love, she would have to prove to him that he had been wrong in his treatment of her. Without waking him, she went back, and after a second dose of opium, she fell towards morning into a heavy, incomplete sleep, during which she never quite lost consciousness. In the morning she was waked by a horrible nightmare, which had recurred several times in her dreams, even before her connection with Vronsky. A little old man with unkempt beard was doing something bent down over some iron, muttering meaningless French words, and she, as she always did in this nightmare, it was what made the horror of it, felt that this peasant was taking no notice of her, but was doing something horrible with the iron, over her, and she waked up in a cold sweat. When she got up, the previous day came back to her as though veiled in mist. There was a quarrel, just what has happened several times. I said I had a headache, and he did not come in to see me. Tomorrow we're going away. I must see him and get ready for the journey, she said to herself, and learning that he was in his study, she went down to him. As she passed through the drawing-room, she heard a carriage stop at the entrance, and looking out of the window she saw the carriage, from which a young girl in a lilac hat was leaning out, giving some direction to the footman ringing the bell. After a parley in the hall, someone came upstairs, and Vronsky's steps could be heard passing the drawing-room. He went rapidly downstairs. Anna went again to the window. She saw him come out onto the steps without his hat and go up to the carriage. The young girl in the lilac hat handed him a parcel. Vronsky, smiling, said something to her. The carriage drove away. He ran rapidly upstairs again. The mists that had shrouded everything in her soul parted suddenly. The feelings of yesterday pierced the sick heart with a fresh pang. She could not understand now how she could have lowered herself by spending a whole day with him in his house. She went into his room to announce her determination. That was Madame Sorokina and her daughter. They came and brought me the money and the deeds from Maman. I couldn't get them yesterday. How is your head? Better? He said quietly, not wishing to see and to understand the gloomy and solemn expression of her face. She looked silently, intently at him, standing in the middle of the room. He glanced at her, frowned for a moment, and went on reading a letter. She turned and went deliberately out of the room. He still might have turned her back, but she had reached the door. He was still silent, and the only sound audible was the rustling of the notepaper as he turned it. "Oh, by the way," he said at the very moment she was in the doorway, "we're going tomorrow for certain, aren't we?" "You, but not I," she said, turning round to him. "Anna, we can't go on like this." "You, but not I," she repeated. "This is getting unbearable." You will be sorry for this," she said, and went out. Frightened by the desperate expression with which these words were uttered, he jumped up and would have run after her, but on second thoughts he sat down and scowled, setting his teeth. This vulgar, as he thought it, threat of something vague exasperated him. "I've tried everything," he thought. "The only thing left is not to pay attention." And he began to get ready to drive into town, and again to his mother's to get her signature to the deeds. She heard the sound of his steps about the study and the dining room. At the drawing-room he stood still, but he did not turn in to see her. He merely gave an order that the horse should be given to Voitov if he came while he was away. Then she heard the carriage brought round, the door opened, and he came out again. But he went back into the porch again, and someone was running upstairs. It was the valet running up for his gloves that had been forgotten. She went to the window and saw him take the gloves without looking, and touching the coachman on the back, he said something to him. Then, without looking up at the window, he settled himself in his usual attitude in the carriage, with his legs crossed, and drawing on his gloves, he vanished round the corner. Chapter 27. He is gone. It is over, Anna said to herself, standing at the window, and in answer to this statement, the impression of the darkness when the candle had flickered out, and of her fearful dream mingling into one, filled her heart with cold terror. "No, that cannot be," she cried, and crossing the room she rang the bell. She was so afraid now of being alone that without waiting for the servant to come in, she went out to meet him. "Inquire where the Count has gone," she said. The servant answered that the Count had gone to the stable. "His Honour left word that if you cared to drive out, the carriage would be back immediately." "Very good. Wait a minute. I'll write a note at once. Send Mihail with the note to the stables. Make haste." She sat down and wrote, "I was wrong. Come back home. I must explain. For God's sake, come. I'm afraid." She sealed it up and gave it to the servant. She was afraid of being left alone now. She followed the servant out of the room and went to the nursery. "Why, this isn't it. This isn't he. Where are his blue eyes, his sweet, shy smile?" was her first thought when she saw her chubby, rosy little girl with her black, curly hair instead of Seriosha, whom, in the tangle of her ideas, she had expected to see in the nursery. The little girl sitting at the table was obstinately and violently battering on it with a cork and staring aimlessly at her mother with her pitch-black eyes. Answering the English nurse that she was quite well, that she was going to the country tomorrow, Anna sat down by the little girl and began spinning the cork to show her. But the child's loud, ringing laugh and the motion of her eyebrows recalled Vronsky so vividly that she got up hurriedly, restraining her sobs, and went away. "Can it be all over? No, it cannot be," she thought. "He will come back. But how can he explain that smile, that excitement after he had been talking to her? But even if he doesn't explain, I will believe. If I don't believe, there's only one thing left for me, and I can't." She looked at her watch. 20 minutes had passed. By now, he has received the note and is coming back. Not long. 10 minutes more. But what if he doesn't come? No, that cannot be. He mustn't see me with tear-stained eyes. I'll go and wash. Yes, did I do my hair or not? She asked herself, and she could not remember. She felt her head with her hand. Yes, my hair has been done, but when I did it, I can't in the least remember. She could not believe the evidence of her hand, and went up to the pier-glass to see whether she really had done her hair. She certainly had, but she could not think when she had done it. "Who's that?" she thought, looking in the looking-glass at the swollen face